it down with BCP.
You'll get used to it, buddy. You'll get used to it.
Do we have to manually add everyone afterwards?
Yeah. So after you start playing the video, just pull us all in, and then we'll be in the background.
Oh, it's already pre-staged. I've got you. Okay, we'll figure it out.
Boy,
Baby steps,
Carolina's
baby steps.
up now.
Where's your dance, DJ?
What's up, Adam?
How you doing, Adam? You as tired as we are?
Oh, I'm exhausted. I didn't even see that you sent me a link till now. I'm so excited to come on.
Awesome, man. Thanks for joining us. What's up, guys? Draft marathon day 3. What is up, guys? Atmos, Ebby's here. Mark Kazak, Doug Van Dorn's on the show in chat. We got Adam Mason joining us. We got Jason UK joining us. Foster still in his coffin. And we're excited for draft day 3.
Yeah, Foster is lining the inside of his coffin with tile.
Story lines up, yeah.
Guys, how are you guys feeling today, man? I'm exhausted because, after the show, I have to fall asleep watching all the videos I missed. And, it's like 3, 4 in the morning. Oh, man.
Yeah. 5.5 hours of sleep.
Yeah.
Lucky you.
Then look.
Hey, I had to set an alarm, and I am retired. I think it's been more than a year since I set an alarm.
Again, lucky you. Well, Jason, he had to dip a little bit early yesterday, but Jason said he left at like 5 a.m. UK time.
That's right, yeah. And my girlfriend was at work this morning, so she set an alarm for, I think it was like 7 o'clock. So
He got a nice 2 hours of sleep.
yeah, brilliant. So I woke up with a stinking headache because one of the reasons I pulled myself again yesterday when I finished was because I think I was slurring my words. I was hitting the spice rum quite hard last night. So I'm going to shake off this hangover and wait to see who we get in this last pick. But yeah, I'm pretty tired, but I'm good. I'm pumped. This is exciting.
It's a morning for either coffee, caffeine, or cocaine.
Something like that. Yeah.
I got my coffee right here.
Yeah,
I'll plead the fifth. Yeah.
I got my French press that's sitting right here. It's empty now. I gotta go make more.
Very nice,
guys. I'm excited about what's going on with this team. Adam, this tackle we just drafted, another Bears fan.
Yeah, and I've been hyping him up for weeks. I was so freaking stoked when we picked him. He's so undervalued by I think some members of the media really were high on him, but just because he came from a small school, he's another Braxton Jones, but
better copy almost, yeah.
In my opinion, than Braxton Jones. He's got better measurables. He's got better footwork coming out of college. He's got better size already. I know Braxton's gained a little weight since he came, but he's got a better base. I really, really, really like this pick of Kiran Amegadjie.
So Poles is saying essentially they asked him if they think that Kiran can push Braxton to be a starter, and he said not yet, not in year one. Do you think there's any chance that he starts?
No, he was pretty clear in the presser. Both Kiran was pretty realistic about it too, but he was pretty realistic that he's there to develop and learn behind Braxton. I think Poles is a lot higher on Braxton Jones than a lot of people are giving credit for. Braxton's improved every single year. The same argument we had with other players on this team. He's improved every year. There's no reason for him to lose the starter job. Mm-hmm. But to bring in a high caliber depth guy, Larry Bourne played 411 snaps last year for us at swing tackle. We're talking about, and he was graded out of qualifying tackles. He was graded 119 out of 120th. He was the clear absolute liability. He and Ja'Tyre Carter on this offensive line. So to replace one of those clear liabilities and then to trade away our 5th round pick and get Ryan Bates to replace the other liability, he's really, really fixed the depth of this offensive line. I feel a lot more comfortable going into this season than I did last year.
Oh, yeah. I will say that it was interesting. Poles was saying, well, this next year, I think probably he's going to be able to work himself up to swing tackle. And someone said, not a starter. And he went, I don't think this year.
Yeah.
And I think that's a really valid way of approaching it.
And it's a great place for our team to finally be. We've been dumpster diving in the undrafted free agent portal. I mean, we've been trying to fill holes, but this is a quality. To me, I had him ranked between 55 and 65 on my big board. That's where I had him before the draft started. And I said we might have to trade up to get him because we brought him in for a top 30. So it was realistic that we would go after him. I said we might have to trade up to go get him if we really want him. And I'm sure it was the same thing with Ian Cunningham today. Again, just hold back, Ryan. We're good. Let's hold the line. We've got this. And it worked out. I mean, this draft I've never experienced this as a Bears fan where it's just working out for us in the draft. And I'm so elated right now. Like,
I just said that to my wife. I'm like, I cannot believe this is happening to our team.
Yeah.
Poles turned. He came in after a Ryan Pace, shit show, and he turns this team. He turns 5 picks into 13 his first draft. He gets a bunch of starters out of that, bunch of quality players, depth, and then how many picks did we have last year? 12, 8, 9, 10, 12, a lot. We got some quality players out of there. We got starters out of there, and now here we sit with the first pick again, with a quarterback that most of us are just in love with. We got a potential he could be a Hall of Fame receiver, dude. This kid has got everything it takes to become one. So we'll see what happens. But by all accounts, he is another excellent piece to this team. And then we go offense again. And I was saying this last night. It's like our defense is we've always been defensive. We've always been known for our defense. If we don't touch the defense in this draft, I'm fine with rolling with what we have, because I think we have enough on offense now to overcome a bad defensive game. And I meant to say this last night too. We got players like Travis Bell last year. That would be great if he was still on this team, right? See what he could have done. But he got plucked off of our practice squad. So there is still undrafted free agents that we could, add some more pieces to. That's going to be exciting to see what happens after today.
Yeah, you'll see it as early as midnight tonight. You're going to see those start. Well, I'll be another late night tonight. another no sleeper
night.
Yep.
Yeah, if you guys feel tired, imagine what these guys in the room are actually going through. They've got to watch every single pick, see if they need to trade up or trade down, and then the fun really starts once the draft is done. So,
yeah. But to get back to one thing Adam said, the one thing that I felt that Ryan Poles had to do this offseason in order to be a successful offseason was to not ever again have to be in a position to be rating people's practice squads just to get someone who can play center or play guard. That was disgusting for 2 straight years. And I am very happy. I don't think we're going to ever have to do that again. Fingers crossed.
Yeah, I remember
this regime at least.
Yeah, I remember even into last season, like looking at other teams' practice squads, and because we had the waiver wire all season because we had the number 1 pick last year. I remember looking at players and be like, why can't we snag Zach Ertz off the Jets? Why can't we snag? Yeah, and I have a little sheet that I wrote down of like 20 different players from different teams where I'm like, why can't we go get this guy or this guy? I think we're past that. I think now it's like, can we wait long enough to see if Connor Williams can get healthy so we can sign him when he gets healthy? It's, premium players that we're targeting, and we're still in really, really good shape salary cap wise. So I really, really like what Ryan Poles did. Shorty, you mentioned 2022, how we had so many picks. It was trading back though, and it was 4 5th-rounders, 2 6th-rounders, 3 7th-rounders. I mean, half those guys aren't on the team anymore. We're not in that position anymore where he only had 4 picks, where we had to trade back from 1 and 9. A lot of us like the idea of the haul because of what it could give us, but we didn't have to do that anymore because we're not trying to just strap together a team. We're in a good position. I love it. I love it. I'm a big fan of Ryan Poles right now.
Wait a minute. Were you talking about me?
Like Ryan Poles is slowly becoming a Chicago god. He keeps doing this kind of stuff. If he really does take the North and doesn't give it back, man. And what I mean, Ian Cunningham, the two of them working together they're an absolute gem of a team.
Yeah.
As much as
it's like one mind working together out of two bodies. It's great to watch.
Chris, I sent you a link to your email, buddy. I can send it. I can try it. Let me send it to your Twitter DM. I know you prefer that.
It's almost time for Chris's bedtime. It's getting around 5-6 in the UK, I believe.
Yeah, shouldn't be hitting the hay, buddy.
Oh, players are already coming off the board. I'm missing the draft. What?
Yeah, Troy Franklin went to Carolina.
Yeah.
Jatavian Sanders went first to the Panthers.
I still like Jatavian Sanders because he's a receiving tight end, but I didn't see us taking him. What do you guys think is going to happen? I mean, we're going to start getting picks rolling. What do you think is going to happen? We pick him at 122. We trade him back. We get a couple picks.
I think we're getting a center or a defensive end.
Who do you want?
Van Pran.
SVP.
I don't want Van Pran. I don't like Van Pran.
As a development project?
He's fine. He was very highly touted before last season. I didn't like what I saw last season, but I really want us to take defensive line now. There's so many good players. Muhammad Kamara, I don't know if he's even on the radar though of the Bears brass. I just don't know if he's an option for them.
Who's left that we had in for top 30?
We had Kamara in for a top 30?
I'm asking who's left that we had in.
Only Austin Booker.
Okay.
And Austin Booker, I went down to Big 12's Pro Day in Dallas, and I watched him, and he had a lot of fans there cheering for him, but nothing spectacular to see. But he had a really good season. He had a lot of pressures.
Yeah.
Well, Adam, I know you were big on Jatavian Sanders when we did our mock here on the channel, and he was the first pick in this 4th round to the Panthers. So I don't know if that feels like the correct spot or if he was just great value.
Great value. I only liked him the same reason in the mock because he fell so far. He fell to the 4th round just like this.
Right.
To me, he's not a well-rounded tight end, but he's a really good receiving tight end. And for the Panthers, that's a perfect pick. They need more weapons.
Seems like that's what they need. Yep.
And the guard just went to the Patriots. Layden Robinson.
All from Texas A&M.
Yeah, some of the guys I'm keeping an eye on right here are like Javon Solomon from small school Troy at defensive end, Muhammad Kamara, small school Colorado State defensive end. Even later on, guys that aren't supposed to go this high, Gabe Hall, I really like. Austin Booker, if he falls somehow, he's going to go really soon here. I don't see Austin Booker falling farther, but you guys know I love Cade Stover at tight end. We need a tight end 3, but I just see defensive end and defensive tackle being our primary need at this point. Brandon Dorless, I have no idea how he's still on the board either. There's got to be something going on there.
Crazy, isn't it? Yeah, it's crazy. Dorless is still there.
Who I want is Theo Johnson.
Yeah, Theo Johnson, you're winning me over with this, Shorty. You look at his Raz and you look at his tape. I looked at more tape after you said it on here, and I like Theo.
Yeah. What'd you say?
I feel like Stover a little better.
No, he didn't get picked. There was a lot of tight ends left. Cade Stover is still there.
Yeah.
So
I like him a tiny bit better.
Than Theo Johnson.
Yeah.
I mean, when you look at Theo Johnson, you look at all the numbers side by side to Jimmy Graham, they're almost identical.
Measurable.
He's suggesting we don't go tight end whatsoever, but I think that especially on day 3, it's all about BPA. So if you have a player who's on the board who comps physically at least to Jimmy Graham, I don't see why not.
Yeah, and why not? Waldron likes to go with 3 tight end sets. Why not go get him another tight end?
Yeah,
or 2 tight end sets, and Everett's a 1-year contract essentially, free out next year. So if he develops, why not?
And it takes time for those tight ends to develop.
Yeah, on cheap money. On tight end 3 as well.
Exactly.
Yeah, well, after they drafted Komet, I think it took until game 12 before he actually got any game time. It was ridiculous. They simply, Nagy would not start him, period. Oh, he's a rookie. He cannot start, even though he was as good at that point as Jimmy Graham. At least it looked like he was.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It takes time for those tight ends to develop, though.
I think he runs like what, a 4.5 40. His RAS is over 9, like 9. It's in the high 9s.
Yeah.
Ebby's saying Brendan Rice. You know, we talked about Poles has doubled down in the draft each year. Could he go wide receiver again? But the guys kind of pointed out that they did double down by getting Keenan Allen, really, because it's our 4th-round pick.
Keenan Allen pick will be coming up soon, so he's already selected as a wide receiver in this draft, essentially.
Although, Swifty was saying that the best thing the Bears could do before we acquired Allen was to be looking at getting 3 wide receivers in this draft. And he gave some really good reasons why. So I'm thinking that it's not impossible that you might see Brendan Rice, because, of course, not going to see Luke McCaffrey.
Well, and the connection with Caleb Williams and he did play some special teams too. He did some returning. I don't think he did particularly well at returning. I mean, he did it, but.
Are you referring to punt returns?
And kick returns.
Well,
but so did Odunze, and Odunze had that highlight reel where, but he won't be doing that. But I mean, he had a highlight reel where he was returning them for touchdowns. But
you're saying Odunze will not be the punt returner?
I hope not.
It feels like that might be his job to lose.
No,
I mean, the Bears quite simply don't have much of a return at all unless they bring back the.
You can't put your 9th overall pick out there with injury risk on punt return.
Yeah, that's my thought. Is the injury
risk. He is your wide receiver 3 though. So
he's your starting X receiver though. I mean, we don't have another X. I mean, they do. Keenan Allen and DJ Moore could play X, but he came in for a specific reason, to be a high point contested catch beast. Route run. I don't see that happening. I think Dante Pettis came in. That's the only reason.
That's very valid. That could be competition at the very least. I agree with that. That's fine.
But what, you mean we're not going to keep Trent Taylor?
That's the worst.
And we're not going to have Getsy using him to chip block on the outside of the line.
Not even chip block. The actual block an edge, please. Like, come on.
Adrian Taylor Demerson, safety from Texas Tech.
I like him. Where do we have him in for a top 30? We did. I'm pretty sure we did.
Wait a second. Is Theo Johnson a 9.99 RAS? Is that true?
Yeah, one of those.
Right.
Yeah, one of them got an insane, like almost perfect RAS.
Whoa, oh man. Okay, now he's my Darnell Washington of this draft.
that does give him an edge up with Flus and Poles.
Yeah, for sure. They love they pick guys with high RAS scores, man.
Yeah,
although they passed on a guy with a 10.0 RAS score last year, I will say.
Who was that?
It was a wide receiver, I think. I cannot remember who it was, but it was going into like round 5 or something, and it was somebody that was a position of need, but they went. I think that was where they went a different way, and it was after Tyreek Stevenson, but it was before Terrell Davis. So I'm not sure where in there it was, but we went for like a defensive backfield or something like that. We didn't go for the 10.0 RAS score.
Wow.
Okay, so I don't think Theo is completely out of the picture here. After you, Shorty, you made me look more into Theo Johnson because I wasn't as hot on him. Here's some of my notes that I made after watching some of his film and then comparing other scouts' notes. And this first part is from PFF. Johnson brings alluring size to the position. He has plus length for blocking and pass catching. He's a developmental tight end. And then I put that he just isn't a solid route runner yet, and he's not consistent with his blocking or in pass blocking or run blocking. So as far as a developmental freak athlete, he'd be a great pick to take to develop for sure.
Well, that makes me feel good hearing you say that, because you know your shit, man. Make me feel like I kind of know something here.
Well, when you see that RAS score, it's appealing. Teams are going to be looking at the same thing.
Last year when we did the draft, it was Darnell Washington for me. I wanted that guy's massive size. I thought he could have been a swing tackle. He has great hands, and he can still jump over guys at his size. Like I know he didn't really do much, but the Steelers got him, so that said enough for me. Anyone that the Steelers draft, it's like, fuck, you can almost tell a Steeler just by looking at the name, you know.
Steelers and Eagles.
Ebojbi, I guess is Eboji. Eboigbe just went to the Chargers.
Justin
Wow.
Eagle.
Oh, I had him as a prospect that we could take today. I think he was the Alabama other defensive end or defensive tackle, wasn't he? Is that the one I'm thinking of?
NFL
Yeah,
Network
Alabama.
saying his first team all SEC rather. Jeez. I mean, yeah, that feels a good value for them as well to be able to get. I don't know if he's a starter, but any Alabama starter in the 4th round feels good.
Well, he likely would have been a possible swing at getting more quarterback pressure by going for someone that could come in at 3 tech. Because I really do believe that they're going to be lining everybody up all over the place. And when they think that they can get a better push out of 3 tech with someone other than Javon or Zach Pickens, I think they're going to go for it.
Well, Gervon's lined up more often than I realized when I was putting my video together of him at the end of the year. I didn't realize how much he lined up over 5 and 7, and even on the outside of the tackle, it was over 15, 20%. I didn't realize that he lined up outside a lot more than I realized.
I heard something like 16% of his snaps were at the defensive end.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, this
I
guy's
want-
a 3 technique, I guess. 6'4", 297.
PJ, you didn't say who you wanted, did you?
No, it don't matter to me at this point.
BPA, huh?
Yeah, BPA is cool with me.
We were
Do
kind of
you think we trade down for a small trade down and get a few more picks?
I was wondering whether or not they was going to do that, but the way it seemed like the way he's going this draft seemed like he's just going to grab his guy and be done.
I think if
Yeah.
there's someone that's high on their board that they've been watching that's there, they will definitely just snag him. But
I agree with that.
be interesting to see what happens here.
if Theo Johnson was their guy, they could trade down a couple of spots if somebody wanted to move up for
I
maybe.
don't think so because
somebody
Daniel
else.
Jeremiah has him ranked as his 83rd ranked player.
Damn.
Yeah, what we see on our big boards at this point has nothing to do with where teams have theirs.
Yeah.
I mean, I had here that guy that just went, Justin Ibioji. He was consensus 179, and we're in the early hundreds. So, I mean, that makes where the big board are at this point don't matter at all. It's these teams have their players.
Don't you
ranked.
think that most teams have Cade Stover over him though?
I would think Cade Stover's just a mauler. He's an excellent blocker, excellent route runner, and never drops anything. It's just the tight end position isn't a premium position, and he needs more experience. He's developmental as well because he converted from linebacker. He never played tight end until he got to college. So I love Cade Stover. I love the farm boys, though. Growing up on a farm, I just have an affinity for the wrestlers and the farm boys. So that's part of why I fell in love with him so much. But zero drop passes. I love that. I don't know. Maybe teams aren't as high as on Cade Stover as I am, but I would freak out. I mean, I'm exhausted and I don't have much freak out left in me. But if we pick Cade Stover, I'm going to be going nuts.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's to be an offense. So it seemed like he's committed to offense in this draft.
Yeah, but we got to have a defensive lineman. Our offense is pretty solid now. There's not we could sign Mercedes Lewis and be done on offense. I mean, we're good. So defense, we need a defensive end. Right now, Jacob Martin's our third defensive end, and he shouldn't be the fifth on any team. So
we've got some bad news coming up, boys. That's all I'll say.
Cade Stover.
Worst. News may or may not be specific to Shorty. We'll see.
Oh, are you kidding me? It's a Theo Johnson.
See, someone else loved
I didn't say nothing.
Damn it.
Well, Tennessee
They
has
tapped our
their
phone
pick
lines. They tapped our phone lines, man.
Rude.
I told you that.
Well, if Theo goes before Cade, then Cade falls down to us as well if you're looking at that. I don't know that maybe Poles doesn't have one or two defensive ends that he has an eye on that he think he can pick up as UDFAs.
Oh, sure. I mean, there's a couple of guys like Eric Watts and Braden McGregor that I've mocked Braden McGregor into my 6th and 7th round because I love him so much. But a lot of people think he's a UDFA, but that's the Michigan defensive end who I think is so undervalued just because they say he needs
Trevor Keegan.
Trevor Keegan. I think he's going higher though, don't you?
What player were you just referring to then? I'm sorry.
No, Braden McGregor.
McGregor?
Defensive end, yeah.
He also was a player who would just kind of pull up out of nowhere. It feels like more of a raw talent, but yes, he needs got some in him.
He needs development. That was his big weakness, as they said. He just didn't have good technique. But if you take someone with that, I mean, I don't even have in front of me his stuff, but his size, he's to me that if we can snag him as a UDFA, whew, there's players to be had.
A linebacker.
Well, they list a lot of those defensive ends as linebackers. I mean,
McGregor's got a 7.47 RAS, but he's got 33 and what is that, a quarter-inch arms? I can even put this on the screen if you really wanted to. What else did I want to say?
What are you talking about? It was Cedric Gray that just went.
Yeah, no, Cedric Gray just went.
Are you ahead? Are you that far ahead of us? Theo Johnson went? Or are you fucking with me?
Oh no, I'm ahead. Yeah. So that wasn't the bad news.
That far ahead. They just announced the one before.
I know. Twitter is a terrible place. So.
Oh yeah,
Twitter.
Guys, let's welcome the Winker of the Week to the show.
Let's not react to tweets because sometimes tweets are intercepted or falsified.
Just lies. Yeah.
What's up, Chris?
Hey, Chris.
Hello, everybody. Hello.
Hello, Chris.
How you doing, man? Jason. You're looking slightly rough today, Jason. My God.
Thanks for that, mate. Yeah, I'm not surprised. I'm feeling pretty bad, to be fair. That's why I'm not putting the light on in here.
Yeah.
Not that low.
Yeah. Was on the old spice rum at the start of the show, so yeah, it's good to see everybody, man. I hope everybody's doing all right and everybody's been excited about the picks. I've been quite happy with the picks so far. So yeah, I just thought I'd pop on and say hello because it's been enjoyable watching you guys over the last day or so. So I thought I'd pop in and just say hello and hope everybody's having a good draft.
Good. And yeah, Theo Johnson went to the Giants.
God damn it.
That means Brandon Dawless is still falling.
Yeah, these other positions going off the board, it's great for us to get a defensive lineman.
Yeah.
I keep trying to watch the Austin Booker tape, and that commercial starts playing, and then I forget about it, and then come back.
Yeah.
So, Doug, you made a good point. I'm pretty sure you were saying that we really don't want to be relying on UDFAs to try and improve this roster. Yeah. But we've got a really good streak of UDFAs going right now. So last year or 2 years ago at this point, it was Sanborn, and then last year was Bajan. So if they can find at least one gem as a UDFA, that'd be a really good 3-year streak.
We were all high on Travis Bell too.
Yeah,
and he got snatched for a good reason. I like that player a lot as well.
I don't think that Rasheem Green was better than Travis Bell, to be honest.
He was UDFA as well.
No, but he was retained on the 53-man because they sent Bell down to the PS.
So they probably just played the game. They probably thought that it was more likely that Bell was retained on the practice squad for whatever reason, but they were obviously wrong.
Well, and I think they thought Green was better at sealing as opposed to pressuring the quarterback.
Well, I'd hope so. Yeah.
Well, I think Green was more NFL ready now to step in. Bell was very developmental, and it's one of those risks you take by having someone on your practice squad. Someone can steal him.
Yeah. That's why they couldn't put Bajan there.
And remember, Flus, especially, if he gets a defensive end, it's going to be a defensive end more than an edge rusher. He wants a guy on the opposite end from Montez that's not getting after the quarterback, but that is stopping anybody from getting past the edge. That's standing there, not heading into the backfield, but standing and waiting and sealing. That's the whole concept behind this defense. That's why they don't look at it and go, oh my God, we need another edge that can get in there and get to the quarterback. That's not who gets to the quarterback in this scheme. We have to remember that. We're always sitting back going, oh my God, we need a rusher. We need an edge rusher. We need an edge rusher. Blues is saying, I don't need another edge rusher. I've got all the edge rushers I need. The most I need is another 3-tech that can really penetrate.
Well, I don't think he's saying we don't need another edge rusher. We definitely need more edge rushers, but he put an emphasis on how we need pressure from the interior.
Yeah, he doesn't apply pressure to the quarterback. His scheme doesn't from the edges. It does it from the middle. And he needs another Montez Sweat who can immediately flip from seal to pressure just with the read at the snap. And he only has one of those guys, and that's Montez Sweat. That's the only reason that Sweat is allowed to not just stand there and seal, because he can seal if he sees that he needs to do the seal job as opposed to the rushing job. They don't have any other guys on the team and probably in the draft that are at that level, at least not yet.
Evie makes a good point. They're saying that maybe Poles and the Bears will be looking for an edge in the 2025 class. Adam, I don't know how far you are into that class next year, but I've heard that it's a much deeper class for the edges.
Well, there's 7 or 8. That's I'm guaranteeing right now our first round pick next year is an edge. And if we're picking at 32, that's going to be Landon Jackson. I had to look.
Perfectly said, all fronts. 32. I love it.
Travis Bell was picked up by Cincinnati. He was our 7th rounder last year. He wasn't an undrafted free agent. He was 7th round pick 218.
Yeah, that's right. I'm sorry. So he was from a really tiny school, and I remember him specifically praising Poles wanted to give him the draft pick and give him the experience. So that's exactly right. Yep.
Yeah, but Cincinnati
was the first pick ever from their school, wasn't he? He was the first player drafted ever from that school.
Yeah, exactly. So it's just the little things like that. Again, Shorty called Dan called Poles a god, and little tiny things like that you really have to appreciate those.
Yeah. Well, I think Doug Kramer is a Chicago Bear because he's a local boy. There goes Dorless. But I think that Kramer is just. Poles said, hey, let's give this hometown boy a job as our practice squad center. And, maybe he can do some good for us on the field at some point. But primarily he's there because he's a local boy and they wanted to give him a chance to suit up and practice with the Bears.
And his injury felt really unlucky as well. If he had any shot of developing as a backup or anything on the roster, that injury kind of derailed all of that.
But Adam, I think you might have seen this too a lot. I never saw any write-up on Doug Kramer that did not say immediately, this guy is not big enough to play center in the NFL.
I just don't think he's I mean, we've given him lots of chances. I don't think he's the wrong size. I don't think he can't do it. We all had hopes for him. Every one of us wanted to see that development. He was kind of the underdog a couple of years ago. We were like, yeah, we can get him. Yeah. I don't see him panning out at this point. He's going to be a practice squad guy for his career, I think.
Yeah, I'm really hoping the power.
He went off to another team off of our practice squad last year and returned quickly.
Yeah. I'm really hoping for the Connor Williams thing to work out. That's my secret wish right now.
Do you think that he makes a decision anytime soon? It feels like when the bye weeks start to happen is when he'll finally make his decision.
Connor Williams? I don't think a team will sign him until he's healthy, and he's not going to be healthy till week 8 to 10.
So nobody's going to take teams making that decision.
Oh yeah, I think teams aren't going to sign him until they see he's completely healthy and signed off. This is his 2nd time with the injury, he's elite talent level. He's clearly one of the best in the league. So it's not a matter of teams not wanting him. It's just you've got to get those medicals and make sure he's healthy before you can invest in him.
There's a question as to whether he really has to retire from this one.
That was the initial report, but he's come out and said he's motivated. He wants to come back. He's only 26 years old.
Yeah. Javon Baker went.
Yeah, I saw that one happen early too.
Yeah.
It was nice.
Man, this is just cruising along. I can't even keep up with it.
That's day 3
Well,
for
this
you.
is they start doing a pick every 45 seconds to a minute once you get on down there.
Yeah.
They can't
Yeah.
hardly get time to get the commercials in.
Hey,
Hackers
we're
are on
only
the
12 picks away.
Did Odunze Isaac ever go?
No,
Adisa
not yet.
Isaac went yesterday, yeah.
Oh, he did.
Oh, he did?
Didn't he?
I think he did. I thought he did.
I'm positive he did.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Thought I remembered he was still. Well, that's okay.
Yeah, he went to the Baltimore Ravens at 93.
That feels
okay.
like a super Ravens pick as well.
Mm-hmm.
When I was watching the Falcons pick, they brought out a Falcons fan to announce the pick. I didn't realize the Falcons had any fans.
Just season ticket holders like yourself, not actual fans.
That don't go to games, yeah. They buy a season ticket and don't go.
Yeah, I mean, any game that I've ever been to, there's like it's not even half full.
Yeah, there it goes. Adisa Isaac, Ravens, Edge, 94. So
Okay.
All right, we're
Thank
getting
you.
down to me wanting Booker, Solomon, or Kamara. And we're getting closer to one of
I
those
keep
three
hearing
can be available.
Kamara's name across every medium that I look, so that feels like it'd be a good pick.
Well, I don't
High
think he
production, strong motor. He never stops. He never ever stops on a play. So I love that about him.
Sounds like the hits principle.
Just came from a small school, Colorado
Fits the
State.
profile or not.
well, we will shortly see if they really want or value a defensive end here, or whether this is going to be an all offense draft.
And they have to go defense at this point. It's got to be, unless it's I don't know. It's got to be.
I would agree, but it's a weird year. It also depends on who is high on their board, and if it's another offensive player and he's the highest on their board, I have a feeling they'll go for it.
Yeah, you're right. I think this is BPA time.
I think
Or if someone gives us a trade, if someone loves like Cade Stover, even if he's high on our board, and they give us a trade down that gives us a 4th rounder and a 5th rounder this year, I mean that's good value. So take the 2 picks and get 2 guys out of it.
Yep. Depending on what we have on our board down in the range of where we would draft to. It's a weird remaining board just because there have been so many odd runs. There's been like 4 runs in this draft, and you usually only see 1 or 2. But there was quarterback, wide receiver, cornerback.
The tackles at the end of day
and
one.
the tackles. Yep.
Mid to end of day one. Yep.
Yep. And the defensive ends have just been sprinkled through.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You got offensive tackle run, and you had a defensive tackle run.
Did you guys see? Did you guys see Ballard from Indianapolis with his post presser about Adonai Mitchell?
No.
It's NSFW. It's not safe. So the big rumor was that Adonai Mitchell got into arguments with his coaching staff on the sideline, that he had character issues and all this stuff, and that's why his draft stock dropped. He was projected to go end of day 1.
Mm-hmm.
And so they get into the press conference after they pick Adonai Mitchell somewhere in the 40s, maybe even 50s. I mean, it was late. He dropped big time, and he's a huge talent. And I guarantee he's won Adonai Mitchell over, because they get in that press conference, they ask him, and Ballard, he's letting the F word fly. Like he in his press conference, he's letting the F word fly, and then he's like, "Excuse my language, but this is bullshit. Like these are 21-year-old kids." And you show me where this rumor came from. You guys are starting these rumors. Put your name to it. And you put it out there. And it was. I actually respected it big time coming from the GM, because it was fun to watch. You ought to go check it out, because it's passionate. And he's like, you put your name to it. I want to see a name attached to that.
Who said that?
Ballard, for the Colts GM. He's like,
nice.
In his press conference after day 2, they picked Adonai Mitchell, and he was letting them have it. He's like, this is F&B. Like this is not, you guys do this crap. Stick your name to it. Put your name to it if you guys are saying this stuff. Because he's like, we haven't seen that at all. This kid, we're so glad to have him. So it was entertaining.
Guys, I want to hear, because of what I see on my television screen right now, a rousing fuck Green Bay.
A rousing fuck Green Bay.
I mean, look at this guy.
It's like
This guy is
Fuck that
the-
guy.
it's the worst possible advertisement for Packer fans in the entire universe.
Another safety?
Oh my!
Wow.
BPA?
He's not
Yeah,
even
they
BPA
must
on
like
my
him.
board. I mean,
Yeah.
they're
Yeah.
scared. You know what this is? They're scared of us. All those defensive backs they're taking. We've got Cole Kmet, DJ Moore, Keenan Allen, and now Odunze, Gerald Everett. Even they are scared. They're shaking in their boots.
Yep.
Yeah, and the Lions, they needed corners, but
Yeah.
they went secondary a lot as well.
They're
So
scared of us, man.
it's an arms race. Got to keep up with the Bears. It feels good.
Wow, that feels so. Wow, it feels
That's
weird.
nice, isn't it?
So did they need a starting safety? Because obviously the Bears got the Packers' backup safety from last year. I forgot the name already, but
Owens.
Yeah.
Didn't they lose Daniel Savage as well, though? I think they lost Daniel Savage.
thank you. So Savage is out of there, right? I don't even know who their other actual starting safety is, but that's what it was.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
Fuck
Did you
Green
guys?
Bay anyway.
This is totally completely unrelated to anything, but did you see the picture when the tight end from Georgia, Brock Bowers, got drafted? Obviously, he was with his family and everything, and there's one family member in there who looks absolutely devastated.
I didn't.
It was funny. They're saying like it's jokingly rumoring that the guy can't go back to Vegas for legal reasons, that he just hasn't told his family yet. I'll try and get on the screen for you guys real quick.
Well, that and the Malik Neighbors. Did you see Malik Neighbors in his press conference when he got to?
Yeah, he butchered the name,
and he didn't look enthused at all when he got to New York. And then they asked him, "Are you excited to work with Daniel Jones?" And he didn't. I mean, it's just standard protocol. You say, "Yeah, I'm excited." He goes, "I don't know. We'll see. We got to get together first before I can make that determination." He looks like he wanted to come to Chicago. Like, oh crap! Why did you pick New York? I wanted to drop down.
Are you talking about Malik Neighbors?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So they're like, screw you, RG3. Everyone wants to come to Chicago now.
Yeah, this is the face of a man not allowed in Vegas.
Yeah. To answer Reggie Oracle's question, Gabe Hall is still available.
I like Gabe Hall a lot. I do like Gabe Hall. He is still available.
Oh, this has got to be. It's the Ravens are up. This has got Austin Booker as a Raven, right?
Maybe.
It's
He
just
hasn't played much football, though, has he? Hasn't he only made a couple of starts or something?
Nope. Tez Walker.
Oh.
Wow, Tez Walker made it this far?
Yeah.
What?
That's sort of amazing considering the wide receiver runs. There's guys that were projected to be 6th round picks that have already gone as wide receivers.
This is I wasn't high on Troy Franklin, but I realized a lot of people were. He dropped the ball way too much for me. But Troy Franklin, Javon Baker, and now Devontae Walker in the 4th round. This is a good year to need a 4th round wide receiver.
Yeah. Even with the wide receiver run.
Yeah. That's crazy.
Well, yeah, there's like 2 separate wide receiver runs. You obviously had the top end with the first, big 3, so to speak, and then you had kind of the middle to late round with everyone trying to get their guy there. But there's going to be a good player from this round for sure. That's a wide receiver because it's such a deep class.
I know Tez Walker was 6'1" though. I thought he was shorter. Wow.
No.
Xavier Legette in his press conference too. Have you guys seen Xavier Legette before? I love Xavier. He was one of my favorites. But he is a Southern boy. I mean, he is full, hard, deep accent. He was so excited in his Carolina press conference, and it was that Southern drawl. Go look that one up too, because it was entertaining. Oh yeah, I'm so excited to be. I couldn't be more excited to be. It was. I mean, it is entertaining. It was so much fun to watch him.
And he doesn't have to move whatsoever. He just goes right back home to the Panthers. So
yeah.
The only thing I heard with Legette is that his production, a lot of it, a huge chunk, like 20%. Is against very tiny schools. So whatever you see there, it could be guided as misleading.
But I watched his production against SEC. I watched a lot of tape on him because I thought we'd go edge 1st round and trade back and get a 2nd round, and I was hoping we'd get Legette. And he's DJ Moore 2.0. I mean, he's a running back. Once he gets the ball in his hands, he can run guys over. No more hip drop tackles. I was excited to see if we could get Legette, but he's a perfect fit for Carolina. But
he would have been a good X. If we had not been able to get Odunze, he would have been satisfactory as our X wide receiver.
As an X, isn't he a little small for an X?
No, he's got a 39-inch vertical. He's only 6'1", but he can hop higher than anybody. I mean, he's a high point guy.
And has very long arms.
Yeah, I love this Cliff Fork Victoria
Yeah.
that you have up. Odunze seems to be way more mature than Marvin Harrison Jr. neighbors. They still look like punk kids. I don't know if they're punk kids, but Odunze on the first end of that comment, Odunze, like he's fitting the Poles draft pick of just mature, ready, coming in. I mean, every single thing I've seen, and he's from Henderson. He's from Las Vegas, baby. Yeah, represent. He
fan.
And
It's
farm
like a
boy.
glove.
Yeah, I love Odunze. I'm so freaking stoked to have him be a Bear for 15 years.
God, so am I. And when you watch him talk,
15 years.
he's such a good character kid too.
Yeah.
He's intelligent.
Let's let him get to 5,000 yards, boys. Let's just let him get to 5,000
Did you
yards
see-
first to get the record.
Did you see the interview on that where they informed
I
him?
sure did. We played it yesterday.
Yeah.
That was so
Is
funny.
that
He's
for
like,
a career?
what? Really? For a career?
I'll have half that. I'll have a third of that this year.
Yeah. At least the guys that we are bringing in are really confident. That's a really good thing to see.
Thigh.
And high care. I love the high character of Sharp.
In a career?
In a career?
That is
Yeah,
hilarious.
I know. Thigh, can you find that Xavier Leggett interview?
Yeah, I got you.
You guys are gonna love it. You're gonna laugh. And he seems like such a high character kid too, Leggett, and he's just Southern, just who he is. I love it.
Well, I think with everything with Jalen Carter last year, there are a lot of guys who were in the pipeline to the draft who are being told, you had better not be, making yourself any name outside of the field. You better be clean as a whistle because you are going to lose millions of dollars if you go fuck around somewhere.
Well, I gotta wonder if that's a TJ Tampa issue. Do you need any of you guys know? Because Tampa, I had going in the second round, and when the
Yeah.
Yes. I was going to
defensive
ask
backs.
why anyone had any idea why he's still there, but
I mean, that's got to be it at this point. I don't want to start a rumor because I have no idea. So I have no idea if he has character issues. But to see someone that I had going in the second round fall into the fourth round here with good talent and length at that defensive back position, I don't understand why he's fallen so far.
Well, but I didn't understand why half of these guys who are coming all the way down to the fourth round, fifth round have come down this far. I'm a little surprised that Van Pran hasn't gone yet.
Well, he had a bad year. He didn't play well.
But
not
he's
out
got
of-
the measurables.
And he had a good year the year before. When I watched him this year, I don't want to touch him with a 10-foot pole. I know that's very opposed to what a lot of Bears fans feel. A lot of Bears fans fell in love with Van Pran. I would take so many people over Van Pran.
Who would you
That's
take at center
interesting.
now?
I like Bortoloni. I don't even remember his first name.
Tanner.
Tanner Bortoloni. I like him, and he comes from Wisconsin, comes from a good school.
Yeah,
Hunter-
Big Ten offensive lineman cannot go wrong.
Hunter Norzad as well. Where is he from?
Penn State.
Penn
Oh,
State.
sorry, you mean as in where's he? Yeah.
Yeah, so there's a couple good centers that I like still, but I don't know if I would take them in the fourth round. If we did a trade back like 6 spots and picked up a fifth rounder, I'd pick up one of those guys if they fell. I just really, really think we need to get a defensive lineman here. We need more depth at defensive line.
Hey, Adam, was that Leggett interview for the Panthers? Was that in front of kind of like their actual official presser, or was it more on the Zoom call? In the
No,
presser?
it was a presser, and I saw it on Twitter.
I think I've got it right here. Let me know. I can share the screen before we play. Just verify.
It's like 2 minutes long is all I saw on Twitter. Yeah, this looks like it.
This clip, from what I heard, is pretty cool.
Did you have to pinch yourself? So you woke up a Carolina Panther this morning. Did you have to pinch yourself a little bit?
Oh no, man! I woke up ready, man. I got a call right after I got dressed. They was going to free up at 9:30 in the morning. I told them I'm gonna be ready.
That is
Like,
Southern.
when you got the call, because I saw the emotion in your face in the video, but what were those emotions?
Overly excited, man, whole time, and I really trying to hold my tears in for real, man. I told my folks I wasn't gonna crack. I was trying to be tough guy. Oh, man, I was really.
I need subtitles, man.
He seems so genuine. I can play more if you guys want.
Yeah.
No, I love that. And hey, just
So
take care to develop Xavier, even though you're NFL ready, because we have their second round pick. But I'm rooting for that kid. I think he's genuine. I think he's pure. I really like him.
Yeah. There's some guys you could just look at them and hear them start to talk, and it's like, yeah, they are right up front. You can see everything they're thinking.
Yeah, you just smile on his face when he's answering those questions. He's so elated to be in the league.
Yeah, it seems so genuine.
Just you can see it on you. That's proper joy on his face, man. Yeah.
Yeah.
What do you guys
Well,
think
that
of Mekhi Wingo? He's a D
Yeah,
tackle.
I like Mekhi Wingo. LSU, right?
Yeah.
And Mekhi is more of a nose tackle, though, isn't he? More of a one tech.
Yeah, but do we really have to have a 3-tech when we've got Gervon Dexter and we got Zach Pickens still developing? We just need a 4th defensive tackle and someone to rotate in with Billings still fits the bill for me. We just need depth at defensive tackle at this point.
Billings is going to be gone after this next year. Well, at least he's only under contract through 24.
Eric All just went to the Bengals, tight end out of Iowa.
Why is Cade Stover not going?
Wow, that's very strange.
Very strange.
Maybe they don't like that he hasn't had that much experience, that he's converted linebacker.
Was he the one
Jordan
that had
Jefferson just went to Jacksonville.
Wait, there was a lot of over talking. What'd you say, Adam?
Oh, I was just saying maybe they don't like that Cade Stover hasn't played tight end that long in his life, that he's a converted linebacker. Maybe they don't like that, but he's got pure hands. He never drops the ball, and he freaking snags anything out of the air. I mean, he doesn't drop anything. I love him.
And I was just saying that Jordan Jefferson has gone to Jacksonville, so there's another defensive tackle off the board.
That's why I like
more bad news coming as well, boys.
Okay.
What was that?
Some more bad news coming.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, I like Jordan Jefferson. I think he's a good one technique.
Well, Carl, we've got until after this commercial before we hear what you already know. So
the stream knows it as well. So
I'll
put my credibility on the line here.
Just go ahead and tell us.
The Colts need a tight end. Uh-oh.
They're going to have someone give the ball directly to Anthony Richardson, potentially snapping it to him a couple feet and hopefully not at his shins, but
Cedric Van Pran, huh?
No, so we've still got that hope, but
Tanner Bortolini,
Costa guy Bortolini is reported to be drafted by the Colts. Yes,
I like Bortolini.
Interesting. Before Van Pran.
Yeah, the Van Pran dream is alive and well. How many picks are we away from the Bears? It looks like 5.
5.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, soon to be the 6.
So,
including this. Bortolini ahead of both Limmer and Van Pran. Wow. They must really have liked what they saw when they worked him out.
Yeah, a lot of people might not realize that Big Dex, he played better than Jalen Carter the last 6 games of the season. He played better than almost any 3-tech in the league. He came on and played at an elite level. He had 5 or 4 sacks in the last 5 games, and every metric of his improved. It's one of those things where you watch the rookie. You don't gauge a rookie on their entire year. Same thing with Tyreek Stevenson. Tyreek Stevenson played better than Jalen Johnson the last 6 games of the year, the last half of the year. I did a whole video on Tyreek Stevenson and how he got so little credit for what he did, but he played at an elite level the second half of the year. It's unbelievable. So these rookies, you can't just take numbers on them for a whole rookie season. You look at how they develop through the year, and both Big Dex and Tyreek Stevenson are high-level starters in the league coming into this year.
Most rookies hit that rookie wall, and those two showed that they actually improved on the second half of the year.
Who hit the rookie wall?
I said most
Tyreek had
rookies.
real problems in the first 6 games. He was making rookie mistakes right and left, but he was also flashing, all-pro at the same time. So that was a real fun one to watch.
Well, Tyreek Stevenson I look at a lot of certain metrics for different positions. NFL passer rating against is a big metric I use for defensive backs, because how do they defend? It's not just about interceptions or pass breakups or forced fumbles. How they defend is more important, because you got to keep the teams from progressing down the field. The first half of the season, so the first 8 weeks of the league, he had a 120 passer rating against, which is terrible. It's awful. The second half of the league, he was better than any rookie. He had a 55 NFL passer rating against him. That's lockdown. Jalen Johnson is the best in the league, and his was like 40 for the entire year. Nobody else was even close to that. It's like 60 or 70. So to have 55 the second half of the year is just ridiculous for a rookie. I'm really expecting big things out of Tyreek and Big Dex this year.
Mhm.
Yeah, when you look at those numbers for Johnson, they always say like it literally would be a better statistic for the quarterback to receive the snap and throw it into the dirt than it would be to throw it at Jalen Johnson.
Yeah.
So anything close to that is very, very remarkable.
It was something between 33 and 40 NFL passer rating against Jalen Johnson, which is it's ridiculously stupid. Like people don't give him enough credit either. We got to steal.
Yeah, that's a real number because obviously the NFL valued him. He got his big contract, and he just quite simply didn't have the huge takeaway numbers. He obviously improved, and that's why I think he got the money.
Yeah,
but
he could have gotten more.
Valuable.
He could have gotten more money. He signed on a discount, in my opinion.
Yeah, well, he dropped a few. He could have had at least 2-3 more interceptions and 1 or 2 more touchdowns, and that probably would have put him where you think he deserves to be.
He had a couple pick six that he could have had.
Yeah, fine lines, fine margins. So as reported, Tanner Bortolini does in fact get selected by the Indianapolis Colts.
By the Colts. So what do you guys think of Jaden Hicks at safety? He's left there.
Yeah, he's fallen as well. I don't understand why either.
He's got an 8.94 RAS score.
I kind of expected the Colts to take Jaden Hicks. They need defensive backs like a man in the desert needs water. They needed defensive backs, but they obviously like Bortolini.
Has Philadelphia done anything to replace Kelsey at center?
Well, they have their guard. They're planning on moving over. They had a really solid. Who is? I got to look at their depth chart.
But the problem here with Philadelphia is they essentially are the Georgia Bulldogs, grad school. And Cedric Van Pran at center is sitting right there.
Yeah.
And they're picking essentially right before and after the Bears. So,
yep.
PJ, I think we might have to hold on for our dear lives here for a second.
Well, good. I hope they take him. Sorry.
Every time I see someone taking a linebacker, I go, good.
I used to like Adam. Now he's just made my list now.
Yeah, this wasn't a very impressive linebacking group this year, was it?
Well, and there were a couple high ones, but then Patrick Wilson ended up falling. Like some of the ones that were high, I don't think teams were. And that's where you see a lot of the undrafted, like TJ Edwards for us was an undrafted free agent. Jack Sanborn was an undrafted free agent. Obviously, we didn't sign TJ Edwards. We brought him over after he proved himself. But that's one position where you do see guys develop from undrafted positions to really make a spot for themselves.
So was there a linebacker taken before the Packers took that Texas A&M linebacker? Because the only players I remember high were that player and then Colson, who went to the Chargers out of Michigan.
Yeah, Edward Cooper and Colson.
Yeah, I mean, that position you saw with what the Bears had to do, they traded away Roquan Smith because they didn't want to give him the money. Financially, the NFL doesn't value that position.
Well, they didn't want to give him the money, and also he wasn't the right fit for what Flus was trying to do with the scheme. He wanted to, on the snap, just go free and head toward the ball and not worry about what the play was supposed to be. And he was like
the Ravens in a 3-4, exactly.
Whereas, and I don't blame Flus. He's like, you need to get back and go into coverage on these kind of things. It's like, I'm a linebacker. I don't go into coverage. Okay, you're going to get traded then.
Well, they tried to sign him. I mean, let's not overlook.
Yeah, I know.
They did.
Adam, TJ Edwards.
Mm-hmm.
He went to high school, the town next to the town I grew up in, and my buddy coached him in baseball on his high school team.
Nice.
And my buddy, his son is his son is Ryan Noda, the starting first baseman for the Oakland A's.
Very cool. You mean the Vegas A's?
Not yet.
Oh, or the Sacramento A's.
We don't want them, to be honest. So nobody here wanted the A's.
Vegas has no business putting any of that shit, like bringing any teams to their. So you guys are about to run out of water, man. You're drying up that lake.
Oh, we don't use the lake at all. We don't have any rights to the lake. We use poop water. We do. We have one of the.
Perfect.
It's actually really well known. We have one of the best reclamation systems in the nation. It's studied by other places. We reclaim all our water.
I'm glad that you took that out of my head because it was really bothering me.
California steals all our water. We don't get any of Lake Mead at all. We use it for power. That's it.
And depending on how good you do on the slot machine going into the hotel depends on where in the recycling process that water is pulled from.
I don't do much gaming here, but I'm grateful for it because it keeps our state tax away. All you guys are paying for our state. That's our state tax.
If you were a gamer, that'd be the wrong place to live, right?
Yeah, I wouldn't have a house.
Could have 2 houses. Just got to make the bet.
You just got to make the right choices. There's a reason those casinos are so big.
Yep. Vegas is the only place that I go to gamble. I don't like go to casinos or anything. You know, I go to Vegas casinos. That's it.
Yeah, it's fun when buddies come into town, but when you live here, it's but we wanted
Pittsburgh Steelers have taken Mason McCormick.
Oh, I like Mason McCormick too. Small school, great guard.
Who is the fastest running back / wide receiver / punt returner left? I want speed.
The best running back is Jalen. Did Jalen Wright go? I freaking
he's
love
still there.
I love Jalen Wright.
Is that Tennessee?
Yeah.
Yeah.
There was one player who's hitting home runs that I was seeing a highlight reel of, and I feel like that's the player.
Oh, Jalen Wright is an absolute home run. We just don't need a running back, but
yeah.
Well, let's. So we've got Roshan Johnson. We've got
Khalil Herbert,
and Swift.
And Swift. That's enough. I see us cutting one of Homer or Blazing Game. We don't need 5 anymore with Waldron's system. I see one of those going to free up a little bit of salary cap.
I don't know if you know, Waldron does not use a fullback whatsoever, does he?
Well, yeah, he does, but sometimes he uses a tight end for that possession. He uses a lot of tight ends.
That's what it was. That's right. Yeah, I've seen like Carlson or someone in the older Seattle offense is always doing some weird stuff like that. Yeah.
So this could be Kate Stover then if he's there.
There's only 11.
There's
only like 11 fullbacks left in the league. Teams don't use the fullback like we did with Kerry Blazing Game, but I can
Seattle.
And they really try and hype that position up. I don't know if it's nostalgia or what, but I always see like CJ Ham gets so much praise and such like that. So they're trying, but it is absolutely a dying breed.
Oh, I shouldn't be brain farting this, but San Francisco's
Juszczyk.
Yeah, he's always well known for being a fullback. But
oh yeah,
what are you?
Hello.
What's up?
Hello.
What's going on? What's up?
Can you hear me? Hello. Can you hear me? Can you see me? Welcome to the kitchen of Shea Trips. I am your chef, Trips. And today we are making a very special dish that are live and in person by a special request by someone by the name of the PJs. We are making the soul food spaghettis with the French fried catfish nuggets.
Whoa.
So please join me and participate. I will not be able to view you as my apologies for the technical difficulties of the camera viewing varieties. So I will not have the separate camera to view me as well as the dishes. So you will be able to see only the dishes, but you will be able to hear me if that is satisfactory.
That is great. However, we are one pick away from the Bears right now.
You talk as you will. I will remain quiet and do my thing.
Sounds good.
Quiet, he says. Yeah.
This is our little surprise.
122. This is Shea Trip Show.
This is our little surprise for you, PJ. Fish and spaghetti.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm actually thinking about doing fish and spaghetti. I'm actually thinking about doing fish and spaghetti. I'm actually thinking about doing fish and spaghetti.
But he doing catfish nuggets though.
Can you see the pots okay? Can you see my cooking areas?
Yes, we can, sir.
Yes.
Shea Trip.
Good. Very good. And it's not Shea Trips. That's the name of the restaurants. I am the Chef Trips.
Multiple
Now-
personalities.
He's letting them take over. Gotta be careful, man.
Now, please, as soon as the Bears are on the clock, let me know. But just to let you know, I have preheated the water to put our spaghettis in. This is the dish we're going to make our sauce. And then in here, we're going to put the oil for our catfish and nuggets. And yes, they are nuggets, but they are still fish. Don't be a son of a bitch.
Guys, we got 3 really, really solid options I like here. Cade Stover, Mohamed Kamara, Austin Booker. We got 3 that I will be stoked if we pick any one of those 3.
So as a recap, it looks like Miami finally got their speedster, and they're the ones who just drafted the home run out of Tennessee, Jalen Wright.
Yeah,
that's what it looks like.
And before that, AJ Barner out of the University of Michigan went to the Seattle Seahawks.
You mean after that? So we're on the clock?
Oh, Barner went, did he? Oh, okay.
No, Seattle traded with
oh, yeah, I'm sorry for that.
Philadelphia, right?
There was a trade, yes. So it was
Tyrese Knight they took. So you're saying they took AJ Barner at 121?
Barner went ahead of Stover. Weird.
I like Barner too, but this is good. We're on the clock now, and that means we have an option of Stover, Mohamed Kamara, or Austin Booker. I'm good with any one of those 3. Both Austin Booker's more developmental, needs to sit behind and rotate in with Walker to get some experience. I think Kamara is more NFL ready right now to have a bigger role. But he came from a small school, so it's how they determine how well that's going to go against higher competition. Cade Stover is just a stud to me, and I'm getting nervous and excited.
So am I.
What about Gabe Paul, Adam?
I like Gabe Hall. I think it's a little overreach for him now, but a lot of people are comping him to on the ceiling, and this is extreme comping to like Aaron Donald. They're saying he has the potential and the size.
This is a bombshell, Adam. I hate to cut you off. This pick is a bombshell, and I don't think anyone here is going to be excited, but oddly enough, I am.
Oh, it's goddamn Michigan guy there.
Ruined it again.
It's not Michigan. It is Big Ten, but it's not Michigan.
Don't tell us.
Ruined my draft.
I'm way behind.
You need to
This
get
is
off
this
Twitter.
is a whale. This is a boomer of a pick.
Yeah, I'm still
This
on.
is awesome.
I'm still on the Miami.
Get off Twitter.
So,
I have no reason to be
A
on
boomer
that.
of a pick? Oh, we're taking a punter. Okay.
Man, this guy Doug is spot on. I love Doug Van Dorn, man.
We just took Torrey Taylor.
I don't know if you guys are cracking jokes or if you're ready. Like, I don't know.
Don't tell us. We want to see it come up.
I'm actually
Yeah,
thinking about
they
doing
haven't
fish and
announced
spaghetti.
the Seahawks pick yet
Well,
on TV.
on TV.
Yeah. The Dolphins, man, adding that speed with Jalen Wright.
Yeah.
Yeah, that I can't think of the running back's name. I've got like short-term memory loss, boys. But that running back that they got, he just instantly was so good in fantasy, and just being able to recoup that speed year after year. I like what that team is doing.
If you're really saying we took Torrey Taylor at 122 and avoided the defensive line, this is the first time.
Adam, I think I need to put you on the spotlight.
I'm disappointed.
I think we need your reaction.
No, I'm disappointed that this is what happened. I know a lot of people like Torrey Taylor, but we do need to replace Trenton Gill, but not
Dan, can you share the audio from your broadcast for the
not at
the stream?
122.
Just so we can hear.
Yeah.
This is a boomer of a pick, boys.
You're alluding to Boomer, a kick to Torrey Taylor, I'm not happy with this one. I'm so happy for the draft that we did, but at 122, we need defensive line help. This is, and I agree that the ball positioning game is very important. That's a big weakness with Trenton Gill. Putting teams back inside the 10-yard line is really important, but not at pick 120. If you trade back and did this, I would have been happy. And
I'm only saying that if this is indeed true, Pace has picked more punters in his tenure here than he has defensive ends.
This is a punter that's a very high level, high, and you're playing the positioning game. But
I'm getting the mic ready. Here we go.
no, there's too many good defensive linemen here to be doing this crap. Don't be. I'm. I can't hear it.
That's
there you go, Jason. There you go, Jason.
122nd pick in the 2024 NFL Draft. Chicago Bears select Tory Taylor.
Let's go.
Fucking hell.
I threw the headset. Let's go.
That's it. Adam's
Kickers are
done.
players too, boys. Let's go.
Yeah, punters are people too.
Just keep Adam away from the razor blades.
Oh my days!
You have got to be fucking kidding me.
That is ridiculous. What a way to end the draft. Jesus
Let's
Christ.
go,
Ryan
champ.
Cole.
Optimism, field position. We love it. That's a great pick.
What the fuck is wrong with the punter we just drafted?
Oh
We
my
He
have-
had
God.
some leg issues, man.
We have literally drafted in Ryan Poe's tenure more punters.
Gil was a
than we
7th
have
rounder, right?
in
Like he
Pennsylvania.
was just.
What the fuck?
What the literal
That is
fuck?
ridiculous. I'm gonna
Let's
go. I'm gonna
go.
change it.
I know nothing about this guy.
That was for nothing. Leave the
When
point
you're-
out of it, Raging Oracle.
When you were saying Tory Taylor, I thought you were talking about an offensive lineman. I had no idea who the fuck this was until they drafted a fucking punter.
No, this means we wanted to trade back. Nobody was willing to trade up. Nobody.
Ooh, sketches up next.
We had a fantastic first 3 picks. I'll give him a pass on this one, but the field position game is really, really important.
I'm eating a gummy.
We're going to be throwing bombs, man. We're going for flipping deep.
Watch the Houston Texans pick, please.
Oh, okay.
Fucking
Another one. Is
caged
this
over,
going to
isn't
start
it?
getting comedy draft? Is it?
Oh,
It's over.
It's fucking. You gotta be kidding me. I'm like, I'm trying.
Over right after. What's up, brother?
This feels like old Bears. I can't let this ruin the rest of the draft. The rest of the draft was so freaking good, but this is old
Yes.
Bears crap right here.
Nate Stover to the Texans, motherfucker.
You know, we've got 2 5ths and
I'm
2
gonna
6ths
stand by
next
it.
year.
I'm gonna
We
stand
could
by it.
always buy back into the 5th or 6th or 7th round.
Nobody's going to trade for future picks unless we way overpay. You got to have a pick to trade with it. We're done at this point. It's undrafted free agent time.
I go out to the living room to my wife. I'm like, they drafted a fucking punter. And her face, she goes, "Excuse me."
But he was this year's punt god.
Yeah, he's the best punter on the board.
Oh my days.
7th, 5th round.
Shit.
I guarantee he wanted to trade back and nobody wanted to trade up. He wanted to get an extra pick, take a pick, and take Tory Taylor, whatever.
What? I don't understand what's wrong with Cade Stover here. He's massaging his cow. He's a farm boy.
I love Cade Stover. I'm so.
If you're talking about Shane Waldron's offense and we're getting rid of Blazing Game, then fucking there you go.
Tory Taylor, punter of the future. Hey, we just saved a little salary cap. I mean, like $200,000.
What was wrong with Trenton Gill?
Trenton Gill's not.
Oh, this is hilarious. I can't believe it.
He doesn't
That's
have
so
the
sad.
leg for that city, man.
Trenton Gill, he can't get it past 50 yards, and he can't place it very well. We lost the position battle a lot because of this is a good need, but we had 4 other needs ahead of this need, in my opinion. I actually mocked Tory Taylor in a ton of my mock drafts, but in like the 6th round is where I was mocking him if we traded back.
BPA,
I would like to point out this just shows exactly how high Poles and Flus were prioritizing a defensive end.
Not high at all. Yup.
Yeah.
So in 3 drafts,
Behind the punter.
we got 1 defensive end in Dominic Robinson and 2 punters.
Who's
Trenton
garbage?
Gill and this guy.
Well, with the 40th overall pick this year, we took Montez Sweat.
Sweat.
Well, Well, if you want to be technical.
No, I know what you mean. We got him in free agents, or we got him in the trade.
Two punters.
Chat.
It better be the first signings we see tonight. Better be a defensive end, defensive tackle, and a center. That's undrafted. We better be on the on the hunt right now, following very closely.
They don't have anything else to do, right? They probably have the whole board, the next 300 players lined up. They'll be making phone calls now.
I don't think they can until the draft is over, but they better be on the. So this is something I talked about on a different show. So in these. You see a top 30 taken. There's only like one that was an undrafted free agent prospect this year that we took a top 30 with, but they have their Zoom calls, they have their virtuals. A lot of those, they very well could, especially with guys that are in later rounds, they very well could say to them, look, we don't have a late round pick, but if you don't get drafted, we want to take you. We'll be calling you as soon as the draft is over. I mean, they've already prefaced this with some of these kids.
Exactly.
And that's been their MO all along.
I'm a little upset right now.
What the fuck?
Notorious brings up again, edge next year is going to be the sweet spot.
Yeah.
Yep.
So this year was the wide receiver and then tackle and then defensive back class, specifically cornerback class. You saw 8 tackles go in the first round this year, which is normal. Next year, defensive end will have 7 to 8 tackles in the first round. You're going to see that next year. It's going to be a run on defensive ends.
So it's very possible that with the only 4 picks the Bears had, they obtained a blue chip prospect at every single level. Kiran obviously is a project, but he's got the physical tool set to develop. And in the 4th round, you've got a blue chip punter.
There's no such thing as a blue chip punter.
Call a spade a spade. Punters are players too, man.
They're players, but they're not blue chip. You don't ever.
Hey, a punter could be blue chip.
You ever heard of Pat McAfee, the legend? We'll see. You'll see.
Pat McAfee's a legend because of his commentating and because of his career after the NFL.
His career making hits as a kicker on kickoffs.
Yeah.
I believe everybody is forgetting the main premise that the power of polls compels you. The power of polls compels you.
We better not re-sign Yannick Ngakoue. No.
You're saying no?
What about for $2 million?
Why?
$2 million.
No, not for $2 million. He's a liability. This is why I started my channel, because I was arguing with people over Yannick before we signed Yannick. He is garbage. I do not like Yannick Ngakoue.
I do agree with the young man. The Yannick Ngakoue did nothing until the force multiplier of Montez Sweat came onto the scene. And then he broke his ankle, and he's almost 30 years old. We can move on with somebody younger or somebody or better.
Yep.
I'll take a flyer on Carl Lawson before I want Yannick Ngakoue back. Carl Lawson's injured more than anybody, but he's a first-round talent. Let's go sign him right now.
That's a very good shout.
I think people need to really start to accept the fact that DeMarcus Walker is the other starting defensive end.
I've said that from day one. I think he's absolutely starting quality, but we need depth. We don't. Jacob Martin is not a rotational number 3 defensive end. We don't have a 3rd defensive end right now. Yeah. We don't.
That's the problem, and that's where we maybe are not seeing what Poles and Flus are seeing, especially with Martin and that other defensive end that they signed in free agency.
There's going to be another round of players who get cut because of this draft, casualties, whatever you want to call it. So there are going to be players available that we are not mentioning their names right now.
Man, I'm going to be diving into June 1st now. I'll tell you that.
Oh yeah, I don't think that we are seeing the final group of people from which the defensive line is going to be selected.
Absolutely.
Breathe in, breathe out.
When the fuck? What? when did we draft? When was Sauerbrunn drafted? Was that what? God, I cannot believe this.
I am not going to be making a Tory Taylor video.
No highlight video?
Oh, come on, Adam.
Come on. We need the highlights.
We want the stats on his leg.
I'm on video, so I'm not showing it. I'm actually upset right now. I'm
We can tell, mate. We can tell.
Hey, Adam, welcome to my world, brother. That's all I gotta say.
Welcome to being a Bears fan. I thought we were past this.
Guys, if we trust polls, then we trust that.
This came so fast. Dan called polls a god, and now we're ready to throw in the towel.
No, I still love polls. I love this draft. I'm really, really a huge fan that Rome Odunze fell to us at 9. I'm a huge fan that we got Kiran at 75. I cannot understand this with Cade Stover there, with Mohamed Kamara there, with Austin Booker there. I can't understand this one, but
it's baffling. I really don't understand it.
The field position game is very important. I get that, and I get that we had a huge play. I would say I said Trenton Gill is probably in the lower third of the league from 20 to 32 for starting punters, and we need to improve it. But
well, I do agree that punter is not the most pressing need. We must welcome this young man to our team as he is part of one of the 53. So we will not poo-poo on his day of draftness, and we will welcome him with open arms. And Trenton Gill, good luck, young man.
Good
I would
commentary.
like to point out, guys, that when we're discussing our new offensive tackle, from what I was able to put together from things yesterday, the proper pronunciation is Kiran Amegadjie.
I like to say, "Oh my God, G."
Oh my God, G.
Yeah. Just
What
like
about
with
Omega DJ.
the Cowboys' old center, Badass. I like to call him Badass because Tyler was a badass.
Wait, pull that.
Diaz. Yep.
Pull that back up.
You got it.
So Cliff Victoria says, so you guys don't like 70-yard punts? I do. I love 70-yard punts. I think this is a clear upgrade. I think we got one of the best punters in the league now. I really was high on Torrey Taylor. I just cannot justify this pick.
Oh, he's got small hands.
Oh, damn it.
There's a RAS score for punters?
He's only got 32 arms.
The composite score clearly says great. This is a blue chip prospect that the Bears got in the 4th round. No other way to spin it. The facts are the facts.
Trips. I thought you were making fish and spaghetti. What's with the sausage? And what kind of sausage is that? Is that like kielbasa?
That is not the kielbasa of the sausages. That is the andolis.
Ooh.
Ah, andouille.
And then it will be put to the side after it browns a little bit in its own juices and a little bit of olive oil. I stir it around, and then we will remove it, and then we will induce our vegetables and our ground beefs, and then it will be beautiful. Patience, young man. Let the food cook. Let the process happen.
That sounds like a great pasta sauce.
Where's the spaghetti?
Spaghetti, motherfucker, spaghetti.
That's what I was looking for. Yeah, do it again.
Spaghetti with the sauce. You don't have spaghetti without the sauce.
Spaghetti, motherfucker, spaghetti.
I like Pat Gallagher's comment here. I like Pat's comment here. He says, with the Bears' new offense, they won't have to punt. Yes.
Yeah, why the hell do we go for a punter when we don't even need to punt anymore?
Fail safe. One punt a game, pin him inside the 5. It's perfect.
Blue chip, baby.
Blue chip.
So Adam, in case you're wondering what the hell is going on here. So last year in the 6th round, we had nothing going on, and we just got to talking about food. And PJ was like, "So what are you guys having for dinner tonight?" And I was like, "I don't know, like leftover pizza, whatever." And he's like, and then he said, "I'm thinking about having fish and spaghetti." And then I was like, "Wait, what?" Like with spaghetti, just the noodles, or with sauce? And that's when the sound clip came in because Trips was there. He's like, "Spaghetti, motherfucker, spaghetti." And then PJ's like, "You can't have spaghetti without the sauce."
Yeah, you guys, when I was on last time, you guys explained catfish and spaghetti. I'd never heard of it before. We have catfish in Utah, but I'd never heard of catfish and spaghetti. And you called me white, and I am white.
That wasn't me that said that. Hold on. I didn't call you white now. Hold on.
Well, I mean, I am, so it's not like there is. It is what it is. But I'd never heard of catfish and spaghetti. I'd never heard of that before. I'm open to it. I'll try it.
Did you see the image I pulled up of PJ's after he made it?
I don't think I saw that.
Oh, it actually looked pretty damn good.
I agree that Taylor is the best college punter. I agree that we needed to replace the punter. The only way I can justify this is if Ryan Poles was trying to trade back and nobody was willing to trade up. Dude,
I will tell you, the best moment of day 3 thus far is Adams. I am not making a video.
Sounds like we got a couple rounds to convince Adam. I mean, we've got something else to do, right?
Looks good. Can someone pass that through the screen? I want to try that.
Actually, it looks fucking.
Just jump into your monitor.
If you would have served me that at your house, I would have ate the shit out of that.
Pause.
Yeah, who are we eating the shit out of?
Pause. It's too early for that doggone shorty.
We want this one demonetized.
Yeah, just need a next year's 4th rounder to get into the 5th round this year and get an edge.
I agree, though. You said that essentially we'd have to way overpay to get back in because it's not like we're trading down today and they get another pick.
Yeah,
they have to wait a whole year.
It's like pick swaps. Like, so when you see teams do a 5th rounder for a 6th rounder, that's basically the value at this point. If you want to get into the 4th round right now, you're gonna have to give them a 3rd rounder next year. If you want to get into the 5th round, you're gonna have to give them a 4th rounder next year.
Yep.
So I don't want us to come into the 4th round here, but if there's someone on the board in the 5th round and we potentially have 2 4th rounders next year, if Justin Fields plays 51% of the snaps, I'm good trading the 4th rounder for even if we don't have 2 4ths. With all the picks we have next year, and probably Ian Cunningham giving us a 3rd rounder for getting hired away, then I'm all for it. Let's trade a 4th rounder from next year to come in and get a guy in the 5th rounder if there's a guy that we love. I really want a defensive lineman.
How about if we trade the slightly used Larry Borums?
Who wants him?
Nobody's going to trade for Larry Borum. Larry Borum is going to be cut so we can save $2.5 million.
What a bold take. Yeah.
Could trade Khalil Herbert, but then we'll have to.
That's not happening.
Herbert. He is not the best blocker, and it would seem to me that we can have Swift and Roshan be our 2 primary running backs. Right now, Herbert is more like our running back 3.
Yeah, but you can't go with 2 running backs into the season. That's such an injured position. You got to have 3 on the roster.
Yeah, I don't know what you guys feel about it, but I just feel like DeAndre Swift is not the most solid running back as far as his health. I feel like there's injury concerns with that player.
I have an idea here, guys. What if we did
with a 17-game season? You cannot have the battering rams getting the concussions and running every down every week.
I can make a ticker for that. I have the exact same article. I was going to make a ticker for that.
Okay. So we have 1st, 2 seconds, 3rd, a 4th, a 5th, and 3 6. What if we're going to get a 4th for a compensation pick for Mooney? So what if we took one of the 4ths and one of the 6th?
Whoa.
We won't get a 4th for Mooney.
We ain't getting no compensation pick for Mooney.
Yeah, we are. Next year we are.
We could get a 5th or a 6th for Mooney if we're lucky.
No, I looked it up. It's a 4th round pick next year.
Now, the biggest comp pick that we could possibly get too is for Ian Cunningham, which I feel like
3rd rounder.
Or conclusion. Yeah, 3rd round for a staff member is a great return, in my opinion.
2 years in a row. We'll get 2 years in a row for that.
Just Ian Cunningham leaving, we'd get 2/3 in a row.
It's the Rooney rule. It's a minority diversity.
Beautiful.
Yeah. Next year on the year
Excellent.
That's why the Niners had so many 3rd round picks the last couple of years. They had 2 minority diversities hired away from them, and it gave them 3 3rd round compensation picks the last 2 years.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Notorious is saying, what do you think of this Giovanni Manu? I think he's an absolute mountain. He's 6'8" and 360 pounds or something.
My computer screwed up because I got.
I will also point out that because running back has been a devalued position, there's going to be several running backs available as undrafted free agents who, if you wanted to get rid of Herbert because you don't like his blocking, you could pick somebody up who could definitely stand in there as running back 3, and probably another running back to go on the practice squad.
Herbert's not going anywhere. Like he's on this team. He's very solid in open field. He's great between the gaps. He gets over 4 yards a carry. He might not be the best blocker, but he's not a terrible. I don't see Herbert going anywhere this year. Like, no shot.
Right there. Bears are projected to receive a 2025 fourth-round compensatory pick for Mooney.
Can I say something there? Shorty.
So why not trade one of those and a sixth to go up to get back into the fourth?
You can't trade the comp pick that you don't have yet, though, right?
Projected to receive. I mean, this isn't official. Where's this from?
The projection is based upon the salary received and the production made.
Right.
So we don't know what his production is yet. Then you have to subtract it from the free agents that you also signed. He signed Sweat and whatever.
We didn't sign Sweat. We traded for Sweat, so he won't count against that.
I'm not Sweat. Swift.
Yeah.
Swift. Yeah, my bad.
Yeah.
So they're going to get a compensatory pick. It's just it could be a fifth. Is it what you're saying?
Well, no, what I'm saying is I don't think we're going to get one at all.
Oh, because if it balances itself out.
Yeah, right.
We're finally in a position where we might start getting them. Like, if we don't re-sign Keenan Allen, that's a position where we definitely could start getting them.
Might there, but for this next coming up year, I don't think we're going to get one.
See, I always thought that the compensatory picks were only for drafted players that were somebody else plucked off your team.
Anyone on your team that you didn't re-sign that signed somewhere else that had high production and high value.
Yeah, that's it right there. Couldn't say it better. I'm out.
Struggling.
There we go.
So okay, let's just say we don't. What
9 picks now, 10 if we get Ian Cunningham if he gets signed away.
But he just signed a contract extension. Do you think he's going to get plucked that quickly?
Well, that's not the same as like when a player all that does is gives him the security to stay in Chicago as long as he wants to. It doesn't matter. Like it only brings his value up. He'll be gone next year.
But they wouldn't owe him money
to move.
So if he left after next year, they wouldn't owe him the next year's salary, right?
No, it's like you and I when we get a job offer our contract for whatever someone's paying us X amount of dollars, and we decide to take a job somewhere else. They don't owe us anything.
Yeah. Well, there are guaranteed contracts, but that's not the kind of contract that you're going to sign as an assistant GM.
Well, your contract is guaranteed against, I think, firing, but if you move on, you don't get the money.
Right.
If you get fired, you still get the money.
Running backs going off the board now.
Yeah.
Bucky Irving to the Buccaneers, then Will Shipley to the Eagles, then Ray Davis to the Bills. I mean, 3 out of the last 4 picks were running backs. And Jalen Wright a couple before that.
Yep.
But again, note where the best running backs in the draft really are dropping to. And we didn't have a Bijan Robinson or Jahmyr Gibbs in this draft.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, I don't think we even had a Roshan Johnson in this draft.
I think Jalen Wright's right up there with him.
Yeah.
Will Shipley, huh? No offense against white people, but white running backs just don't work for me.
Christian McCaffrey has something to say about that.
Yeah, thank you.
He's like one of one though. In the last white running back.
Well, you're getting into an area that's any athlete anymore, though.
Yeah, it's quite depressing looking at the list of best player available now, isn't it?
Yeah.
And they're showing the last 10 picks on NFL Network. One of those things is not like the other.
Hey, Trips, can you open up the window and send some of those smells in here?
It would be quite delicious if I could, but I am unable to because the technology of today does not allow such activities.
Bottle up some air in there and sell it.
But now a
business. I had an idea for that because I called it Airbox. I had a buddy make me a logo for it and everything. I was just going to sell empty boxes of air, and just say it was from this one's from Colorado.
Without getting too descriptive, I'll tell you that you're a little late to that party. You might want to check out a site called OnlyFans. So I'll leave it at that.
Yeah.
Adam, I just
the
caught you
OnlyFans.
rubbing your
Sometimes
face.
I'm frustrated. I'm frustrated by this situation at hand.
Yeah, so am I. Sorry, Chirps, go ahead.
As many people know, that the food can sometimes be an erotic experience. So when hiring people for the kitchen, you have to make sure they are not doing any AMSR in your groceries.
San Francisco got that running back that I was talking about from Louisville. Nice.
No, you know what? When I was referring to, there was a player who I kept seeing a highlight reel on Twitter of their running backs highlights. I think it was this Isaac.
Isaac Garindo was a phenomenal highlight reel. He's a small school stellar pickup by the Niners. That's a Niner.
Louisville.
Yeah, out of Louisville, not the smallest school.
I guess Louisville's not that small, but
I consistently see him make very long, just straight runs. He almost reminds me of Herbert in that sense, but a lot more dynamic, maybe.
Finally, TJ Tampa gets taken.
Andy Anderson says, Adam, are you okay, bro? And I will say to that, I will not be doing a Tory Taylor video, but I am going to be doing very deep dives into who is cut candidates for June 1st on teams and Carl Lawson. And we had better freaking pick up.
We are definitely cutting Jatiri Carter and Larry Borum and one of those running backs and creating about $5 more million in cap space.
You think Jatiri Carter was that bad that they just up and cut him?
Absolutely. He was terrible, an absolute liability.
I felt like he was better than what Borum offers, at least. I know they're not the same position. It's guard versus tackle, I believe.
No, I did sorry, I got a frog. I did a video on Jatiri Carter. He allowed a pressure like 1 out of every 2 plays, and he's terrible. I'm being negative right now.
Yeah,
fair. But I don't think Jatiri Carter or Larry Borum have a place on a playoff contending team.
Fringe playoff roster, even. Yep,
Borum. I can see Larry Borum being our 4th offensive tackle.
I don't at this point.
Our 4th offensive tackle is on the practice squad.
Yeah.
If you run him with 9, you're gonna have a 4th offensive tackle.
Trips, you got to deglaze that pan with some white wine.
Well, this is how our offensive line, the 9 offensive line, stand right now. You've got Coleman Shelton at center, Tevin Jenkins at left guard, Nate Davis right guard, Darnell Wright right tackle, Braxton Jones left tackle. Then you've got Kieran that just got drafted, Kiran as our swing tackle, which will be primarily left tackle. Then you got Ryan Bates as backup center and backup guard. So those 7. And then we just signed Jake Kierhan and Matt Pryor. As Matt Pryor really has played both guard and tackle, so he would be our backup guard with Bates, and Kierhan would be tackle 4. Larry Borum, practice squad. Jatiri Carter, practice squad. Doug Kramer, practice squad, or cut. I mean, yeah, Borum and Carter would have to be cut first and then signed back to practice squad, but I don't see either of those guys making the roster at this point, and they shouldn't.
I disagree with you on the Jatiri Carters. I believe he was an animal. They never put him on the practice squad. And once he gets his opportunity, he will play. But that is just my opinion as well.
Yeah. What don't you like about Jatiri Carter?
He allows the pressure like 1 out of every 2 plays, like literally. Like he lets guys get through him nonstop. When Nate Davis was gone, when
Tevin Jenkins
was injured, like he had to fill in, and he's terrible.
I don't know. There's something I saw from him. I don't have any stats to back it up, but just physically, it felt like he could hang with the boys, so to speak. So I don't know. Give him a shot. Let him at least try to make the roster.
We gave him a shot.
Conclusion. He made the roster at that point then. So
yeah, but he played.
I understand it. He's not going to be in a starting role in this. Like you said, the veterans that they brought in, that's going to push him down. So maybe it's practice squad, but I don't know. I'd say give him a shot.
Jatiri was the healthy scratch. Or a healthy scratch on 17 games, I think. Is Domrob been released yet?
He needs.
I hope not.
Soon, very soon.
Because I gotta think that they can get someone UDFA who's going to be able to outperform Domrob at this point.
That experiment has failed. Yeah.
Sadly.
I'm just sitting here going, what was Trenton Gill that fucking bad? I don't want to remember complaining about Trenton Gill. Do you guys remember? Does anybody here?
Yes,
I did.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like I said, he
wasn't good enough.
He's a bottom third of the league. He was a liability. He wasn't bad enough that he's not worth being in the NFL, but he couldn't kick over 50 yards, and he couldn't place the ball ball placement is important. So I understand what they're doing here. They're playing the entire game. And if you can get teams pinned inside the 10-yard line, like teams were pinning the Bears. I mean, when that pick against Tampa Bay, who, by the way, that was Tyree Carter's fault. If you get teams pinned inside the 5-yard line, you put them in that pressure situation, I mean, you get more turnovers. You're playing the field position battle. I completely agree with that. You need to play all aspects of the game, but just not right there at 122.
Generational quarterback at 1, and then it was what, 122? Generational punter. 4 blue chip prospects, boys. We have to be excited about this.
Who was it the Niners took at 99 a couple years ago as their place kicker, and everyone was giving them crap, but maybe that just means how far we've come as a Bears team. We're in that position where we can take punters in the 4th round because we're that good.
Tommy Townsend was drafted.
We're not there.
I don't know when he was drafted, but Tommy Townsend is a Super Bowl winning punter. That is a fact.
There's a lot of Super Bowl winning punters. They've won every year.
Alex,
no, there's no way.
Oh man.
What you want to do with the sausage, you want to render it out nice and slowly so it doesn't burn, but it gets a nice brown, crispy coating, and it caramelizes right there in the pan, which we will now use for our vegetables.
Are you going to deglaze that pan with some white wine?
You got to deglaze.
We will use a little apple cider vinegar.
Sure.
What do you think of that, Cliff? Cliff's our resident chef.
I want that sausage.
We've got the A-OK so far. He's saying it's looking good.
But we will also, before we do anything with the vinegar.
I've never deglazed the pan with vinegar, though.
How about butter?
I like Rob's comment. That's pretty funny. Rob Hanson.
Bulls will trade back into the 7th to take a generational holder for the place kicker. Oh, what is that? Is that going to be Spencer Rattler?
No, we need a generational long snapper. Come on.
You can't have back-to-back generational long snappers. We just had that.
Scales has been the greatest long snapper in the history of the franchise, but he's getting old. And
wait a second.
The previous guy.
Scales is current? Because I just listed Manley. So Manley was before Scales?
Scales is definitely who we have.
They've got a tradition. They've got a tradition to uphold then.
Manley was here for like 20 years.
That
they got a tradition to uphold, boys.
16 years, something like that.
Who's a UDFA long snapper? We got to get someone on there. Right
No, we've got to buy back into the draft right now. We need that generational long snapper in the draft.
We've got 2 quarterbacks. Let's get rid of Bajent and get our long snapper of the future.
Don't you talk this blasphemy.
Whoa.
Adam's a fan of Bajent. Oh, man.
He officially got his first pull.
I'll remove myself very shortly, but I'm surprised no one's noticed the ticker at the bottom of the screen.
Chicago Bears 2025 draft picks.
You'll have to wait just a little bit.
Yeah, we got one.
PJ should keep an eye on it.
1 second, 2 seconds.
That Panthers one needs to go before our own.
Yes,
it does.
Yeah,
that might be another top 10 from them again.
Yeah, I'd love if it's
valuable non-first round pick in the league right now.
In the second round, yeah.
Why not take one of those 6 and then the 4th? And
it could be a 4th.
Because if you're saying, if Adam's saying that it would take,
I'll see you 5.
And take a 3rd to get back into the 4th. Why not offer him a 6th?
We're almost to the 5th round, though. We could trade a 4th for a 5th.
Hold on, fellas. Hold on. Let's not be doing no trading. Let's not be doing no trading of our draft picks next year already.
Let's trade up.
Well, let's hold on. No, hold on.
No, if there's a player in the 5th round that we see as a not a blue chipper, but as a 4th, 3rd round quality, if Mohamed Kamara is still there, I'm all in favor of using a 4th rounder next year to come up and get Kamara. We need that defensive end help this year. We cannot go into the season.
Ryan Pace here, you get a
no. This is totally different.
He traded up for Tyreek Stevenson,
which was worth it.
Yeah.
But we also garnered a 4th rounder from Philadelphia right before doing that, which we just
probably
used
was
on a
exactly
punter.
the same value.
We also traded for Feeney, who only played for us for three games, and now he's out of here. And we
Felt
wasted
like
a
3
pick.
snaps, 3 terrible snaps.
Right.
Yeah, 3
So
bad ones.
let's slow down on those trade ups. Hold on.
Keep taking your shot, Poles. That's what we're saying. Keep taking your shots, buddy.
So if
you only got 6 bullets in your gun there, you might want to hold on to them there.
He's got
That's all
10.
I'm saying.
He's got 10 next year. He's got 10 bullets. That's more than your chamber can hold.
I'm still saying that everybody, including you, Adam, who's saying, but we need that defensive end. We need that edge rusher. You're not seeing what the Bears are prioritizing. I think they think they can stand pat. I really do.
No, they're looking at June 1st, and they're looking at the undrafted. They're gonna bring someone else in. You can also look at it like this. At this point in the draft, round 4 and on, almost every pick is a gamble if they stick.
Oh yeah,
Taylor has no gamble. I agree with that, but we should have traded back then.
4 blue chip prospects in 1 draft.
Oh my god.
I kind of like secretly was kind of hoping that maybe they would get Brendan Rice, but that's
How
just
was he going to
because-
see
It would have
the
been fun.
field that isn't special teams?
It would have been fun to give him his receiver, but
I think at this point, Odunze was just as much his receiver. They've been spending essentially the past months together.
Yeah,
There's the
BFFs.
combine. They've got to have. There's probably some unscripted workouts or off the record workouts.
No,
Didn't he have a workout together with DJ and
Odunze specifically? Yes, I don't know if
DJ Odunze
Caleb Williams
and
is part of that.
Keenan Allen as well
Yeah.
as Caleb.
Yeah. I don't know if Caleb was there. I hope so.
Yeah, he was.
Yeah.
Beautiful. So yeah, I think any issue with Rice there or want for Rice rather, that's all applies to Odunze.
This new Spotrac layout is stupid. Why did they change this? Spotrac changed their layout. It's dumb.
Is it?
Yeah, I don't like it.
Hey guys, I'm going to shoot, man. I need to go and get some food now, especially seeing
I know, it's making me hungry.
going on.
I know what happened, to him?
Jason.
He's
Nearly
cooking away,
17.
and he didn't even know his feed dropped.
Yeah, I saw it lagged out, so I don't know what happened there.
You might notice later, but yeah. I mean, if you're still going, I'll pop it. I'll see if you guys are still carrying on. If there's anything happening, but
All right,
I may
buddy.
drop in later. But
Thanks.
yeah,
I don't know how much longer we'll be on. Because do we think they're going to trade back into this? Do we really want to go with this entire? I do have shit to do today.
Yeah.
I'm fine with anything. You can, if you guys want to keep going, fine. If you don't, fine.
But yeah, I'm going to go get my dinner. It's been really cool hanging out with you guys and watching this unfold. It's historic off season, and we'll catch you on the next one.
Thanks for joining us. Are you and Chris planning on doing a show this week? I mean, I know it's not up to.
I've messaged him, but he hasn't replied, so I'll try again later. But
he probably fell asleep.
Yeah, with his dick in his hand. Yeah.
Well, whenever he's on his phone, he has a lag, and I gave him an old, well, not an old, but one that I never used, a Chromebook, and I think his sister was using it. But when he's on that, he doesn't have any lag at all.
Direct connection. Cut out the variables. Get yourself on Ethernet.
Cliff is saying we need to start a GoFundMe to get Trips some new pans. And
pans, I'll just check in. Yeah.
and Mason, my buddy said, "What the fuck? Good Big Ten punter, but a punter."
Yeah.
So,
all right, guys, I'm gonna go. I'll catch you later.
Thanks for joining us.
Take it easy, Jason.
See you, buddy.
Look out for the British Bears this week.
Cheers from over the pond.
Oh my god!
Piss off.
Piss off.
I feel bad for saying that. I should have said it to him in person or directly. I'm sorry.
Yes. I wanted to talk about Kiran Amegadjie.
Amegadjie.
We've got Kieran and we have what's his name? Amen Amegadjie, the linebacker we signed.
Yeah.
I loved his interview after they drafted him. He was like in tears. He was crying, man. He almost brought me to tears because could you imagine? That's kind of another question I wanted to ask you guys. Like, how would you feel if you were a first round talent and you got drafted by any other team but the Bears? Like my heart just wouldn't. I know I say that now because I'm not a blue chip prospect, but I feel like my heart wouldn't be in it unless I played for the Bears.
Are you saying us personally?
Yeah, like how would you feel if you were drafted by a different team?
Well, you'd have to be professional about it, right? Because I've thought about this a lot. Like, what if I was a really good wide receiver or something, and I got drafted by the Packers? I think I'd still have to do my job. The guy from Michigan State last year, he was a Bears fan, right? He got drafted to the Packers. I know Bears fans wanted him, and he obviously is still producing for them. Exactly. Thank you. So I think you still have to be a professional about it, but
God, I'm not sure.
Well, you would. I mean, your whole life has come down to this. You wanted to be a pro your whole life. You switch teams right off the bat. I mean, if I'm a Bears fan my whole life and I'm drafted into the NFL, I don't hate me, people in the chat, but you're Jaden Reed and you're drafted to the Packers, you automatically become a Packers. I mean, that's your team. It's your profession. It's your career. It's your life. It's what
you're almost like in
of.
depth to the team that drafted you. I think Dan said this yesterday.
They gave you your shot. It's automatically what you do.
You have to, yeah.
I just don't like seeing these guys who aren't enthused, who think they're entitled. And I'm not saying that's what Malik Neighbors was, but he didn't look totally enthused. I love seeing the Xavier Legette's who picked at 32 and is just grateful and of course that's where he's from though. So yeah, it does line up that way, but he looks totally humbled and just totally ready to go and just boom, bring me in.
Now, I don't know where Legette came from. He played his college ball at Carolina.
Yeah, I saw it's somewhere south. It's like Arkansas, I think. Not possible.
What'd you say, Peach?
I think you got to take in consideration the fact that when these guys are drafted, they're like 21 years old or so. They haven't been a fan that long, so they're not as invested as we are.
Oh no, God, you kidding me?
For years.
Me at 22 was just as big of a fan, if not more, than right now. I could not play for the fucking Packers. I'll say it right now. I would not. I've thought about this a lot too. Like if I know it's right now, but this wouldn't work. You know, as far as I wouldn't do this now. But like if my whole life I thought, you know, when I was younger, you know, if I'm 22 years old, if I was a Caleb Williams, I'd be like, I'm not playing for anybody but the Bears. So don't even bother drafting me at 1. Just let me fall to the Bears at 18. And that's the only team I'm fucking playing for. If not, I'm not playing football. I'll go play baseball or, you know, whatever. Most of them
if you had another sport, that would be one thing. But what if like you're a late round pick and that contract you're getting as a draft pick is essentially going to equate to $1 million and you're not getting $1 million anywhere else? You're just not playing for the Packers. You're turning it down for $1 million.
Fuck the Packers. I hate the Packers.
Now you're a true Bears fan.
You could screw them over from the inside. You could drop passes. You could make an ass of yourself, and you could still make $1 million. I
would deliberately
go to the Bears in the practice squad after.
Yeah.
Xavier Legette is from Mullins, South Carolina. He played college ball at South Carolina, and now he is drafted by the Carolina Panthers. Works out for that.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah.
It's kind of like Kiran Amegadjie.
Yeah.
I like that. I'm going to use that from now on. Thank you. What we traded, you get to use the QB PTSD thing. Although not anymore. It's now it's a mute point unless he doesn't work out. Then it's real fucking QB PTSD.
Nope. Keep that away from us, please.
We're into the 5th round now.
Yep.
It's going to start flying.
We're at the top of the 5th, in fact.
Braylon Allen's gone. Jacob Cowing's gone.
Triple R is not muted on the stream, but I don't know if he's got anything else going in or around on his end.
Nehemiah Pritchett just went to the Seahawks, who we did a top 30 visit with.
Ooh.
Cowan went to the 49ers.
Mm-hmm.
Trips, we can't hear you, just so you know.
Zach Sullivan has a comment saying it's going to be another long season. Why is that?
No.
He was talking about the punter.
Did you see what
the ball is going to travel a long way off of his foot? Yeah.
Did you see what
every time this season? Yes.
I'm a little disappointed in the pick, guys, but in reality, there's still places for us to get that defensive end and defensive tackle. I'm now going to be looking to June 1st specifically, hoping for Carl Lawson, hoping for some cut to happen, and for us to free up a little cap space to get it. I think we have $10.5 million now in cap space, and after we cut Larry Borum and one of the running backs, will have probably $13 million. I wanted Connor Williams with that money, but
if any running back get cut, I think it would be blasting game.
Yeah, but
Adam, that might be a good video for you if you could figure out, kind of like go through what you think could happen as far as cuts and give your ideal scenario. Because I have a feeling there's going to be a name that's even better than Carl Lawson that pops up out of nowhere.
Yeah, the only problem with Carl Lawson is just his constant injuries. He's first round talent. He just can't stay healthy, so that's a rough spot to be in.
Yeah.
Hello. Hello.
There he is.
Oh, thank you. I apologize for further technical difficulties, but I am glad to be back with you. Now, if you have noticed, I have not added any wine or any vinegars or anything else. You put in some butter and let it deglaze with the vegetables.
Excellent.
Who's our expert chef in the comments?
Cliff.
Well, his
Victoria.
saying for a triple R to be careful with the fond, so the residue at the bottom of that pan, just make sure it doesn't burn with those vegetables.
That's why you keep the fire on the low, and that's why the sausages brown slowly and the vegetables cook slowly, because we are not using a skillet type flame. Thank you very much, Chef.
Low
Cliff.
and slow. The pan looks fine. He's doing good.
By the way, did you see what Notorious said a little bit earlier, Adam?
I don't know if I caught it.
I'm going to tease Adam every time we pin a team inside their own 5.
Hey, no, I'm in favor of the field position game. I said that. I'm all in favor of it. I just wish we would have traded back and got another pick out of it.
Yeah, me too.
But maybe 10 other teams were hot on Tory Taylor and they wanted him at 123 and 125 and 128
This is
and
why
130.
the NFL has to mandate something where they need draft boards officially submitted and they get released at least 5 years later, if not sooner. But just to see what was going on at that point, so we have all the insight.
That'd be fun. That'd be a fun show to follow, like Hard Knocks, to be able to see the inside.
Exactly.
So many people would tune into that to see the war rooms of all of these.
Yes. There's people who go feral for 30-second clips. I went feral when I saw, I don't know who the GM at the time was. It was Jerry Angelo talking about the position or the debate between Hester and whoever else was there. That stuff is awesome.
Yeah, it's gold. I always watch those when those come out. Even just watching last night, the phone call with Flus or with Poles and Caleb Williams, where he's joking with him. Who's this?
Yeah.
Who's this?
They've got the call for Odunze as well. I don't know if you guys saw
Yeah,
that.
I did. I soak those things up. I love them.
Yep.
So do I.
You Trips, what did you just add in there, man?
Those would be mushrooms. These are the optional ingredients, as you are the chef of your own kitchen. So whatever your taste buds prefer, you can have the onions, the green peppers, or the yellow peppers, or the orange peppers, or the mushrooms, or no mushrooms, or no peppers, or no onions.
Well, boys, we have our completed Chicago Bears draft for those who want to see the nitty-gritty of everything.
And then we have the garlic that we will put in now as well.
Nikhil Harry.
Yeah, that's why I put this up there. That shocked me, but
because that's the 7th round pick that we gave up last year for him.
2 years ago.
2 years ago.
I'm gonna need him to stop doing these trades up in the future. That's all I'm saying.
But I remember the Bears making 6th, 7th round picks. There was those in the 7th. A couple years back, they got those bookend tackles. One of them was like Latavia Simmons. Those guys just don't ever pan out. So if you try a veteran, it's worth a swing.
I'm all in favor of trading 5th, 6th, and 7th rounders for potential. If we trade a 6th rounder to come into the 7th rounder this year for a potential, I'm in favor of that. I don't want to trade away your 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th rounders. I don't want to trade, well, even 4th I would, but I don't want to trade those 1st, 2nd, and 3rd. That's where your team, that's where your players come from. 1st, 2nd, and 3rd round.
Yep.
Well, but we traded them for really good players in this case.
Yeah.
Yeah, the value that Keenan Allen provides, even
that's
on an
ridiculous.
expensive 1-year contract, as a 4th round pick, I don't think the puncher the Bears got in the 4th round is going to be close, but there's not going to be a 4th round pick that's better than Keenan Allen this year.
And of course, Sweat is worth way more than that draft pick. He's a 1st round pick.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
No, he's not, because it's costing us too much money.
No, we're good. The salary cap's going to go up another $40 million next year.
At
But the point being, the benefit of a 1st rounder, you're not paying him $23 million.
Oh, yeah, we wouldn't trade a 1st rounder for him, but he's worth a 4th rounder. I get what you're saying.
Yeah, a 1st round pick could be anything. It could be as good as Montez Sweat.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I mean, you got to take into consideration the money factor too. So I get what you guys said as far as
Feels like
talent only.
that feels like that directly conflicts with your sentiment of the haul, because if you've got a haul of 5, 6 top 40 picks, ideally you want them all to be re-signed, and that's just going to be too much money. So,
well, even if you don't re-sign them, you can use them as trade bait. If
But the trade value becomes a lot less if they're on a 1-year contract. Like with Mac, he was traded because he had to be re-signed.
No, I'm saying the whole. If I got a hole and my guys, I got my guys on a rookie contract for 4 years. In the third year, I'm trading them if I don't think I'm going to be signing them. So I had them for 3 years, had good production, traded them their fourth year. So now I can start the clock all over again.
Sure.
As opposed to
conversely, if they're overproducing on a rookie contract, their value is tremendous. So sure.
Trip Squeegee says you need a big jug of wine, a razor blade, and garlic for the guy like in The Godfather.
I appreciate the comments, and Squeegee and The Godfather. It wasn't The Godfather, but it was one of those movies of those stereotypical type varieties.
It was
where Paul Sorvino, he was slicing the garlic so very thin, and he had the metrosexual nails, just like Caleb Williams, but hers were clear. His were clear.
That was actually Goodfellas.
So you cook your ground beef with your vegetables.
The ground beef is browning slowly with the bottom of the pan, and it cooks in with the vegetables.
Those vegetables have been in there too.
Yes, the vegetables. That's why you keep them low and slow, as they do not overcook or do not render away too much. Yeah. It will be beautiful. Never you worry.
Oh, we're not worried.
So as you can see, or if you can, the browned beef is browning down there. So we mix it up, and then we keep the beef on the bottom, and we keep the vegetables like in the cool spots on the side. So we're doing two things at once.
Damn it, the Lions got Sion Baki.
That's a name I've heard from you guys before.
I love it.
Safety? Is that the safety?
Yeah, safety out of Utah. Really, really good prospect.
The safety that the Chiefs took was good.
I will need someone's assistance as my device. I am using a timer. So when I do put the spaghettis into the water, I will only... Oh, bless you.
Excuse me.
I will leave them only for 10 minutes, so they are not fully done, and then I will introduce those spaghettis with a cup or two of the spaghetti's water into the sauce. So I need someone to keep a timer and let me know when 10 minutes is up after I deposit the spaghettis into the boiling water.
We'll do that for you.
Okay, at this point, Brennan Rice, Austin Booker, go undrafted. It's never going to happen, but do it. Come to
the Austin Booker goes undrafted. Wouldn't that be nice?
Mohamed Kamara, too. Do it. And while we're being selfish, Gabe Hall and Hunter Norzad, too.
If we could pick up Hunter Norzad as a UDFA, I'd be over the moon.
Yeah, any of those guys, it's not going to happen. They're all going to get drafted, but it would be funny.
Yeah, or Bo Limmer.
20 picks left.
Yeah. Well, we just started into round 5. We're not that deep into round 5, and then there's 6 and 7.
Yeah. Yeah,
there's about 115, 120 picks left.
Wow, it's cruising, man.
Yeah. Well, we are just over halfway through the entire number of picks at 140. And it's going to go to like 255 to 260. In that range.
Fucking punter.
We have no more picks. No more picks.
This sucks.
Well,
I am positive they have their eye on several UDFAs because they're not going to go into a draft like this with only 4 picks if they don't think they can get really what they want, or at least the same level of production as they would if they had sold off some of next year's picks to get an extra 5th, 6th, or 7th rounder. They have gotten real good luck in the UDFA round, so I think that they're sitting pretty.
They've got a streak. They've got to hold it. We need one more to continue the streak.
Yeah, but we can't plan on any of those. I mean, we're at a position where these guys aren't going to be making the team. We've got. If you look at Ryan Poles' draft of the 23 that he talked about, anyone past the 3rd round really isn't on the team anymore except Braxton Jones. 4th round, I should say. Those 5th, 6th, 7th rounders they're not what make your team. They're flyers.
Exactly. That's filler, and the reason that he stockpiled a lot of those to begin with is because he had to offset the damage by pace.
He had no other option but to trade back and get that many picks out of necessity to try to fill the roster. There was no other option he had.
Yeah.
Exactly. They just stopped paying Danny Trevathan, so it had to be done.
The spaghettis are now going into the water, so who is ever keeping the timer, please begin.
Damn,
What do you need the timer for, Triple R?
10 minutes.
You got it.
It started at
I got it.
2:05 on
And I will have you know that Triple R is not here. You may refer to me as Chef Trips.
Oh, excuse me, Chef. Sorry.
Yes, Chef.
Don't let that shit happen again.
Spaghetti with the sauce.
He loves them.
Now, after you notice, our ground beef is now turning nicely brown, and the vegetables are mixing well. At this point, we will keep the flame nice and low and slow. Remember, you can manipulate your fire, slow it down, speeding up as necessary. So never feel worried or never feel pressure to do anything in the kitchen. As long as it's beautiful to your taste buds, it'll be beautiful.
Now, where's the catfish?
The catfish, right now, one moment, please. I will show you as I only have two hands, and then I will put this down. The catfish has been battered in milk and butter and is now sitting in its Louisiana fish fry flavoring. And this
God, that
oil
looks
right
good.
here, I am beginning to heat up to 350 degrees.
It's killing me here.
Excellent.
Are you throwing any seasonings in there, Chef Trips?
The fish fry is seasoned on its own, but there are also some spaghetti seasonings that I will add later.
Nice.
Do you guys know the measurables of the punter the Bears drafted? Like
He's
the
a big
physical.
boy. I know that.
He's 6'4", 232, boys.
Wow.
Big boy.
So Torrey Taylor and Caleb Williams are going to be Chicago Bears for life.
So we're going to use him as a line of defense for tackling as well.
Yes.
They could skimp on their special teams coverage, yep, because they got an extra man coming downfield after he makes the kick.
And now, after all the pink is out of your beef, now you can swirl it around with your vegetables.
Cam Hart just went to the Chargers. Cam Hart, local, Notre Dame, came in for a top 30, like Cam Hart.
Yep. I wanted to.
And if you notice, the bottom of the pan has no burns or no scorches.
Go back to that.
We need to compile a list of all the kids, the son of former NFL players. We obviously have talked about Brendan Rice a lot, but then there's also like the Trotters and the Gores in this draft, I believe, as well.
McCaffrey's.
McCaffrey is legitimate.
Cousin,
He's just like
that.
cousin. Sure, okay.
Isn't he's not Ed's son?
Wouldn't he be? He'd have to be brothers. with
CMC's brother.
Christian.
That is Christian McCaffrey's brother, I do believe.
Yeah, which is Ed's son.
Yeah.
It is? Okay.
Yeah, they're brothers, but they also have like an uncle that played in the NFL or something.
Hold on, we got a super chat.
Jay Grizz, Triple R in the kitchen.
I believe I have corrected that mistake, but he probably sent that super chat, which is much appreciated, to the Bears Country Podcast. Before I informed him that the Triple R is not here right now, I am Chef.
Oh, shit.
Motherfucking Trips. Motherfuckers.
Sorry, Chef. Sorry, Chef.
Yes, Chef. Yes, Chef.
Yes, Chef.
That is much better.
So Grizz
Now,
says,
as you see-
Chef Trips in the kitchen. I knew I smelled what the R is cooking. I just wanted to drop in and show some love. Thank you, Jay Grizz.
Appreciate you, Jay Grizz.
Appreciate
That
that,
is
man.
much love. Now, our spaghetti seasonings that we will add so it can marry into the vegetables, into the ground beef, are some basil, some Italian, some garlic powder, some onion powder, and a few crushed red pepper flakes.
Van Brand just went.
Chef, you've got 6 minutes on your spaghetti.
Roger that, sir.
Who did he go to on DVD?
To the Bills.
Okay.
Surprised he didn't go to Philadelphia, if I'm being honest. But
Now, Shorty, I would like to present to you a mental image. and maybe this will help you a little bit in working through denial to acceptance on our pick 122.
Okay.
Imagine, if you will, a situation where the game is on the line and you've got 4th down and 5, and you bring in your new big ass punter, and the ball is snapped to Caleb Williams, who stands up and starts running behind this behemoth punter who is knocking people right and left and getting the first down. I think that the value of a guy like that in trick plays and trick punt plays is invaluable.
Doug, it sounds like you're trying to say that Blasingame position on the roster could be in jeopardy because of the punter.
I think possibly, yes.
No worries, Grizz.
Did you see this? New Bears punter Tory Taylor says he has already received a text message from quarterback Caleb Williams. It read, "Hey, you're not going to punt too much."
You gotta love that.
Is that real? I know Kiran.
It's on the NFL Network. I hope it's real, man.
Oh, I wasn't looking at that. I was looking at other stuff. That's
Chris
awesome.
M is the one who tweeted it, so he's
very cool. Well, yesterday, Kiran in his press conference right after, when he did a virtual press conference, said that Caleb had already texted him and said, "Welcome to the team."
Beautiful.
So Trips,
Now-
or Chef Trips, you're putting in tomato paste now, right?
That is correct, sir. That is a tomato paste, and we put them in individually, and we stir them around to add the utaname. That is the added flavor. That is from a different language that I do not pronounce very well, but it gives you the layers of the different flavors.
So you're doing the straight up ragu style sauce.
I am not familiar with this person.
Well, ragu is meat. When you add meat to your sauce.
Ragu is technically also a brand of sauce as well.
Well, yeah, but
I don't know
it
if he'd be insulted by that.
No. I mean, ragu is they called it that because that's what it is. It has meat in it.
Oh, yes,
Okay.
I was familiar with the one on the store, but there was the meatless ragu as well, so that is my confusion.
Yeah, well, that's because their name. They branded their name ragu.
I'm shocked the Bills didn't take a center before now. They don't have any centers.
Well, they got Van Pran, and it feels like at that point it's good value because we were talking about potentially at 75 or 122, and this is what, the middle of the fifth?
This is where I
140.
This is where I said I would have taken Van Pran. Van Pran's a 5th rounder to me.
Well, you called it perfectly. Jay Grizz, no worries regarding being in Princeton. No worries there at all. We appreciate having you on today. What was that, two days ago?
Yeah. Appreciate you,
Everything's blended together for me. I apologize.
Yeah, no, and trust me, it gets that way. I wanted to talk about this. Let's look at Ryan Pohl's last. That's his first draft. Or no, sorry, that was his last draft.
That's his last draft. Yeah.
Let's go to his. Where the hell was it? Okay, so year one, he gets. Wait, where is it? I thought it was by year. What the hell?
Wouldn't you go up top? Wouldn't that be before? We're looking for 2022, right? With
2022.
Oh, my
there it is. There you go.
It's terrible. Brisker.
The Kyler Gordon, Jaquan Brisker, Velus Jones, Braxton Jones, Dominique Robinson, Zachary Thomas, another guy that got plucked from our practice squad.
Yeah,
I liked Elijah Hicks as a special teamer, but after those first two picks, that looks Braxton obviously.
Well, Braxton's an outlier, but that's where you see the first 3 rounds are where you get your guys, and even Bayless hasn't necessarily worked out yet. But I see why they took him. But
yeah,
right there, you see all those picks we traded down for. All of them were just necessity. They're all gone now.
So Gale was a draft pick, but he was close to flirting. That has to be around Mr. Irrelevant.
Yeah. I mean, those last 2, we traded down and got 254 and 255 from trading from, I think, early 7th or late 6th round. We traded down like 5 times with 1 pick, and we turned it into 17.
That's right. It was like some with the Chargers even. It could have been what they got for Mac. I remember this, yeah.
How are those? What's the timer at, Ty?
51 seconds.
We've added our tomato paste, our crushed tomatoes, and a little pasta sauce. Now we will use a little bit of sugar, not to make it sweet, but to cut the acidity.
You can throw some baking powder, some baking soda in there too. That'll.
I could, but I am not, because that is not part of this recipe.
You do sort of have to appreciate the confidence and the swagger of a GM who, in his third year of his rebuild, takes a punter at 122.
Yeah.
Field position
BPA, BPA. Nothing bold about it.
Field position game.
Let's take a look at.
Enough of the swagger.
So this is
Chef, Chef, your timer's off. Spaghetti's ready to be pulled.
Thank you very much.
So last year, Darnell Wright, is it Gervon or Jervon? Jervon Dexter, Tyreek Stevenson, Zach Pickens.
It was too early to tell. Zach Pickens could be a bad pick at 3.
Yeah. Roshan Johnson, Tyler Scott, Noah Sewell.
Noah
Terrell
Sewell's a
Smith.
home run to me.
Kind of home run.
He's a home
Really?
run.
In the 5th round.
Absolutely. I think Noah Sewell will be just like his brother Penei Sewell. I think he's going to be a starter for the Bears next year. I think
over who?
Who's our middle linebacker?
Tremaine Edmonds?
Tremaine Edmonds getting cut next year.
So that
Hot
I
take.
wouldn't be surprised, but who you think that Sewell is a straight replacement? Because I feel
I
like
think
Sanborn
Sewell
is the
will-
most natural middle linebacker.
No, I think Sanborn will move back to middle linebacker and Sewell will play on the outside.
I've got you. Okay, that makes sense. And that
So you're
third
basically
linebacker position
saying-
doesn't play as much because they're more in nickel.
That Sewell, a 5th rounder, could possibly be starting next year.
Absolutely. But that happens all the time with linebackers. You find undrafted free agents that come in.
So you have
Linebackers are
value in the 5th round.
Yes, and you,
Now, Adam,
running
I
back
thought-
and linebackers where you find value in the late rounds.
I thought Terrell Smith played well when he needed to as well.
Terrell Smith was a home run.
I thought I heard Adam say that Terrell Smith was not that good though.
Terrell Smith started off very poorly, and he had some bad. Like the Packers game was really bad, but
Yeah.
overall, for a 5th round pick, you definitely keep him and continue to develop him. He played really
It
well.
felt
for a 5th round
felt
pick.
like if Jalen Johnson or Tyreek, one of the outside guys, went down, that Terrell Smith would be about as close to plug and play as you could get.
Yeah, I'm comfortable with him as a fill in. If someone, I don't want him starting,
I really
but
liked
I'm
him as
comfortable
well.
with him as a backup cornerback for sure.
Yeah. So we look at this. You got Travis Bell got plucked. Zach Pickens got plucked.
Zach
Kendall
Pickens
Williamson
didn't get
basically
plucked.
got replaced by
Zach
Quindale
Pickens got
Johnson,
plucked.
who
What
we
do you
stole from the Rams. We stole with our waiver wire. We took Quindale Johnson, who was essentially the same spot. Quindale Johnson, I think, was an undrafted free agent, and Kendall Williamson wasn't working out, so we released Williamson and took Quindale Johnson. So
Wait,
We have everybody on the team except Bell and Williams.
but this is too early to tell this year's that year's draft how they panned out, because some of these guys could work out, some could not. I mean, it's
Right.
just too early.
Yeah.
Scott still has his drop problem, but you can't tell if he's going to be able to get over that or not.
Man, I really want Tyler Scott to get some on the field this year, because the end of the year when he had some of those out route plays, and I mean, he looked good in the open field. I want to see Tyler Scott have a shot this year to get some plays, and he will.
Yeah.
He'll
It feels
get
like he's primed to go back into his role, not over, push him.
They
up the
say we
roster.
traded back in.
Who did? Ooh,
We
where?
traded back
What?
in.
Where? Who?
Ooh.
Ooh, when? Where?
One,
Tell me. Give me.
144. 144.
Yep.
Shut the front door.
The power of polls compels you. The power
We're
of
on the
polls
clock.
compels you. The power of polls compels you.
We're on the
power
clock.
of polls compels you. The power of polls compels you.
Mohamed Kamara, come on.
Y'all really thought it was over, huh?
I told you we were going for a defensive end.
What did we give up to get him?
I don't care.
hey, it's a trade with the Bills, so maybe there's a below the belt handshake with that Ryan Bates deal.
Wait, who'd they take?
Give me.
They're
It's not
trading with
yet.
the Bills. I don't know what the pick is, but the Bills are the team that let us in. So to
It
speak.
needs
They
to be
do say
Mohamed
pick
Kamara.
is in.
Austin Booker is there.
Booker. Please be Austin Booker. Mohamed Kamara, please. Give me a defensive end, please.
The power of polls
Please,
compels
I
you.
will forgive
power
this
of
Tory
polls
Taylor
compels you.
nonsense. I will,
The
in fact,
power of
praise.
polls
I will make a
compels you.
video on Tory Taylor if we take a defensive end.
The power of polls compels you.
Do you get
The power of polls compels you.
do you get
The Bears-
copyright strikes for that shit?
What?
They get what?
Do you get copyright strikes for videos you make?
I don't make videos with highlights.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So ironically,
I've been copyright striked. I've been
Claimed.
demonetized.
Oh, have you? Wow.
I had to do an appeal and fight it, and I won. But I mean, my channel's only around since December, so I didn't know what I was doing at first, and I got a heavy slap on the wrist.
Yeah, I
Boys,
was about that too.
This is a fun tidbit. The pick that the Bears are getting from the Bills is the pick they gave to the Bills originally to get Ryan Bates.
Oh, good.
That's freaking awesome.
I'm saying I think that I wouldn't call it colluding, but you know, what team is going to be willing to trade a pick this year for something next year? You've already done business with.
They just announced it on NFL Network. Austin Booker.
There you go. You wanted him earlier.
The
Is that 5 blue chippers?
The power of polls compels you. The power of polls compels you.
Air high fives.
The power of polls compels you. The power of polls compels you.
Chef is cooking. Oh,
Oh, I'm so freaking happy right now. I am so stoked. He is so Austin Booker is not your plug and play like Muhammad Kamara would have been. They must have had concerns about the lower level talent at Colorado State, but Austin Booker played against high end talent, didn't get as many snaps. He was never a starter in the Big 12, but he came in rotationally and he had I don't have it on top of my head because I wasn't ready for this.
He
had like
sacks,
7 or 8 sacks.
for loss.
He was a pressure monster, and when he came in, he played phenomenally. He is a developmental guy that could absolutely rotate in this year.
The power of polls compels.
Oh, I'm so freaking happy.
Adam, I think you have to pay homage. I think that this is justification for the Tory Taylor video now. That's what the chat wants.
No. He said it. He said if they draft an edge, he's going to do a Tory Taylor video.
Oh, I will do it.
We got to get a clip on that.
They took defensive end Austin Booker out of Kansas, 6'5", 240 pounds, 8 sacks,
12 tackle for losses.
What's
Is
his?
it safe to say we're back?
Razz? What's his Raz?
I can get you a Raz on Booker.
I've got something up on him I can hurry and pull up. I mean, I had stuff prepared for him. I freaking wanted him.
I got you with the Raz right now, boys.
And just so you know, while you were looking that up, I introduced our spaghetti's noodles into the sauce and stirred them around. Now I'm putting our sausages back in, and we'll let this simmer while we do our fishes.
Excellent.
7:02. Wow.
The power of polls compels you. Power of polls compels you.
Chef, can you hold off on the catfish until I get back? I got to run to the bathroom. And jerk off. I gotta go jerk off.
So what? The Booker?
Please refrain from doing that while I'm in the kitchen preparing foods.
Is it fair to say Booker? I barely know her.
No Diddy.
Yeah.
No Diddy. I love that. We got to get a copyright on that.
Man, I'm trying to find it. I had something prepared for Booker. I wanted Booker. I got Booker.
Right now. They're showing him on the NFL Network.
We got
I
Booker.
can see if I can get like a.
So, Adam, are we better with our punter now? Do we feel better with Mr. Taylor?
Oh,
I loved it before.
We got Booker, and then we still got Taylor. I would have just flip-flopped where we took him, but I'm so happy. I am happy.
Roger that.
Heck yeah.
Booker. We got Booker. I watched him at his pro day. That's kind of fun to say.
What did we give up to get him?
Probably next year's 4th.
Settle down, Glum. We'll never make it.
I have no clue.
It's okay.
Let me hit up the Twitter machine for you, Adam.
It cannot be that much. What round is this? Are we in the 5th round or 6th round?
5th.
So, Chef, ironically enough, the pick that we just used to select this player was the pick that we originally gave up to obtain Ryan Bates from the Bills. So we just got the same pick back.
Man, I'm trying to find this, guys. I'm sorry.
Huh.
I'm really...
That's interesting, wheeling and dealing.
No Diddy?
Okay, I'm uploading this. You can pull it up if you want to. It's nothing special, but I had it prepared for him because I wanted him.
Wait, you have to know when to use the no Diddy references. That's not an everyday, all day thing.
This is what you like at the top right there.
Very deplorably.
So
between plays, he got a pressure once every 6 plays. That's first and second round quality type of guys. That's pressure. You're getting pressure. Look at those hurries. 27 hurries this year, 2 hits, 9 sacks in limited play time. Pass rush, only 237 pass rush. He was very rotational. He wasn't necessarily deemed the starter, but he became the starter. 1 batted down pass, 82.2 PFF grade. I freaking love this pick.
So at a very brain dead level here, the weight is what's red, and is that something saying like he's just too light for his position?
Well, that was this draft class period. There wasn't really a whole. That's why Darius Robinson jumped so high, because he was a heavier one. Yeah, they're saying he's a little light, but this is the same size as Dallas Turner. It's the same size as many of the Chop Robinson's, not much bigger than this. 240. You really want your defensive ends to be 250, 260. But it's more about their moves. It's more about how they set the edge, how they tackle. And I really like the prospect of Booker. I
would weigh the weight the least, because if he can at least get some NFL snaps under his belt as a rotational piece and have a year in an NFL facility to gain the weight, that this seems like a slam dunk.
Yeah, he's slower. I mean, look at his 20-yard split, his 10-yard split, his 40-yard dash. He's not super quick.
The yellow would indicate it's average, right?
Yeah, he's very average. I mean, but he's a prospect. You're in the 5th round. You're taking someone as a flyer. And as a flyer, that's why I like this guy. He doesn't have to start day one. He's coming in behind DeMarcus Walker. He's learning from Montez Sweat. You've got him in your defensive end room as our 3 defensive end. This is what we needed. This is what I wanted.
The power of Pulse compels you. The power of Pulse compels you. Power of Pulse compels you.
Yes.
Power of Pulse compels you.
All right, everyone. So what the Bears ended up doing, and Adam, props to you. The Bears received their 144 back, and the Buffalo Bills received a 2025 4th-round pick.
That's what I call
exactly as you said. To get into the 5th, it cost a 4th next year.
And I'm happy. I'm happy with it.
And that 4th rounder would be what Justin Fields gets back from the Pittsburgh.
4th for 5th pick swap. That's what I said would happen. This feels good. This feels right. I love it.
I love it too, man.
I love it.
Beautiful.
You missed my analysis on Booker. You'll have to go back and look, Shorty. But that's why I'm just gonna cut this for my video and make it as my video for my analysis on him. I'm a happy boy. I'm a middle-aged happy man.
I'm a happy man now as well, because we're getting a Tory Taylor video out of yourself, Adam.
Yeah, you're right. I might make the Booker video first. I'm just gonna cut it from this and make this my Booker video.
Get that out of the way and spend the real quality time on our punter video. That's what the fans want.
I'm looking on YouTube right now, and there's already like 7 Tory Taylor videos that content creators have put out. They were more excited than I was.
I'm excited, jokingly, but
I'm actually stoked about Tory Taylor now, guys. I'll be honest. I would have rather taken Taylor in the 5th or 6th round and taken Muhammad Kamara or Austin Booker, but we got Austin Booker in the 5th round. And we took Tory. I mean, the same way. Either way, it works. I'm freaking stoked. We now have the field position game, and we've got a 3rd defensive end that can rotate in and learn and develop. We're still going to pick someone up June 1st. We're still going to pick up a Carl Lawson type of guy. We've still got to have one more. Jacob Martin is not. He's not there. But that's fantastic.
That is fantastic.
Wow.
That is awesome.
It's so fun they got their pick back too.
I remember watching Corey Taylor highlights.
Right when I disparaged Ryan Poles, when it was not fair. He's done so well. And I had to keep prefacing it and say, he's done so good. I'll let this one fly. Right when I do something to say, darn it, he goes around and says, I'm going to prove you MFer. I'm going to prove that you have no clue that I am King Poles. I'm going to crown myself and show you guys I know what I'm doing. So screw you.
The power of Pulse compels.
I heard you call my name. What's up, Chef?
All right, before we get to the fishes, the oil, it should be at the temperature at 350 degrees, but we added a little of the starchy spaghetti water to the sauce. Then we introduced our noodles and the sausage. So now all of the flavors are marrying, and the noodles, who were not quite all the way done, are now absorbing all of the tomatoes and all of the goodness, and it's going to be beautiful. So we will put this to the side and let it simmer while we focus on our fishies.
Spaghetti, motherfucker, spaghetti.
Yeah, Squeegee. We got Bates and Booker for next year's fourth. I am totally good with that. I am 100% good with that.
Pull up his that Raz again.
Yeah, Adam's got his graphic on the screen.
It's high sevens. But what I was showing here, Shorty, was he's a pressure monster. Look at this, 82.2 PFF grade last year. He wasn't a starter. He was a rotational guy. He basically became the starter at the end of the year. But 9 sacks, 2 hits, 27 hurries. He puts constant pressure. He's not the quickest guy, but he's got good moves and he sets the edge well. He is a perfect guy to learn behind Montez Sweat, to rotate in with DeMarcus Walker. He's not a liability. I like this. I like this. I like this a lot. A lot.
Yeah.
I don't know if I've said it, but I like it a lot.
Oh, and he likes it.
And,
no
you know,
Diddy.
We were all sitting here crapping on in our pants. They just took a punter over this guy, and then we were able to get him come back in and get. That's fantastic.
Please let the record show I was not upset with the punter pick.
I was. And I'm okay with that.
The record shows that you were not.
Because just like always, Ryan Poles goes and shows me that he knows what he's doing, and I'm just an amateur trying to keep up with him.
Man, isn't it hard to? I cannot believe we have a general manager like this, a team like this.
The power of Poles compels you. The power of Poles compels you. Now, our fishies, to test our oil to see if it is hot enough, we will drop a little bit of. You see at the boil and the sizzle, that means that the oil is at 350 degrees. So we will introduce our fishies. We will lay them away from us, not to splash us with the hot grease.
Hey, that's from Caleb. That's from Caleb's Twitter. That's awesome.
Yeah, exactly. Boom City. And then I don't know if you guys are familiar with the young hip lingo that's going on, but special teams, special plays, special players, that's in reference to Sketch, a content creator primarily on Twitch.
I think Sketch took some passes from Caleb, didn't he?
Yes, and then he got injured and Caleb rewarded him with a jersey. But right before it was right after the Tory Taylor pick. Sketch announced the pick for the Texans. So
cool.
Weird how that all works out.
Yeah. Guys, every single player we took is someone that I had done work on and showed that we should take, even Tory Taylor, but I always had him in the 6th round if we traded back. But every single one of these guys is, in fact, the video I did this morning, I highlighted that I wanted to take either Mohamed Kamara or Austin Booker. Like this is a dream. I've never had this before. I've never had a dream draft. We got to experience it this year. This is so freaking fun.
Woo! Well, I'm glad you got the chance to get your dream draft there, Adam. I appreciate it, man. I'm happy.
You want the Hall still, huh, PJ?
Well, at this point,
how we should do a poll or something on the BCP Twitter. How long will it take for PJ to shift from doom and gloom to jubilation? I don't even know what the word is.
We'll never make it.
Will we even make it out of the preseason?
Oh, I would never be giddy about it. I mean, I don't be giddy. No, that won't happen. But if he wins a Super Bowl, yeah, maybe.
That's all it would take is a Super Bowl ring.
Just play it.
Well, we're going 17-0 this year, and then 3 or 4-0 in the playoffs. So don't worry about it.
Why would they go the season? We could just go to the draft like now. We could do the 2025 draft right now. If Caleb is that good, we'll skip the NFL season, skip college. Just go right back into it.
Hey, what would you guys think about paying us 5th to get into the 6th round and taking Bo Limmer?
I'm okay with that.
I mean, we're talking about playing around with late round picks from next year.
BJ, you got to realize these are late round flyers. If you're talking about trading our 1st or either of our 2 seconds or our 3rd or our 4th next year, I'm not in favor. Well, we don't have our 4th anymore. Well, I just said for one of these guys, if they fall down the board and they're a 4th round talent to me in the 5th round, I was all in favor of getting Booker. But if you're talking about trading 5th, 6th, 7th, we got 2 6th rounders. We got 3 6th rounders unless Justin Fields plays more. We got 3 6th rounders. I'm all in favor of trading one of those away.
See, the problem I have is this. We're robbing Peter to pay Paul. And we keep on doing this. And it's
we need
at some
Paul
point
more
we have
now.
to stop trading our future draft capital to do it for this year. So stop with the trades. keep your own draft capital. Don't trade it to where you're losing value because you're losing around and going up.
But you have what Shorty had with QB PTSD. You've got draft PTSD because you went through Ryan Pace. We're in a different era. We're in a totally different position now. Like we're not scrambling for
Touche.
But the problem is you're still losing value by losing a fourth to draft a fifth rounder. You're losing value.
But if those guys are fourth round value, like we just got someone that I projected to go in the third round. Austin Booker is someone I said would go in the third round. And we got him in the fifth round. I'm all in favor of trading a fourth to do that.
I'm not. I'm not in favor of keep on giving up your draft capital because again, that's why you're giving up your draft capital because you gave up your draft capital the year before. Because come next year, when we're in the fourth round and we don't have a fourth round, we're looking like, oh man, we got to go trade up the following year's draft capital to move up. Yeah, at some point we got to stop.
But we're in a position. But I'm with you on stopping the first, second, third rounders. That's where the problem came from when you're trading all those away. But right now we had clear needs at defensive end to have to be filled, and we still don't have a defensive tackle. So if someone just mentioned Gabe Hall, Raging Oracle just mentioned Gabe Hall. Gabe Hall is a great prospect. If they see him as a fourth round talent and he's sitting there in the next round and we give up a fifth rounder next year or a sixth rounder to get him, that's phenomenal. I mean, it's just all on the positional value and what we need now. And this team needs to fill a couple of those slots still.
Well, that's why I had a problem with us only having 4 draft picks in the first place. That's what I'm saying. That's because we keep repeating the same cycle.
But we had 10 next year, and now we only have 9. So we're still good. I mean, we're good.
But we started off before Poles went on a spending spree. We had how many draft picks? 8 or 9 then?
This year.
Yeah, this year.
But look what we got. We got Keenan Allen out of it. We got Montez Sweat out of it. We got Ryan Bates out of it. And now we got Austin Booker out of it for next year. I mean,
but the point I'm making is you're still robbing Peter to pay Paul. You're constantly kicking that the can down the road where you're losing future capital.
But we've acquired future capital too, so you have to use it. It's not just about it's what you do with it. And so we've acquired some too. We've got 10 picks next year, as long as Ian Cunningham is hired away. So we've got picks to spend with.
DJ, as the old saying goes, it takes money to make money.
Yeah, but
you gotta spend money to make money. That's right.
Yep.
But you're still losing. You're losing. That's the whole point. You're losing.
No, you're just spending it early.
No, you're not spending it early. You're losing it because you're losing 2 draft picks as opposed to 1. Because you're gaining 1 draft pick, but you're losing 2. So you're losing in the long run.
It's what you get out of it, though.
But you're also getting a player.
You're getting
a player right now with the draft pick you're getting right now.
But every year you're going to need a player. Every year you're going to be in the same boat.
I could not be any happier than what we just did. We just traded away our 4th and 5th rounders for Ryan Bates and Austin Booker. And I had Austin Booker as a 3rd round prospect who could fall into the 4th, but he fell into the 5th. I couldn't be any happier about it.
You're never guaranteed what your picks are going to be. They traded a 2nd round pick for a star player. That's now you're guaranteed you got a star in the 2nd round. So then
table this conversation next year.
You're trading away a 5th round pick for
not want to bring up 2nd round picks that were traded for Chase Claypool.
Yeah,
just saying.
And that's part of where PJ's draft capital PTSD is coming
just
from.
Just a contrarian, yup.
Feeding. We gave up a 7th for Harry, who's no longer here. We gave up a 6 for Feeney, who's no longer here. So we spending this draft capital on players who's not even here by the time the draft comes around that we would have selected them. So again,
are you never a proponent of using a draft pick to trade anything but
yes,
down?
when we get to a position where we're actually a perennial Super Bowl contender, then we can do it. We're still building a team.
We're at the point that our team is getting rounded out.
But we only had 2 defensive ends on this team. We only had 2. Dominic Robinson should not be on the team. Jacob Martin he's trying to fight for his life. He's He's a defensive end 5 practice squad type of guy. We had to have a defensive end. This is sexy to me. This makes me all sorts of excited.
I was all for Yannick, but you turned me off to him with what you said, Adam.
But did we not
He's
spend
like
a 5th rounder on Dominique, and then here it is 2 years later, you want to give up on Dominique?
Well, I never wanted Dominique, but that was the 2022 draft where we
project.
traded down 17,000 times to get 15
Well, that's what I'm saying.
picks.
I mean, so how are we going to? I mean, because it is a gamble. It is the draft is truly a gamble. So the point I'm making is, so we spend a 5th on Dominique. 2 years later, people want to give up on it. We're spending a 5th, well, actually a 4th on this Booker guy. 2 years later, people ain't not even want him. So we're giving up this draft capital and keep on giving up this draft capital, kicking the can down the road, giving up our future assets, as opposed to let the draft come to you. Stop spending.
You're talking about 5th, 6th, 7th rounders, and that's exactly what Dominique Robinson was, a reach, because we had to fill the roster at that time. And he was a late 5th. And this, to me, is a 3rd rounder. We'll say 4th to be fair, because I think I valued Booker higher than most people did. But he's a 4th rounder. We just snagged in the 5th round. So this is more than just, hey, we're taking a flyer. This is a guy that has high potential. This is definitely a higher potential pick than Dominique Robinson.
Adam, are you familiar with the Beast at all?
Mr. Beast?
No, the Beast.
Who's the Beast?
It's from the Beast is a document that the Athletic publishes.
The big long one. Yeah, the huge article.
Essentially, just to validate what you're saying, his job to go over this type of stuff, he's got a grade as a 78th overall prospect that the Bears just got at the 144th spot.
Yeah, I haven't even looked at the Beast this year. My buddy had the Athletic, and he was going to send it to me, but I haven't looked. But yeah, I go through these prospects, and I promise you, I'm the happiest Bears fan in the world right now. This you could have potentially. Now I'm getting crazy here, but you could have potentially traded a 3rd rounder next year and gotten Austin Booker, and I would still be happy.
Look at the production here. So in 12 games played, he had 56 tackles, 12 tackles for loss, and 8 sacks.
And there's your knock on him. He barely played last year, and he came in as a backup this year that took over the starter role as the year went on. He doesn't have a ton of experience. They have him graded above Braylon Trice.
Correct. Yeah. So it's saying overall, Booker is lacking in body mass and overall experience with just 508 college career snaps, but he is an ascending player with the ability to maximize his athletic traits, his body length force with proper biomechanics, with his tools and instincts. He projects as a rotational player in year 1 with potential to become an impact starter. That sounds like a square peg for a square hole. Perfect fit.
I'm beyond thrilled, guys. There's a reason I'm going.
Oh wait, you didn't have the energy at this point, so this is something in itself right there.
Here, I totally get where you're coming from, especially when Poles said next year is a deeper draft class. I get it. But with what we needed at defensive end this year, that's how I justify it. I absolutely am thrilled with this pick, 100%.
All right, well, get up and dance
20
with me
pounds.
I'm done. There you go.
5 seconds in the spotlight.
Not for dancing. I'm not a good dancer. I'm not a good dancer.
Well, what about for spaghetti?
I'm actually thinking about doing fish and spaghetti. I'm actually thinking about doing fish and spaghetti.
Yeah, fish and spaghetti right here for you, DJ. The fish and spaghetti looks about done.
That looks damn good.
Broncos.
Spaghetti, motherfucker, spaghetti.
Peach, what's your grade on this?
On what?
On the fish and spaghetti.
Oh, it's looking good, man. I mean, yeah, I'm liking it.
I'm not gonna lie, it looks great, but I still don't agree that it belongs together.
I agree. So are you
going to
dip
breading on that?
Are you going to dip
Don't
that?
let it touch the red sauce. Don't let it touch the red sauce. Keep it on a separate plate.
Yeah, I wouldn't let it touch the red sauce either.
Eric Christensen.
It can touch some red sauce.
We got Booker, baby. We got Booker.
He's calling his buddies.
You're going to have to rewind this thing and see our reactions because I had just about passed out.
Eric, a fun tidbit with that pick. The pick that was used to select Booker was the same pick that the Bears gave up to obtain Ryan Bates originally from the Bills. So, yeah, Poles masterclass understatement, it seems.
So Spencer Rattler transferred to South Carolina.
Yeah,
he
After
lost his
Caleb
job.
Williams beat him out.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Took his job from
And
him.
now he's with New Orleans.
Oh, I don't know. I guess that fit could work. In my mind, I had Rattler going to the Rams. It just made too much sense to me. I don't know. I felt like a McVay project.
I can
Well,
tell
they
you
just
right
took him
now,
at 150.
the crunchiness of the fishies, of the nuggets, nice and golden, crispy on the outside, very flavorful with the fish rump that it was in, and then the inside, the interior is still very light and flaky, like the interior of a fish carcass should be.
That looks delicious. Do you dip that in the sauce?
No.
Well, what we did though, we prepared earlier some tartar sauce with some dill, some mayonnaise, and some other ingredients like relish, and it will be delicious with the fish. And then also, while we are talking about the side dishes, we made some roasted garlic butter with the roasted garlic, and then we introduce it to the butter, and we're gonna have that over the French bread or Italian bread if you prefer, and we're gonna toast that lightly once it's all done.
Excellent. PJ, I thought that you said that you like sop up the gravy, the red sauce with the fish. Do you use tartar sauce? I think he froze. Oh no.
He's still having a draft pick PTSD over there.
I love how you're just sitting here like, man, we stuck Austin Booker.
So,
we know that the fishies are done once they start floating around, and all of the little bubbles are pretty much gone, and so you don't have to stick a thermometer in to see the doneness.
You're making me want fried cat. I'm gonna go out for fried catfish tonight.
Man,
Peter,
that sounds real good.
Do you use tartar sauce when you make this?
Me?
For your fish.
No, I don't use tartar sauce.
I thought you said that you sop it up in the spaghetti sauce.
No. I said I sprinkle some hot sauce on the catfish.
Oh, okay.
See, that makes a lot more sense, but I wouldn't want to eat them at the same time.
Yeah, I'd be just eating that spaghetti with. I throw some meatballs in there with it.
So the chef,
Yeah,
you've got kielbasa in. Chef, you've got the kielbasa in the spaghetti.
Andouille.
Yes, I do.
And
the andouille sausages.
I apologize.
The andouille is in there with the ground beef.
I've never heard of that, but that sounds good.
What was
Well,
that
you have now, sir, and now you know how to make it because you have got the exclusive from the kitchen of Shea Trips, as we are exclusively for the Sports Chicago Style.coms and the Sports Chicago Style on the Twitter, on the Instagram, on the Facebook, and the YouTube channels.
You gotta check him out, man.
That is not a mid-size steal. That is a freaking home run. That is a.
Adam, did you peep the private chat, Adam?
I did, and I'm looking at it now. That's kind of why I was distracted.
Very good. Very good.
Thank you.
And we keep introducing the rest of our fishies as they are all completed.
That looks delicious. Chef.
That rack looks super convenient as well. I know I'm talking about racks on the stream, but very, very useful.
What better place to talk about them?
What's worse is PJ didn't get it. He's that annoyed right now.
Yeah, I feel like PJ.
I actually did
poison my mind.
That's why, but
last night.
I said it, so I didn't want to say that. I mean,
oh, that's awesome, dude. The beast. Wow.
Yeah, it's really cool.
That's the crown jewel of the draft world, in my opinion. If you have to pay to acquire this, and they always have a nice sale on The Athletic. I'm not sponsored, anything like that. Totally worth it for this document alone.
Yeah, I always subscribe to PFF, so I justify in my head that I don't take The Athletic because of that. But this is worth it.
Yeah, for sure.
And everyone talks about this, but I do my own thing, and I like this.
Yeah,
Might I ask you, Draftniks, a personal question?
Sure.
After you do all of the research and watch the film and the footage of these young men and these athletes and these prospects, you have your favorites, you have your list, but you're not the actual GMs, you don't have the information. How do you how do you justify to pay the expense to do that stuff when you don't make the picks, and then when the picks go the wrong place, you're upset, and then you're mad?
So you can talk about it on a YouTube channel.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, guys, they had Dallas Turner 1, Jared Verse 2, Latu 3. I didn't agree. Latu was my number 1, and he ended up going number 1. So all the vindication to me for all of you guys who were talking smack on me for saying Latu shouldn't be the first defensive end. Screw you guys. Sorry. But then Chop Robinson 4, Marshawn Nealon 5, Darius Robinson 6, Adiza Isaac 7, Chris Braswell 8. They had Austin Booker number 9. I feel
I'm there with you on Latu. I liked Latu a lot. I was worried about his neck though.
Austin Booker's only 21 years old.
Yeah, Adam, when you're saying that you had Latu as your first pass rusher, whatever you want to call it, on the board, are you factoring in the risk of the medicals, or are you kind of eliminating that?
No, I factored it in. He played the last 2 years with no injuries. He nobody seemed to be concerned about it except Twitter world.
So not only do you think that he's just flat better, or better with the injury history than Dallas Turner, he's just flat better.
I think he's flat out the only guy this draft year, and I know some people disagree with this, that can be compared to your potential blue chip guy for defensive end this year. There's several guys next year, but this year, Latu is the only guy that I think has the potential to become like a Max Crosby. I think some of those guys can hit lower level starting defensive ends, but he has this chance to be a star to me. And that's worth taking that risk on, even if you only get 5 years with that injury history.
It's a premium position, right? So I guess it does make sense. The only thing I've been on the record of saying is that I felt strongly that there was not a defensive player worth taking in the top 10.
Yeah,
so
and he was the only one to me that was, but I still wanted us to trade back from 9 to like 13, get a second rounder out of it. And take
I think the Bears would have traded back any day of the week if those 3 receivers were gone.
Or if Rome
did not happen.
They wanted Rome specifically. And if you watched, where was the interview with Ryan Poles was talking about it on a side interview, not on the official press conference, but they said how many people were trying to trade up, and he said a lot of them. And they said how many, and he said something like at least
the interview on the right after the first day ended. Yes, there were phone calls. He said correct.
Well, and
I think they would have taken
Neighbors.
I think they would have taken Neighbors at 9. I guess maybe you start to see, I wouldn't call him character concerns, but maybe he's not the same exact perfect fit as Rome. But I still think it boiled down to if those receivers, any of them were there, they were not trading out of 9.
Maybe. I really think they loved Rome. They keyed in on Rome.
I hope they did, and I hope it works out because right now it feels great.
Was he a top 30 visit?
Yeah, Rome was a top. All 3 of the main 3 wide receivers were top 30 visits.
Okay.
But Pole's interview after the at the podium after the first round was that he said that he was he joked that Ian Cunningham had to practically talk him out of trading up to get Rome.
He had to hold me back.
That was his guy the whole time. He wanted Caleb and Rome.
I gotta grab a banana or something. I'm starving. This is making me seeing that food. It's making me. I'll be back. I'll be right back.
Sure.
Okay.
No worries. Here we can pull Adam, I guess, for a second, and then let's really focus in here. Can we get the
right
live
now,
back?
We have our bread in the toaster oven being toasted on the top with the roasted garlic butter. And we have our spaghettis in the pot. And we will have a nice plateful. And hopefully PJs will feel better.
I don't think PJ's even paying attention anymore. He's just so upset.
Oh, I'm paying attention.
PJs, take a look at this real fast. Take a look and tell me what you think about this, young man. Is that beautiful? Tell me that's not beautiful.
That's nice.
Tell me that is not beautiful.
That breading is killer.
Yeah, dude.
Wait, listen, see if you can hear the crunchy.
Oh, yeah.
I heard it.
Uh-huh. Oh, that's, man.
Yeah.
Oh,
and then for those that partake in the chat, if there are any people that do so, here's a little something for you with a little tartar sauce.
Talking about Odunze, I thought it was really telling that, and this is why Poles was like, I got to be held back, said that they did mock after mock after mock, and Odunze fell to them about half the time.
Yep, 50%.
Yep, and we needed Atlanta to go irrational in order for him to drop down to us, I think.
Well, the
they
picks
didn't go
before that too,
irrational.
with who took the other quarterback? Can't even think right now. But
So I made a quick comment about the names of the former NFL players, and I was thinking today, at least, that maybe the Eagles end up with the son of Trotter, and that's what just happened.
Jeremiah
he goes to the Eagles.
Nice.
Yep.
I would like to know, chat. Everyone in chat, let us know what you think of them trading back up into the 5th round to come back into the draft, using a 4th next year, when they could potentially have 2 additional 4s if the Mooney compensation pick works out and Justin plays more than 51% of the snap. But currently we don't have any 4s now. I want to know what you guys think in chat. Is that a good move to get Austin Booker? Let's try to help PJ out here.
Let me help PJ a little bit as well.
It ain't gonna work. It ain't gonna help.
We love you, PJ.
I know you guys do. I love you guys too, but
to be fair, I completely understand your take on it, especially since Ryan Poles has already said next year is a more draft heavy class. I get the take on it, but we're so desperate for defensive end. I freaking love this one.
And we had the late round picks.
I get what you're saying, but see, I'm looking at it from the lens of sitting here next year in the 4th round, and we're going to see a player on the board that we really love for whatever reason. We're going to really love this guy, but we ain't going to be able to get him because we don't have a 4th. Then we got to reach into the next year, 3rd round to try to get him.
We might have a 4th if Justin Fields plays 51% of snaps.
What's up, man? It's Torrey Taylor here. Really excited to be a Bear, and really just can't wait to get to work. Little loss of words at the moment still, and hasn't really sunk in, but really just appreciate all the coaches, and I know a lot of things go into this. So, yeah, like I said, really excited to be a Bear, and can't wait to get to work and move over to the city of Chicago, which isn't too far away. But again, really appreciate everyone's support, and go Bears.
Wow. Yeah, EJ, to your sentiment, we might miss out on a 4th round pick that could turn out to be a blue chip punter. I totally agree with you.
This better be our punter for the next 20 years.
You better make some damn tackles too. you look at that guy. He wants to hit somebody.
If he's Aussie, he's had to have played rugby or something as a child at the very least. So I hope.
All I know is he's got a leg and he can place it. I was high on him. I just wasn't 4th round high on him. But I love. He picks them 70 yards. He places them consistently within the 10-yard line. He's really good at kicking them right out of bounds.
So the end result is totally fine with the player that the Bears traded back up for. If they were switched, you'd probably feel the exact same.
I would have been screaming the whole time if both of them happened in reverse order.
Little bit more stress there for you, but that's okay.
Yeah, they were just trying to keep me on my toes.
But this actually feels good because if you think about it, the last Bulls championship team had an Aussie on it. Luke Longley.
Oi.
Yeah. It feels like we're building something
sustainable,
similar. Yeah.
Yep.
Boy, I'm happy.
That's always so fun, those little storylines. I know I already mentioned it, but Trotter going to the Eagles. I think that stuff is so cool.
Yeah.
So where are we at here?
156 now.
Same thing with Joey Porter last year going to the Pittsburgh.
Yes, PJ, absolutely love that. I just think that stuff is so cool.
Brendan Rice is still there. Wow.
Yeah, that's crazy, isn't it?
UDFA.
Well, he goes to the San Francisco 49ers.
You would think so.
That would make just too much damn sense.
That would be a cool storyline.
That would be.
He did pick up a receiver.
And what about Gore? Gore is in this draft, correct? The son?
Gore Jr. Frank Gore
Yeah, but he
Jr.
could go to 10 different teams and still be there for his dad.
For real.
He's a 49er, 49er though.
Thrash just went ahead of Rice. So, yeah. Of course, Thrash was ranked ahead of Rice.
They picked up a running back from Louisville. 49ers did earlier.
Yep.
I gotta look at some of the chats. I fell behind. I was getting too heated up there.
The Niners don't even pick again in this round.
Are there any questions and/or comments for the cooking and from the chat that I need to be aware of?
Can you send some through the screen? That's the only question I got because you literally are making me hungry.
That me too.
You're missing out. Your time to shine. You got to bottle some of those cents up, man.
I just got my new transporter pad. I mean, you get the transporter pad peripheral for your computer, and you can just send these things right through.
There you go.
Is that an electric pan? Yeah.
Chef Raging Oracle wants to know what's in that pan.
No,
it's a chopstick.
No, the pan that you're cooking in, is that an electric pan?
Yes, it's a New Wave oven, and it's set to 350 degrees.
So you just plug it in and set it. That's nice.
I'm waiting to see the final presentation.
One moment, sir, please. One moment, sir. The order's coming up soon. Please be patient. And remember to tip your staff and waitresses.
The fucking Packers picked back-to-back at 30, at 160.
They take another safety?
169.
What if they go safety?
That would be crazy.
Just so they can have all the good matchups against the Bears.
About time for them to draft a developmental quarterback.
I want all the safeties.
The Packers already need a contingency plan for.
I watched the Packers take Spencer Rattler.
Already gone. He went at 150 to the.
To the Saints. That's right.
Muhammad Kamara just went to the Chiefs.
Oh, cool.
That sounds like another home run pick for that defense.
I did see a great tweet that announced, fake, that announced that Atlanta was drafting Spencer Rattler because they needed to start preparing for the end of the Penix era.
So
they got to think about that, right?
Yeah.
They didn't take him yet, Muhammad Kamara. I think they're showing best player available. They're showing highlights of him now.
Okay.
Wait,
so who do you like more, Adam? Kamara?
Kamara's going to the Dolphins, boys.
I think Kamara is more NFL ready right now, but I think Booker's a better long-term prospect.
Yeah.
It's the small school stuff with Kamara that you're just not positive about.
What did you say earlier, DVD, about Rattler?
I was saying that I saw a tweet that said that the Falcons were drafting Rattler so that they could start preparing for the end of the Penix era.
That is a very low blow, Mr. DVD.
I still cannot believe they took Penix.
Johnny Wilson is still not off the boards. That's crazy. I was not hot on him at all. I said he had horrible hands issues. He was dropping too much, but Johnny Wilson's still available.
Yeah. Well, Brendan Rice still there too, though.
Yeah. But I think Johnny Wilson is a higher prospect than Rice.
Really?
The Chiefs are going to take Brendan Rice. Watch.
Probably.
Maybe the Ryan Poles will take the Brendan Rice to make the Caleb Williams happy to throw to a former teammate as well.
He'd have to trade up. He'd have to trade into this spot right now because I'm guaranteeing the Chiefs are taking him.
Malik and
Wait, what?
I'm just saying, if he traded one more again, oh my goodness.
We still have needs, PJ. We still have needs, and we still have 9 picks next year.
Yeah, we still have needs, and we're going to have needs next year too.
And some of these guys are looking like they might make it into undrafted free agent range with the wide receivers we brought in. Joshua Cephas, who's a freaking amazing prospect. Jaquan Jackson from Tulane. And then the one I really like as an X receiver, we don't need anymore, is Hendon Hooker. He's probably going to make it out of Idaho. Like some of these guys are going to fall. There's going to be some good prospects for people to take with undrafted free agent wide receivers.
I would bet we have an undrafted free agent running back or two in the mix there too.
Yeah, there's always one or two of them. We don't tend to get the undrafted free agent running backs though that come to us.
Wait, what
we always have linemen and linebackers for sure, and wide receiver every once in a while. We never get the wide receivers, and that's what he was talking about yesterday. Ryan Poles was talking about how as the culture changes and as the team gets a better perceived value, it's easier to get people to come to you. The same applies to undrafted free agents. They're going to want to come to us if they see us as being competitive. and especially some of these edges and some of these wide receivers who want to learn from some of these stud wide receivers. They want to learn under Keenan Allen and DJ Moore.
Great shout.
They're gonna want to come to us now when we would never get wide receivers coming to us before because there was no advantage to them coming here. They know they're going to be practice squad guys. They want to come and learn from some of the studs. We're going to start getting some of those guys.
And if all works out like we all are thinking it will, the quarterback too.
Yeah.
You think
Does anybody think
DFA?
I'm sorry.
Cornelius Johnson, what are we saying? These RAS scores are really jumping out.
I don't know a ton about him. I really don't. I haven't studied him a lot.
He only got 3 pass attempts per game with how Michigan ran their offense. Literally ran their offense. But
the shuttle
kind of similar.
Didn't he already get drafted?
Did he?
The shuttle and the 3-cone would worry me because that means he's going to have a hard time running routes. That bottom one, the agility grade is where you get your solid route runners from. So that 4.37 shuttle, that's why Rome was so upset at the combine. He wanted to prove. He wanted to prove that was his only weakness, and it was still a good grade. Like it was way up there. His overall RAS was like almost 10.
Do you have his RAS?
I can try and find that for you.
I've got a whole thing on him right here.
It was really high. It was ironically Theo Johnson was just either above or below him, but yes,
you can pull this whole thing up on Rome Odunze that I had.
Go for it.
You can't pull it in. There you go. No, that's the wrong one.
It's this one.
That's what she
Go to the
said.
next slide. Yeah, right there's his RAS. So when we drafted him, I pulled this up.
Yeah, so the 3-cone, again, like you said, that looks fine. But everything else, holy smokes.
Yeah.
39 is close enough to 40 for me on his vertical.
9.92 overall RAS. It's ridiculous.
I wish they had a running jump. So if that they added like to the vertical. Have a vertical and have like a
Well, the reason they do that with the vert is because when you're high pointing, when you're turning to get the ball, it usually is it's not a run and leap like Michael Jordan style. It's run, plant, jump, and high point it, and that's what your vertical is.
True.
Cool. I still am giggling about Odunze.
Yeah.
I mean, shuttle 964 3-cone.
Well, someone said the Chiefs just took Hunter Norzad. That's someone I would have been happy with.
Shoot. See, I'm thinking about, are we going to be seeing any reasonable developmental centers that might fall down through into UDFA?
Oh yeah, I did a whole video on that the other day. There's like 5 of them with 9.5 RAS scores or higher. Like there's a bunch of UDFA caliber centers there. The South Carolina one, the North NC State one, and they're not small schools. They don't have a ton of production.
Ooh.
And
okay, so now we're into the name territory because you're talking about the guy from South Carolina, Nick Gargulio.
Yeah.
So I love so this is where we start finding the players that have cool names for me.
Well,
because I love cool named players. Nick
Gargulio would be a great center.
Is it Gargulio or
the NC State kid is a McMahon as well?
Is it Gargiulo?
I got a whole thing with him on there if I can find it. Guys.
Probably Gargiulo.
Gargiulo. Nick Gargiulo. Hell yeah! Look at the picture. Look at his picture. He's got a mustache and everything.
Yeah, he's a dude.
Rome Odunze, that's the name right there for you.
I don't know if I want a 6'5" center.
Odunze.
But he'd just be a guard then.
And finding Michigan men at center as well, Drake Nugent. All those Michigan guys are going to be good NFL pros.
Yeah, I like Drake. I brought him up before too. I like Drake Nugent as well.
All the Michigan men, their offensive line specifically. Don't sleep on.
I like Drake Nugent's size for a center. That's nice. 6'2", 298.
I'm going to pause.
The beast have him.
Okay.
Trying to find the PowerPoint I put together from that video.
What'd you say, Peach?
I'm going to pause on I like Drake Nugent's size.
Good job, PJ.
Yeah.
I'm
back, y'all.
PJ's coming back, guys. He's coming back.
I'm just saying. I mean, y'all think I'm not paying attention. I'm actually paying attention to you. I'm just looking at the NFL Network, but I'm paying attention.
Here we go.
Andrew Rame, Oklahoma.
Oops. Is that from me? I didn't mean to do that. You can take
That was
this
me.
one
My
off there.
fault. My fault. What do you need, Adam?
Nothing. I'm trying to find. It was. I do a pod every. So I don't do a ton of long, but I do a pod every Tuesday morning called Real Talk Tuesday, and it's like 45 minutes long. And I did it this last week on. This might be it here. Let's see. I don't know. You guys might be getting something that we don't. Scroll through here. Let's just scroll through real quick. See if we. Yeah, so here's the centers, the top 3 centers. We're not going to spend time on that, but here's some of these UDFA guys. Dylan McMahon out of NC State, RAS of 9.81. I mean, there's a lot going on here. I know. I explained it in my video. We don't need to take all that time, but he's a good prospect for a UDFA. Okay. This is a guard, but this is Caleb's guard, 9.92 RAS score, interior offensive lineman. They talked about how he could transition to center. He's a little tall, 6'4", but really, I mean, he's versatile. So there's a good option at center for UDFA. CJ Hansen, small school, Holy Cross, 9.84 RAS score. He didn't allow any pressures. When you look at his pressures this last year, 8 out of 308 or 321 opportunities, 26 overall pressures allowed with only 1 sack in 1,000 snaps over his career.
And that's what I want. Go back real quick. I love this next guy, but that's what I want. That's exactly what I want one of my offensive linemen's faces to look like.
just happy to be there.
What? It just reminds me of like a.
He looks happy.
He reminds me of like our '80s one of our '80s offensive linemen, just a rugged, tough but fun, happy guy that would be great with the media.
Hi, I'm going to put you into the ground now.
Garuglio, 9.47 RAS score, but you look at he's solid weight and his wingspan. If you look there, at wingspan of 81.28.
He looked like he could be brothers with that guy we had that we traded at a draft pick for, the Feeney guy.
Oh,
yeah.
Danny.
Yeah, it looks like he reports only directly to Tony Soprano as well. I mean,
Yeah,
this looks like a man's man. I'm fine with this.
I want this guy right here.
Yeah, but he did allow more pressures. You look at the pressures, 26 this year, so he allowed more pressures than the other ones.
I'm not going to let you past me. You're not going to get past me.
Right, yeah. So and then Jacob Monk from Duke. 9.74. So there's some solid options here as we get to undrafted free agents for center. But I'm still all in on the Connor Williams train.
That previous guy's not. The previous guy is Gargiulo. He's going to be a guard.
Could be.
He's too tall.
So Gargiulo, the guard.
He's 6'5", 318 pounds.
Gargiulo.
Gargiulo.
He sounds like a nice Italian young man.
Is the guard from Miami? Is he gone? The what's his name?
Javon.
Yes.
I know what you're talking about. I don't think he's gone yet.
No, I like him. I think I like him.
God, I hope Gargiulo falls out of the draft and we pick him up as a UDFA.
I think Gargiulo for sure. Javon Cohen.
See this?
Oh, that looks nice, Chef.
Is it plated?
Yeah.
There we go.
If you can tell, the green peppers and the onions and the mushrooms are all up in there and combined nicely.
All up
you
in
have
there.
the fish, and it's nice and crunchy on the outside, soft and fluffy on the inside, and then the roasted garlic butter toast. So this is a nice Italian, but soul food spaghetti with the fish.
That's nice.
That looks delicious. Not touching each other, but
yeah, just need another plate, chef. 2 plates and you're golden.
Just like that, man. Just like that.
That is fish and spaghetti, motherfucker.
Yeah, that's nice right there.
There you go.
There you go. The hot sauce.
Spaghetti, motherfucker, spaghetti.
And so now this is the official soul food spaghetti with the fried catfish nuggets with a little homemade tartar sauce and the hot sauce.
Delicious, delicious, chef.
Oh, man. No.
Go sit down and eat that so we don't have to watch your ugly mug eat that thing.
Uno momento, por favor, as I raise up my camera so you can see the greatness in the person.
He even got the hat. Oh man, that's what's up.
Oh, we
As all good chefs should. So thank you very much for joining us from the kitchens of Shea Trips. I am your Chef Trips. We hope you have enjoyed our recipes. And remember to go to our channel of sportschicago.style.com and all of the other places. And sometimes I will do other recipes that show you healthier things and other ways to prepare the foods with the ingredients that you have. And it will be beautiful, just like the spaghetti and the catfish nuggets with the garlic toast bread.
And look, it's Cliff Victoria approved.
Yeah, Chef. Cliff is saying that he'd eat that. No Diddy.
Pause.
You're making me hungry.
Beautiful.
Thank you, Chef. Thank you for sharing your dish with us today.
Yes, man.
Thank you very much for having me on this Bears Day of the draft, and we welcome our new players because the power of polls compels us, and we will have a great season, and we will take it from there, and I look forward to seeing everybody from the BCP in the future.
Thank you, Chef. Thank you.
Thank you, Chef Trips.
Happy draft day, buddy.
Happy draft day. Appreciate your trips.
That was awesome. Thank you, man. That was cool. That was a little surprise that we arranged.
I appreciate that, man. Thank you.
That was fun. Now I'm hungry though.
Yeah.
For real.
Yeah, no shit.
I have a steak that I'm going to be making here in about 2-3 hours whenever we're done. So just don't make me have to stop. So I have to go make my steak. Okay.
Yeah, I'm going. I think I'm gonna go. You guys have a Miller's Ale House anywhere around you guys? It's like it's blowing up as a chain. Like there's one in Florida that they just built, so we tried it out. Oh my god, it is so good. And then we came home and there's back to Atlanta and there's one in town now. They put it up in 4 months while we were gone.
Around here, the only liquor store that's dominating, unfortunately, is Benny's.
No, it's Miller's Ale House. It's a restaurant.
Oh, I apologize.
And they have
I haven't heard of this.
I think they have a wall of beer, but their food is oh my god, it's so good. That's where I think I'm going tonight.
Gotta celebrate.
Awesome draft.
Yeah, they got a blue chip punter. You gotta celebrate.
That's right.
You have to.
Okay, Green Bay's.
Eric Christensen says St. Charles has one, and Delray Beach, Florida has one too.
There's one in Vegas.
Eric also was asking what was the over/under on draft picks for polls, and questioned if it was 6.5.
Yeah, I actually thought it was gonna have more than
I'm not a betting man myself.
I did a poll on my community channel.
Yeah.
See what people said they thought we would do.
Green Bay is about to take Brendan Rice. Watch. Fucking watch.
Is that good of a pick? I mean,
yeah, at this position, Brendan Rice is fantastic, and they don't have enough tall receivers.
I just like him, and I don't want to.
They've got a stable of Hall of Famers. I say that jokingly, but their receiving core, such little resources invested, and such great production.
They've got great wide receiver coaches. That's the difference right there in coaching. Both the Texans and the Packers are better than they should be because of their coaches.
Mm-hmm.
Green Bay did just trade up for this, by the way.
Oh.
It's
an
offensive
They no
tackle.
longer have back-to-back picks there.
Oh, okay.
It's the offensive tackle out of Duke, Jacob Monk.
That's the one I just had up.
That's who the Packers just got. And
Oh,
I'm
the
pretty
guy-
sure, did the Packers take a tackle earlier, like their first round pick? I forgot what they did. No, they went secondary, didn't they?
Jacob Monk to me is an overreach, but he's got a high RAS score and he has a lot of potential. So they're reaching for that one a little bit, but that shows the draft boards don't go where you think they are at this point.
Yep.
Yeah, everyone. There's so many little differences. It all trickles. One team will feel like they're getting a steal. Another team will eventually not take that player at all.
The Packers drafting offensive linemen, though, they seem to hit on them a lot.
Just real quick, I can share the screen for what the Packers are doing. So they did go tackle Jordan Morgan at 25. Then they took the linebacker. Then I like the Javon Bullard pick.
Oh yeah,
as well.
that was a steal.
Yeah.
Marshawn Lloyd's a good pick too.
Interesting. Okay, so they get Caleb's USC teammate as well to try and make him feel bad for beating the Packers' ass twice a year. Okay.
Can you find the tweet from Caleb Williams to Tory Taylor? I'd like to see that on the screen, where he said, "We're not going to need you." He was joking, obviously, but. And then right after that, you already showed that he retweeted the congratulations, excited to have him here type of thing.
I really did enjoy the you ain't gonna be punting much.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
That is awesome. Let's see. New Bears punter Tory Taylor said he got this text from Caleb Williams. Hey, you're not gonna punt too much here.
Beautiful, beautiful.
What do you guys think about? What do you think about 18, Adam? Number 18 for Caleb.
It's fine. I wanted 12, but I like that he's being.
So did I. I wanted
Wasn't that
12.
his high school number?
Yeah.
Yeah. I like it.
Why did you want 12?
So he could wear Aaron Rodgers' number and shove it down the Packers' throat 10
Yeah,
times.
I never thought about that. Yeah.
And then also to beat Tom Brady's all-time records. Like, I want him to be wearing the same number to say I'm better than you guys. But
is that why everyone wears 12? All of the good ones?
It's a common number.
Why not?
Historically?
But I wanted him to be wearing 12 when we went into Lambeau and beat their butts 10 times a decade, every single year, year after year. And then I would love to see him bring back the discount double check just while we're there. Not normally, because I don't care for that, but just while we're in Lambeau.
He could legitimately.
I own you.
He could legitimately get hurt, like a glass bottle to the head or something crazy if he did that. They would freak out.
Yeah, they would freak out.
I still think he owes them, and I owe you. Own you.
I own you. Yeah.
I own you.
Wouldn't that be great if they don't beat us for like 10 years?
Oh,
no.
Yeah.
Like what Foster said, we got to get our records back. That's what it would take, essentially, to really.
Absolutely, yeah. Yep.
If this is actually being done right, it's possible.
Yeah, unfortunately, the Packers just aren't going to lie down and
What's
die.
their
They got their quarterback.
Isn't
We'll
there
have to bludgeon them down.
It's 11 years for us, right?
What?
That we haven't beat the Packers.
We beat them.
No shot. Yeah, we beat them like when Danny Trevathan was playing. Very, very somewhat.
Trubisky beat them.
Yeah, but we beat them in 08 or in 18. We beat them in.
Maybe you're referring to when we sweeped them.
11 games. 11 games.
So it's been 5.5 years, is what you're saying?
That's a long time. That's longer than I thought. But jeez.
Yeah, last time I remembered was 18, and that's what I said. That's probably the last time we beat them.
I think so.
This is only partially true, Eric. I mean, the Bears absolutely manhandle them. And 25 years? Yeah, I was going to say they went to the Super Bowl 05, 06. So it's been a while.
I thought Lovey had a good record against them.
He did.
That's hilarious, Jason UK. I don't punt very often, but when I do,
I make it so our offense or our defense is on the field very shortly.
Yeah, I agree with you, Cliff. I do think that the NFC North could be one of the, if not the best divisions. Might boil down to how good McCarthy is for the Vikings, but there's a lot of talent across that division.
Well, McCarthy's walking into a great situation for a rookie too.
Potentially the best possible. Yeah.
Show me some food, Shorty.
Not better than the Bears situation.
Oh, of course not.
Well, now we've got. Let's see. Let me open these up. All right, so this is Well, let's run the little while since we're doing this. Since I made it.
The bear.
I like that.
The bear.
So let's go here.
Feed the beast.
So this is what PJ made.
I'll show mine last.
Oh, mine? Okay.
Nobody else does it?
Oh, I have some other stuff here. Where is it at? There we go.
I'm gonna make Adam really hungry here.
I'm already there. I don't know if we're going to trade back in or pick again, so I might be going pretty soon. I got to put together a Tory Taylor video.
That's perfectly fine. I don't know how
Gotta
much
get my notifications from that one.
Now
right,
you can give it a lot of passion.
So this was DVD's burger the other night. His bacon cheeseburgers he made.
Hey.
Not bad.
Did you hand form those patties?
Oh yes.
Oh yeah. I love the bun too. Toasted. Mhm.
Oh yeah.
What do you guys feel about like Blackstones or just griddles?
Never
Love them. I love them.
I want to get one. I don't know if
It reminded me of my first job.
Yeah,
I worked at a Chicago joint. You know.
I use my Ninja for everything, and I air fry everything.
Yeah, air frying, awesome.
I just use a frying pan.
And then let's
old
see.
school.
So then we've got he made this is what he had the other night. Let's see, DVD. I mean,
yeah. I had the burgers on Friday night, and I had the pizza on last night.
Well, that looks
Detroit style.
Yeah,
yeah.
They call it Detroit style, but I used to run a Pizza Hut. That's a Sicilian pizza.
Okay.
Oh.
Yeah, I got Jets around me, and Jets does fantastic Detroit style pizza. They call it eight corner.
Yeah, they do.
That's like in between thin crust and Detroit style, just not thick enough.
Surprisingly, Little Caesars has a pretty good one too.
Yeah, this is a good. It's a frozen pizza. It's under the brand name Motor City Pizza. And it's actually very good. It's one of the best frozen pizzas out there.
That's Cliff's
burger
the other night.
You guys are killing me. I'm hungry. I'm going to step out. I am literally going to go eat. If we trade back in, I'll come pop back on. But I'm
okay.
I appreciate you guys having me on. I'm gonna say
Adam, man, seriously, thank you so much for hanging out with us yesterday for a bit, and this has been a lot of fun watching.
Thanks for joining us, man. Appreciate it.
And we got Austin Booker and a generational blue chip punter.
In case in case there isn't anybody in here that doesn't know you by now, go ahead and let everyone know where they can find you.
Yeah, just type my name into YouTube, Adam Mason. You'll find me the easiest that way, but it's also Bear Down Sports. So, and I am on Twitter at Adam H Mason if you look that way, but you might want to refrain from Twitter. I'm a little less censored on Twitter. I get a little into it with some people on Twitter. So
that's the content I'm after. So
thanks for having me on, guys.
All right, buddy. Thank you for coming on.
Take it easy, Adam.
Happy draft.
Bear down.
Bear down. Oh, man.
Beautiful.
So what we got next here? Let me close Cliff's.
That was impressive there, Cliff, man. That looked good, man.
That really did.
Grilled onions and spinach on a Wagyu burger.
Spinach on a burger? I don't know. I don't think I've tried that before, but it sounds fine.
All right, so I'm going to give you. I'm not going to give you the exact recipes, but or the exact recipe for the dough. But this is a legitimate Lou Malnati's pizza. I don't think I got a picture of it when it was done, though. Damn it! But I do have some left over. That's what I had the other night, so I could show you a picture of it after this. So the dough is basically it's done by weight. And there's a secret ingredient that goes in the dough that makes it like the Lou Malnati's crust. This is the legitimate 100% recipe, like confirmed by manager of store. So You start with obviously your pan. You need one of these, right? My wife
Butter
likes
it
to,
up.
my wife likes to butter it. I don't. She just likes to
pause. Jeez. My wife likes to butter.
My wife
Gaining
likes
momentum.
pan buttered. Jesus.
That's your. I need to get some audio clips from you guys. My wife likes to butter me up.
Where are we at here? That's 3 minutes 28 seconds.
Huh?
My wife likes to butter it. Okay.
All right.
Good.
My wife likes the pan buttered.
Huh? Any cats around at the time?
No.
I'm sorry. At this point, everything sounds dirty.
Thank you,
Oops,
PJ.
I presented the wrong. Hold on. Wrong order. So then, obviously, so the dough is done with weight. You use a mixer, special ingredient. Then you put that in the pan that has been buttered. You can see how it leaves the fingerprints on the side and stuff, just like the loos, you know. And then from there,
So what did you did you wet the dough at all or something?
no, it's got the ingredients kind of make it so that it's more pliable than like a normal pizza dough.
Okay.
It's more. It's not quite like when I was first trying to do this after we moved. I was trying to figure out the recipe on my own, and I kept putting I put a stick of butter in the dough because I thought that's what they did, and it was more like clay. It was pretty good, but instead of using like however much oil they tell you to use, I use like I went all the way up to an entire stick with different trials. And an entire stick of butter in there made it like clay, and you can just mold it right on the sides and stuff. This is a little bit more stretchy, but it still is very, more. It's a lot more moldable than the typical pizza dough. So then, we use like slices of mozzarella. That's the actual recipe, but we didn't have any. All we had was the shredded, so we made it with this. It doesn't really matter. It has to be like a part skim milk or something. There's a certain kind of mozzarella, but it's pretty much the mozzarella you get everywhere.
Have a good day, Squeegee.
See you later, Squeegee.
See you, Squeegee.
Thanks for hanging out with us, man.
Dan, before you continue, could you answer Jason's question real quick for us, please?
Yeah. Did you give your wife's pan a good buttering regularly, Shorty?
Yeah.
Not as much as, getting older, but yeah. So then obviously.
Some days that stick just sort of melts on down, huh?
Yeah. So obviously the cheese goes on the bottom and then the sauce goes on the top. But the sauce is a can of whole tomatoes, like stewed tomatoes that you just hand crush into a bowl.
That's what it is with Lou's specifically.
Yeah.
So you're not doing anything fancy, and there's still like a good amount of like a bite, like a
I forgot to
piece
mention
of it in there.
This is the most important part. I failed to mention here. This is why after you mold into the pan, you ladle on melted butter on top of this. And then
on melted butter, man.
It's like a cup.
Isn't that what I asked you, Shorty?
I forgot all about that. I thought you were talking about like in the.
Because I noticed it looked kind of wet there. That's what I'm saying.
Huh?
Yeah. So she ladles on a cup of butter.
Okay.
And then I don't actually think that's in that picture. She probably left it out, but I gave away the secret. And then after that, you put on your cheese, and then this is just a can of like crushed tomato, or I'm sorry, whole tomatoes that you hand crush and just in a bowl and mix it all together with the whole everything else that was in the can. Put it on there. And then from there, you just put so now you got the cheese on the bottom. You got that. There's no oregano or anything that goes on top after that. It's literally just that tomato sauce. That's why you want to get a good, not sauce, but stewed tomatoes. You want to get a good one like San Marzano or something.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's got a lot of garlic in it.
Now, what's the cooking temps for that? Because doesn't pizza have to be exceptionally high?
Yeah, it's like 420. I think it's 400 degrees.
Now, are you just doing that in the regular oven, or you got anything special?
Regular oven. But then from here, you sprinkle on top Parmigiano Reggiano.
Sure.
And that's it. And then you put it in the oven at like, I think 425 for 40 minutes or something.
So you don't put no meat. You don't put no meat on there.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, we don't make this. Their sausage is way too good to like try to replicate, so I don't have that. But sorry, I apologize. I'm out of order. So after you do the, you put the then you put the butter down, and then you put the cheese down, then you put down your pepperoni, your sausage.
Your meat.
I don't like.
So you slap your meat on the pizza.
Yeah, you slap.
There you go.
You slap your meat on the pizza. And then
you slap your meat on the pizza. I wasn't expecting that one. That was a good one.
Yeah, beat your meat.
Then you put your whole stewed tomatoes. You crush them on top. You throw in some Parmigiano, and you cook it for like, I don't know, 40 minutes. 425. 400. Oh man, there you go. That's your Lou Malnati's pizza. I gotta go get it. I'll go take a picture of it, so I can show you the finished version.
Yeah, that's just. Did you slap your meat on the pizza? Hey, honey,
don't knock it until you try it. Don't knock it until you try it.
What?
He said, "What?"
Oh wait, it's just. Hey, honey, I ain't got nothing better to do. Let me slap that meat on this pizza.
Yikes.
Hold on, I think she's taking me a picture.
All right. Well, while Dan is stepping away, I can have PJ and DVD in the chat guess where this meal is from. This is taken by my girlfriend. She's overseas at this point. Let's see if you guys are smart enough to figure out, or how fast you guys can figure out where this dish is currently at.
Ooh.
I gave you your one and only hint. It's not in America.
I didn't.
That looked like a curry, like India.
Actually, it looks to me also possibly like Polish.
One is closer than the other, I'd say, but no one has gotten it yet. Ooh, and I've got some live feedback from the girlfriend. She's saying that this is probably one of the top 5 dishes she's ever had. She said her jaw dropped. I'm not saying that. Never mind.
Jason UK says Sweden. Cliff Victoria says France.
Jason, what makes you say Sweden? Because you may or may not be correct.
The Netherlands.
What's the question?
We're trying to figure out where this dish was at, and the answer may or may not be on the screen.
Who took this?
This is my girlfriend. It's live. She just had this.
Oh my God.
The Netherlands.
Let me explain.
Swedish meatballs. They're Swedish meatballs.
Yes, exactly. So that blob down towards the bottom of the image on the left, in the bottom left quadrant, those are potatoes, man. Look at how fucking smooth that is.
Oh my God. That looks so good. I love meatballs.
I for one am jealous. I would love myself some. Not saying that, PJ. I'll let you finish that.
You love yourself some balls right now.
No, I don't make Swedish meatballs for dinner.
Right in your mouth there. Yeah.
Yeah.
My wife was all irritated at me that she's like, you got that all out of order. You like I literally offended her that I didn't get the pizza.
She's watching
the pizza. I guess.
Hey, kitty.
that I fucked up the pizza demonstration.
Hey, kitty.
And I didn't download the final picture that she actually did send me.
Oh, Thigh is surprised I'm calling your wife Kitty. He like, what? Like, hey, Kitty. Oh, man, that looks good right there.
Yeah.
That's a finished product, right?
Now, can you get some inconsistencies? Can like the middle not be done because of how thick that is, and the outside would get like close to a burnt, or is that temperature good?
My wife she likes it a little bit crispier, so she made that a little more.
Agreed.
Yeah, but no, it doesn't really. If you cook it at the whatever the.
So, did she sprinkle some sausage on there?
No, that's just the Parmesan Reggiano cheese bubbling on the top.
Oh, okay.
Crisping up.
Yeah. The biggest problem with Chicago deep dish is that if they're in a hurry, you get it and it's the crust is not done in the middle.
Yep. And it's all and the sauce is all runny.
Yeah.
And it like makes it mushy.
Yeah, that's because they're in a hurry and they don't cook it thoroughly.
Yeah.
That looks pretty good though.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah, that looks pretty good.
Yeah, thanks, man. It was delicious.
See, I ran a Pizza Hut for like 5 years, and I don't have any real desire to be making pizzas. I think I got it out of my system.
I bet you do.
I'll tell you something though, and something that they don't really advertise. You get a thick crust pizza from Pizza Hut. They take and they put like 5 big pumps of oil into the pan, and then they put the frozen disc of crust, and then they put that away to thaw and rise. It's called proofing. And but everything is covered with oil. I mean, big amounts of oil. So that's why it's so tasty. It's got oil just seeped into every little pore of the crust and everything else.
What kind of oil?
It's just a vegetable oil.
Okay.
Yeah. But it's an incredible amount if you think about it. 4 pumps. Each pump is like 2 tablespoons. Something like that. It's like a cup of oil in a large pan.
PJ's over here flirting with my wife.
DVD, you're pumping and there's seepage.
Yeah, and everything gets really oiled up, I'll tell you.
See, this feels like the key. So it's 450, which is much hotter than 425, but you've got a rotating it halfway through. That feels like the key. That's the magic right there.
Yeah,
I like that. Cold butter chunks in the dough. Yup, I've heard of this too, Cliff.
Your common pizza place, Pizza Hut, etc., is going to have an oven that's running about 850 degrees, and it takes it about 3 to 4 minutes to go through.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's why those brick oven ones are always so good, because
they're running 1200 degrees.
Yeah. And it's just like, what, 2 minutes or something?
Yeah.
So you probably can't even eat Domino's anymore, right?
I can eat it. I can eat anything. And I still, when I go into a Pizza Hut, if I do, it still smells good.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I didn't get that far.
Oh, I'm sorry. It was a Pizza Hut that you ran.
Yeah.
Oh, I was thinking you said Domino's. Yeah. That's why the pan is so damn oily on the bottom and crispy and flaky.
Yep. That's it. They do it because it makes what is considered a superior product. It tastes good. It gives you a really nice crisp, even underneath. But it's not necessarily as healthy as you might think.
No, it's got to be terrible for you.
Well, healthy and pizza is an oxymoron, right? So you figure it out the best taste. End of the day.
Yep.
So we let's get to PJ's dish here.
Hopefully, you give it in a pretty good order.
All right, here we go.
All right. First,
Spaghetti, motherfucker, spaghetti.
First, what I did was I got some chicken breasts that was marinated in. I'm trying to remember the right recipe that I used here. I used the one that was marinated in the shucks. I forgot already.
Italian dressing?
Nope, it was marinated in presto garlic. That's what it was, garlic. It was marinated in garlic, so I fried some chicken breasts. Then I actually sliced them into slices.
Mm-hmm. Okay. That looks delicious, dude. Look how nicely seared that is.
I'm
And
so
I was seared
picky
in
with
butter.
my chicken.
Yeah.
I always have to do boneless.
That was boneless.
Really?
Yeah, that was boneless.
That was
throw it back up.
These are chicken breasts.
Oh, I see it. I see it. It
Yeah.
looked like not the far left piece, but just to the right of that. It looked like it was a leg.
Right. Yeah, it's boneless. It's chicken breast.
Oh, I could see how you could think the piece like in the middle there, yeah, or a wing or something.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, so the next step, I believe that you gave me was you gave me 4 pictures, right? No, you gave me 5 pictures, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, probably 5 or 6.
Okay. So then up next
with some shrimp. I put some butter in there, and then I sprinkled some smoked paprika, and then some Aleppo pepper with some sea salt. Just a little bit of sea salt on there, and seared it around till it got brown. Detailed shrimps. It was already detailed.
Damn, that looks good. All right. And this is interesting. We got
Then that andouille sausage. It's just a chicken andouille sausage that I use, and I sprinkled some that smoked paprika and the a little bit of the Aleppo pepper on there as well, and I sauteed it in butter.
that looks delicious, man.
Yeah.
All right, and then next is
the sauce.
The sauce. You gotta have the sauce.
Now with the sauce, you had butter on there. Then you put some heavy cream in there. You put some cheese in there, and then you put some spinach in there. And then I sprinkled some black pepper, onion powder, garlic powder, and let it start bubbling up. So you cook it.
That looks fantastic.
Then after you do all that, you incorporate the meat back into the sauce, and you pour it over some noodles.
We are going out to. You're watching the show. I don't have to yell. We're going out to dinner tonight, hon. I should have showed the chicken tikka masala that I made a couple weeks ago.
And this is called what did I say this is called, Shorty?
Chicken carbonara.
There you go, chicken carbonara.
Well done. Well done.
Party at PJ's, yeah.
That's our food segment for this portion of the draft. With really nothing.
And you forgot to show me in my chef outfit, Shorty. I sent that to you today.
Oh. Nice.
Cliff, good point. Got to upgrade your pans. I definitely am a victim of not doing so yet.
Yeah, I just upgraded mine. I went in, bought I'm gonna have to show. I'm gonna have to show you guys a picture of the pans I bought.
Should I be scared of stainless steel or should I take the plunge?
That's me and my. It says the apron says best dad ever.
I believe it. It's awesome, dude. Carl, if you want stainless steel pans, they're really good for just, in my opinion, like deglazing things. So if you want it to burn and stick to it, then you're going to deglaze it with wine or something, even water, whatever.
See, my girlfriend likes wine, but I'm not big into drinking it, and neither is she, like, all the time. So I don't know if that'd be a worthwhile investment. But I don't know. I like how they last a lifetime if you take care of them.
You can get the little bottles, like a little 4-pack.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you're right. Okay, so that's a good shout. It essentially just used as a cooking ingredient.
Yeah. Like we have sherry and stuff in our closet. We've got one of those little bottles still. So, yeah. But other than that, I don't like using stainless steel pans.
Cliff is suggesting the Vikings pan lines. Or Viking, not Vikings.
Viking pan line. Yeah, I heard of that. I'm sure does your son use those? His son's a chef.
Oh, Cliff.
Mm-hmm.
I did not know. Yeah, all this food does look yummy. It's making me want to go to Taco Bell.
I used to love Taco Bell before they destroyed it.
Okay.
Destroyed it how?
They took away the Mexican pizza, and then when they brought it back, it's not the same.
It's really not the same.
They did it for probably that reason alone. They wanted to change something. They didn't want us to notice it right away. And then they took away the Mexi Melt. I loved those because they took away the pico de gallo.
Yeah.
So they can't make that anymore. So anything that had pico de gallo in it is now gone. Like their steak tacos. I love their steak tacos. Their soft shell steak tacos. I think those are gone too.
What's the name of that?
And they're like frying everything now. What the fuck? I don't need French fry. I don't need any kind of fry.
Man, yeah, it was like a heart attack on a stick. It was they called it the naked chicken chalupa, a fried piece of chicken that was serving as a taco shell. Those were incredible. They tasted so good, but I'm positive I loved them. But I'm positive they started to lead to heart-related issues for people more than already they're doing. So
I bet.
Yeah.
So I upgraded my pots and pans and went with Gotham Steel. Shorty, I just sent you the picture.
Mm-hmm.
And then Cliff is saying that a pic was sent to Shorty as well regarding what I believe is a meal that was prepared. But I have no idea.
Oh, no, it's a... Jeez, Cliff.
Adam Mason says, I just cooked up a juice hand press patty burger and I'm diving into it. Yum, my generational punter burger celebration.
This is Cliff's, looks like his second freezer. Looks like it's his freezer, it looks like.
Wow.
Nice.
We're all coming over for dinner, Cliff.
Nice.
You can tell he gets that shit ordered to his house. Look at that.
Man.
No, this is Cliff, and Cliff is literally a chef.
His son's a chef.
His son's a chef, but he loves to cook, and he's a damn good cook.
Very good.
I see ready to eat, I don't know if it's processed foods, whatever it is, underneath all that raw meat. I know it's a freezer, but I think the raw food's supposed to be at the bottom, chef.
See, I think I can find the images of when he made it when we were in Florida and we visited with Cliff. He made us a seafood boil. It was absolutely fantastic. We had a bunch of friends over. Yeah, here we go.
Oh my goodness. It is too cool. Wow.
This is just a seafood boil?
Yeah, look at that.
Psh, I see corn, potatoes as well.
You had celery in there just for flavor.
Yeah, you just dump it all, man.
He had mussels in there. I've never had a mussel I ever liked, and they were absolutely delicious. Everything in there was so. Oh man, look at the sausage too. He had 2 different kinds of sausage. So, oh, man, that was so awesome. He had
Everyone's
crab.
got their buttercup. Oh no.
He had crab, lobster. See the lobsters? He cut them in half. You can see him up over by the silver bowl there. Little dishes, little ramekins for everybody with all different kinds of things, butter and. He was a great host, man. That was a lot of fun, Cliff.
Nice.
Thank you. No, I think I have one more. What's this one? Yeah, see if I can share this.
Muscles.
All right, guys. Here we go. Shorty came down to see me. Arr, mateys, we're doing a feast. We're doing a sea boil. Here's what we have going on today.
That was fun.
Looks like a lot of fun.
Then we smoked stogies after that. No, thank you, Cliff. That was awesome. That was awesome. That was very, very, very awesome of you. Great day. He's not far from us in Florida, so
must be nice.
So what's going on in this draft? Does anybody care anymore? Should we wrap this up?
Where has Blake Corum gone?
Did you get the pictures I sent you, man?
Oh, sorry, buddy. No, they didn't. They hadn't come in, so.
Oh, okay, I got you.
I forgot about it. Let's see.
Oh, pardon me. He went to the Rams yesterday.
Holy shit! Damn, Cliff or PJ.
Dang.
Let's see. Sorry, I gotta send all these to myself. So, what's going on in the draft? Does anybody care?
We're nearly at the end of round 5.
I see the Green Bay took another safety. That guy out of Oregon State. That safety, Catan or Oladapo, something like that. Green Bay
They
Packers.
unironically went another safety as I had suggested.
Yeah.
That's hilarious.
That is.
Well, it's sort of like polls with linebackers a couple of years ago. It was like, well, I know we need all these other things, but I love this linebacker. And a couple of them weren't very good.
Give me a second, PJ. I have to reset my phone. It was doing this before where it wouldn't let me send those pictures.
What's the acronym SAF for?
All that I care about is that Garguglio is left.
Yeah, so the Packers have drafted Javon Bullard at the 26th second round pick. So 58 overall. And then at 111 overall, they went Evan Williams out of Oregon. And 169, they just took Oladapo out of Oregon State. So that's 3 safeties in one draft.
Yeah.
Wow. Where's that?
And that's really high. I think 169 for a guy that you're thinking, maybe he'll compete and get a spot, maybe he won't. That seems like you're awfully early pick for taking your 3rd safety in a draft.
No kidding, man. That's weird. Everyone's terrified of us now.
I'd like to see what those safeties are good at. Are they specifically coverage guys that are good at good matchups against taller receivers and such? Because that would be a direct indicator that they are shaking in their boots.
Green Bay had how many draft picks there?
They must have stockpiled more because a lot of these picks appear to be from trades.
Well, they got quite a few still as a part of the Rodgers trade.
So they're being a playoff team already, not trying to get there, and they still having a lot of draft picks. So they're still building their team.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 picks, and then they have 3 left.
Yeah, that's the definition of a fuck ton.
Yeah, but how many of these guys are going to make the team? There's a bunch of insurance salesmen on here.
Iron
a lot, right?
Iron sharpens iron, though.
But are you getting iron in the 6th, 7th round?
I like that safety they just picked up. I think he was a 4th round talent. So yes, you can get some quality players there.
What did Detroit get? Terrion Arnold, Enos Rakeshaw Jr. First two were cornerback.
Yeah.
Giovanni Manu, tackle. Sione Vaki, safety. God damn it.
Am I wrong here? Oh, never mind. Yeah, that's the player that we talked about, I think, Vaki. On NFL.com, he's listed as a running back, which is hilarious.
He actually played running back, then they moved him to safety.
Right. This is the Swiss Army knife of special teams that we talked about. This player is probably going to be that's a good pick for them, it feels like.
Yeah.
So both Green Bay and Detroit are concentrating on their defensive backfield. I think we've got them a little bit scared.
That's what I was going to ask you. Like, how do you really think that the Packers and the Lions and the Vikings front office feels right now? Do you think that they think we're just going to the Bears are going to fuck that up, or do you think that they actually are worried?
I think they hear footsteps. But at the same token, though, you got to remember that the Packers are also looking at last season and looking at how Detroit sort of carved them up with their passing game. So we were fairly effective against Detroit, if not Green Bay, with our defensive backfield. I think that we are seriously worrying people, but we're not the only team in the division that is. I don't think that, however, that the Vikings are making people shake in their boots any more so than they did last year. They've got Jefferson, but yeah.
Yeah, the best receiver in football is in the NFC North. The Vikings drafted Kyrie Jackson, another cornerback, with their 4th round pick as well. So the whole NFC North that isn't the Bears are drafting secondary.
And we have secondary. We have good secondary.
Yeah. They always say like the Eagles are really good at kind of projecting what the NFL does before they do it. They get their players under contract, but the Bears hit a home run with those 2nd round picks a couple years ago with their defensive players, the back end.
Especially when you add Tyreek from last year to Gordon Brisker.
Yeah, I remember some people were kind of questioning it because you had Kyler Gordon and you drafted the safety and you have Jalen Johnson. So why do you need more? Well, to keep up.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I really see us as in so many levels having gotten to the we are now in a competitive situation. We are now going for it more than we are sitting back and saying, no, we're not going to win anything this year. This is a year we're going to win something.
Yeah.
Yeah. We're all so elated. We're so exhausted from this marathon.
Yeah.
Cliff's saying that he thinks that they are worried. New coaches, top QB, top wide receiver, good D.
Yep.
Good D, no Diddy.
Yep. Totally agree, Cliff.
Who's going to flinch, me or PJ?
That's what she said.
Well, you guys, I let me get my phone back on, and then we'll wrap this up.
You good?
PJ has a couple more pictures here. Let's see.
Yeah, I've got my steak out of the refrigerator and sitting out to come more to room temperature before I start to cook it.
Gotta marinate that bad boy.
What kind of steak is it?
It's a New York strip. It's about an inch thick.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
So here, while I'm getting his other pictures ready, PJ
did a whole revamp of my pots and pans.
Hey, there you
Gotham
go.
Steel.
Now I see why you want all those draft picks. You had to spend a lot of resources on all those pans. Imagine if each one of these pans was a draft pick. Now it all's coming together, PJ. It is all coming together.
Hey,
goodness me!
In case one runs out, go to the next one. You know what I'm saying? You got to be prepared.
What's the coating on them?
What is it? It ain't that non-stick because it's like that toxin-free. Gotham Steel, I think it's on that box on the next picture. It's on the box, I think. What's the thing?
See, that feels more useful to me than stainless steel. I don't feel like there'd be a steep learning curve.
Yeah, it's
with having to
copper.
make sure those
It's
are
copper.
Good. Ooh, that feels like it could be very expensive.
Yeah, copper. The non is no because that non-stick. They say that you can get some some of that carcinogens and that non-stick
Microplastics.
Yeah.
Let's see. So then, what is this the?
That's not that expensive.
Oops, that's the wrong picture.
Oh, that ain't it.
What piece cook set was that?
Gotham Steel.
Yeah, but what size count? Like I'm seeing 11.
Oh, I actually bought multiples. I bought the 20 piece and I bought another one. I forgot what that one was, and I bought 2 pans separately. Then I bought these knives too. So,
Well, if I'm looking at GothamSteelStore.com, they're advertising it as it combines non-stick ceramic with super strong titanium.
there you go. There you go. Hammered ceramic nonstick. Yes, there you go.
I mean, it's a lot of money, but you could get a 20-piece set for $200. That feels about as fair as you're going to get in this day and age.
Wow, that's a good price.
Yeah.
Nice, Paige.
I don't know if that's what PJ paid, but GothamSteelStore.com, no ads. Hashtag not an ad.
You had one more too, right?
Yeah, I had one more, and that was a dish I prepared. It was a chicken parmesan. I'm not gonna walk you guys through the steps.
I took a picture of my handiwork, but I don't think that anyone's going to be impressed. I am don't want to say I'm automating my food.
So the Jets
very
picked up
low
Jordan
effort.
Travis. Am I correct or what?
What
contingency plan?
Did the Jets pick up Jordan Travis? I'm asking. That's a question. Because I saw them showing some highlights on NFL Network.
Let me find that out for you.
What's this? Yeah, what's his position?
Quarterback.
Jordan Travis was the quarterback who got injured for Florida State, and essentially because he got injured is why the undefeated Florida State Seminoles did not go to the college football playoffs.
Right.
Yeah, so Jordan Travis went to the Jets. Trevor Keegan, good guard from the Eagles, of course, goes to the Philadelphia Eagles, because why not? Ooh, there's a top candidate here for best name of the draft. Or at least I think that this is a name that at least stands out.
After my picture, Shorty, Adam saying he sent you a pic of his burger on Twitter.
Oops. Sorry, DVD, you there?
Not a problem. I accidentally hit the wrong button and killed the StreamYards thing.
Oh.
That's just me.
Let's see. Round where the Jets, huh? I know nothing about this kid.
Who?
The quarterback you're talking about, right?
Yeah, I'm not going to pretend I know everything about him, but essentially he was good enough to.
Yeah,
his absence aided in a big decision in college football.
He was one I was talking about last night that kind of reminded me of Chris Leak from Florida. It's a pretty decent quarterback.
Yeah,
smaller size, like 6'1", slender build, but I like him. But he got hurt with the knee injury.
The Jets took him?
Yes.
They just got rid of their
I see.
second overall backup quarterback, Zach Wilson, so they needed a body.
Yeah, they do. I don't know if he'd be ready this year or not, though.
You know, Cliff sent me pictures of his knives. I have the
I
same.
I heard nut. I almost heard you say nut.
Get out of
Yeah.
here! Cliff. I have the same knives, dude.
In chat, Adam says he sent you a picture of his burger on Twitter.
Adam Mason, that is.
Yeah, Adam Mason.
Okay. I'll pull up his knives while I get that ready. Nope. Nope.
Vikings took a tackle out of Oklahoma, Walter Roos.
Yeah, I think Adam did a write up on him, or wanted to had him as one of his mocks to us.
I don't know. I feel like Kiran is a really good developmental prospect, just physically very, very gifted.
Yeah, probably about 3 years out though.
He's got to be a better swing tackle than Borum. I mean, it's impossible not to be.
I kind of like Borum. I think Borum's all right. He just got to. He's
Borum
probably
got
more of just a right tackle though.
Borum got overvalued. He kind of he transformed his body. He lost a lot of weight or whatnot and became more NFL ready. People value that, but the production, there was nothing ever special that I saw.
Well, I saw a guy who came into the league, lost a lot of weight, then gained a lot of weight, only to have to lose the weight again. Because
those inconsistencies, you really don't need that.
Well, the coaching staff told him to do that because it's like he lost the weight
because the change of the regime. Okay.
Yeah. Because when he first preparing for the draft, he lost the weight. He got down to 3 teens, I think, and then because of the offensive line coach we had at that time told him to gain weight, so he then got up to like 340 something, and then after 1 year, that coaching staff was out of here. New coaching staff comes in, tells him to lose the weight again. So I can't fault him for that.
What am I looking at here? It's obviously a knife block.
This is just Cliff's knife collection, his kitchen knife collection.
But like, are they still slotted in, and it's just got like a magnet see-through?
It's got to be a magnet.
It's magnet. Oh, okay.
It's probably got a neodymium magnet in there. I have the same silver that one on the far right. We have that exact same one, and I have another one of the same brand that's like a bigger, more like a chopper.
Is it super light or something? Because it's, what is that, perforated? They handle
Japanese steel, I think.
So that stuff is super sharp, super strong.
Yeah, I love them.
Super deadly.
Yeah.
And then knives, best knives ever.
If Foster was here, he'd say that's his toolbox after he learned from Mr. Dahmer.
And I've got this. So this was Adam Mason's burger that he made when he hopped off. Nice.
And he crafted that pretty fast.
Yeah, he did.
Bacon.
Way to slap that together, buddy.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Wait a second. Are those the ends of like toast? I mean,
yeah, that's like toast.
That's fine.
Hey,
what is that? That's a different kind of mustard. Is that mustard or like a?
Yeah. What if that's like a
hot sauce or
a mayo sriracha combo with ketchup?
Yeah.
So you got the last picture of mine, Shorty?
Sourdough bread. I take it back.
That works.
You get that last picture of mine, Shorty?
You sent me another one?
I sent you one like half an hour ago.
The one about with the chicken.
Yeah.
Can I pull that up already?
No.
That sounds like a good combination of sauce.
It's a little ketchup, a little Sweet Baby Ray's barbecue, and a little
I love that
buffalo
stuff.
sauce.
Sweet Baby Ray's is awesome. I don't care what anyone says.
Yeah.
Some great shit.
I thought I already presented this one. Sorry. Didn't I pull this one up already?
No.
No.
Now this is chicken wings and some brown sugar. And then you got some chicken breast again, the closer dish. Chicken breast again in tomato basil, sauteed in tomato basil, and then putting some Parmesan cheese on top of the chicken breast with the, I think I use angel hair noodles, I believe.
See, that's like the exact. No, it's the exact opposite of your catfish and spaghetti, man. That belongs together and sounds great.
That sounds amazing. But that's all we really like is like the angel hair pasta, like the real thin one.
Yeah. Yeah.
That is nice.
That looks delicious. Oh man. No, maybe we won't go out. Maybe we'll cook.
Y'all are making me hungry.
Those chicken wings was great though. Oh my gosh.
I can tell you,
sounds very good. It might make me get past the bone in, but it does sound good.
So you just what? You just put brown sugar, you just sprinkle it on top of it before you cook it, or do you like do you rub it out? Like do you make a
rub it out?
Do you rub it on?
No, I rubbed on some barbecue sauce. And then put it in the oven. And no, before I put it in the oven, then I sprinkled the brown sugar on there.
Nice.
That sounds good.
Yeah, that would make those delicious. How long did you cook them for? What temperature?
Cooked them for 50 minutes at 350, I believe.
Damn. Man, I'm hungry.
Just to bring it back to the draft for a moment.
No, go right ahead. I'm done with the dishes.
Coming up here, we got Atlanta with 186 and 187, and then Houston with 188 and 189. If there's anybody that we want right now, you'd think that one of those two teams would be the ones we go, you got two straight picks. Can we trade you for one of them?
I mean, lose my crap if we trade again.
We trade up into the 6th. I mean, who is even left that anybody would want?
That's the thing. If there's somebody that they think they really wanted as a UDFA and they don't think they're going to come down to them, they might do something like that.
Brendan Rice, Malik Washington, they're there. What's Malik Washington's 40? Anyone know?
No.
I think I can get that for you. 4.47.
Not bad.
5'9", 191. Is that our punt returner?
No, Pettis is.
Yeah, but
yeah, you don't need to waste no more draft capital. Trust me.
Mahogany is
return cuts.
Gabe Hall. I guess he's still
I don't know, guys. I think that you guys are just totally thinking that Rome Odunze is already an all-pro Hall of Fame wide receiver. He's a rookie behind 2 Pro Bowlers, and he's proficient at least at returning punts. I think the competition will be him versus Pettis, and I would not be surprised if Odunze is the starting punt returner.
Yeah.
I gotta agree with Adam on this one.
No
I don't
way.
think you're gonna use a ninth overall pick.
No
and
way.
Have him returning punts.
If they do, then that's a fireable offense.
Really?
I don't think so. It gets him out on the field. It gets him moving. It gets him.
Why do you think it's like a death sentence? It'd be a compliment. He's an electrifying. He wants to emulate Hester. Give him a chance.
Tariq Cohen.
He didn't blow his ACL out on the first punt return. There was
Not
a
the
punt
first.
return.
Just the
I
first
remember.
after his new contract.
Me and my dad were watching the
Just
punt
gonna say
return
that,
against
PJ.
the 49ers or whatever it was. My dad was screaming. He said, no, no, no. And then he cuts up field. He's like, yes, yes, yes.
No. He's our starting X.
I'm just saying.
He'll be on the field. Plenty.
You don't want to put him out there, man. You don't want to do it.
No.
Don't do it.
Listen, who are our wide receivers right now? The top 3. Then after that, it's what? Velus Jones, Dante Pettis,
and the guy from last
Troy,
year.
Tyler Scott. Okay.
Hey, you're only carrying 6.
Yeah.
You get that.
Some
Then
teams
you're
take
also.
5.
You're right. He replaces Pettis, Malik Washington. You come up and get him for. You make another offering to your quarterback.
Miami just took Malik Washington.
Thank you, Miami. Thank you.
Damn it. These guys are getting my speed guys.
I'm just trying to, I mean, 4.47 is
he's being classified as a slot receiver who is sturdy and strong. No
Who
trace
is-
of speed being like a. I
I'm
mean,
just saying.
in the slot, yeah, they're saying he's slippery. These are compliments to him.
Yeah, you guys just don't want to sit up there and give up your draft picks. You might want to hold on. He's 5'8".
He's 5'9", $191.
He's 5'8".
He's a perfect punt returner.
He's Tariq Cohen.
Can he return punts? Has he returned punts? Does anybody know? Adam, did he return punts?
What's his 40 time? Not that it matters.
4.47.
Oh, okay, yeah. I mean,
4.47.
he wouldn't have been bad if we would have already had some draft picks. I would have gone for it, but I'm not trying to trade. I'm not trying to give up our next year's 5th to get him. No.
How about 2/6?
How about we just hold on to him, man? I'm just telling you, got to hold on to him.
What if they traded? What if they traded the conditional 6th to get back into the 6th right now, and it turned out to be a 4th because Fields started 51% of the plays?
That would be bad.
PJ might boil over.
Yeah. PJ would lose his fucking mind.
I'm just saying.
Well, he's gone anyway, so.
Thank you, Miami.
Man, it would be nice to have, I don't know, just to have a Hall of Famer son on our team. I think that'd be cool.
Oh my gosh! If you don't stop with this, it'd be nice. Oh my goodness! It'd be nice to have a #1 overall quarterback.
208.
Jeez.
That's another one of his receivers.
Yeah, it would have been nice if we would have got Marvin Harrison Jr. I guess that would have been our Hall of Fame receiver there.
You've got to admit it was great theater that you were just hitting the climax of your "we're going to get Malik Washington" when I had to go, yeah, Miami just took him. It was great timing.
Perfect.
Totally perfect.
Man.
We need a punt returner. We need a kickoff punt returner. We need that
Kickoff punt returner.
It's not Dante Pettis, man.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is.
If we're going to do that, we can get a UDFA.
Dante Pettis better be off the team.
But you guys just got to telling me a few days ago 4 draft picks is enough. Now you guys are asking to make more trades and get more draft picks.
No, we're
When was I
talking
saying that?
UDFAs. We're talking
I never
UDFAs.
said that.
We're talking UDFAs.
No, he's talking about drafting somebody.
I never
Get a
once.
punt returner or UDFA.
I never once said it was. I thought it was. We were going to be okay with just the 4 picks. I always
That's what-
assumed it was going to
So
be.
if we're there now,
downs.
that's all I'm saying. Though, think about this for a moment. Just think about this. Instead of trading any more draft picks for next year, because when we're in the same position of drafting, and we're gonna be looking at the board, and we're gonna be like, man, I wish we can get this type of player. And guess what? We already have a draft pick to get him, as opposed to trying to steal from 2026 draft. We already have those draft picks. So just hold on. Just hold on. Give us a chance next year.
I just want to be excited again. I want some excitement.
Well,
I won't
Johnny
be
Wilson
excited
just
next year
went
without
to the
giving you
Eagles.
draft capital.
John, who?
Johnny Wilson, the 6'8" wide receiver that at the
Yeah.
Senior Bowl they went, hey, go over there with the tight ends. Yeah. But he's immense. He is longer than any other person who could play receiver in the entire draft.
He looks weird running the 40 time. You can just tell how lanky he is. Yeah.
Yeah, you can't understand how he can get up to speed without tripping himself with his arms.
Right.
All right, fellas. I'm going to have to tell you. I'm going to have to Gary call it one because I'm getting text messages telling me that, boys will be taking pictures at X and X time, and I got to get clothes over to them. And
That's right. You
things
got
like that.
prom tonight.
Yeah, prom. So.
All right, man. Well, I think it's a good time to wrap this up.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
I could use a couple hours of time to do some stuff too. So.
Yeah, I just want to say that overall, I think it was a pretty good draft. I mean, I was disappointed, of course, but overall, still a good draft. I think that our offense will be better. I think our defense probably take a step back. I'm curious to see what Booker, is that his name? The one we drafted. I'm curious to see what he brings to us overall. I actually think probably him and what's his name, Dominique Robinson. I think those two will actually be our backup defensive ends to Walker and Sweat. If we get an injury, help us. We're missing out on another defensive tackle. I think we got to find one in UDFA or casualty of a being cut or something like that. But we need a defensive tackle. I think that Washington may be on the board for trading Allen after them drafting Newton. I think they probably be trying to shop Allen. Whether or not we jump on that,
Then you're trading draft picks, PJ.
No, I'm not saying we should or shouldn't. I'm just saying that's a person they might be doing. I mean, might be getting rid of, and I'm not so sure if I would do. I mean, he's good. He's a Pro Bowler, so I mean, depending on what they're asking for. But we don't have a fourth. So optimistically, I think things are looking up for us. I mean, people are excited about the draft pick. I like the fact that Caleb reached out to the punter and welcomed him aboard, showing some leadership there. So that's a good sign. That's where I'm at.
Awesome. Parting words, DVD?
I really think it was a good draft. I especially enjoyed the silliness of taking the punter at 122, but it was all redeemed when they bought back in to get Booker. I think that it's been an excellent draft. We're in range of a competitive team, and competitive meaning not just we might barely make a wild card spot, but we can compete for the North this year. We need to get a couple more people in at cuts and maybe You have a really third year in a row great hit in UDFA, but we're in range. And if we take the North, we ain't going to get it back.
Thigh?
Tapped out. Essentially, I totally agree with Doug. I mean, the punter situation was fun. Got a blue chip prospect, 4th round pick. Never can't go wrong there. But definitely, I mean, maybe taking a punter indicates that the Bears are a lot more comfortable with where their roster are than maybe some may seem. So I think it'll be good. There's going to be a lot more names that we are not even talking about that are going to end up on other rosters. Hopefully the Bears get some more veteran presence as the D-line. But overall, fantastic draft, in my opinion. I would have to agree.
Yeah, I'm Cliff has it right there. I mean, basically, it was Caleb, Odunze, Sweat, Keenan, Bates, Amegadjie, Taylor, Amegadjie, Taylor, and Booker. I mean, cool. We got an awesome punter now too, I guess, huh?
In that swirling win in Chicago, I think you might start to see very quickly that if his punts are as good as advertised, there's going to be a big difference between Gill. So
yeah, if he's on the team long enough, there won't be any swirling air.
Well, if he punted in Iowa, he should do
5 years.
okay in Chicago.
We'll see what the city of Chicago does with that stadium, by the way. But yeah, definitely.
I agree with you, Peach. I think we need, something more on the defensive line. And I'm excited to see what they're gonna come up with in UDFA, because they've found one the last couple of years. So let's see if they can find another. I would like to see some more speed.
Is Hall still there? Hall still on the board, I think. So maybe they can get him in undrafted free agent.
Okay. The way it's going, maybe they get Brendan Rice. He's not speed, but I just think that'd be cool. But I'd like to see Pettis replaced with some speed.
He already had his stint on the Bears roster, right? And then they let him go, and essentially now he's back.
Yeah, I think he was injured.
Yeah, they let him go because of injury.
Yeah, we saw Miami. It was funny because each time that I was like, "Oh, who's the fastest guy?" Instead, Miami took him.
We still got some pretty decent speed, though. We already have pretty decent speed.
I mean, Roman himself is fast, so
it's decent.
What is
Rome himself? Rome Odunze himself. He's not slow whatsoever.
Right.
So
he's a 4.45.
Yeah.
So Pettis is a fast guy. Scott's a
Tyler Scott's very fast.
Tyler Scott. I mean, even DJ has some speed, so we have some speed already, man.
I know.
Baylor's still the fastest guy on the team.
I want this. I want the slowest guy on the team to be replaced with the faster guy. That's all I want. Not.
Slowest guy on the team is Keenan Allen
on the depth chart.
so slowest guy on the receivers is Keenan Allen.
I know. I didn't mean it like that. Like,
okay. Right.
Of the people that can get cut, replace the slowest guy.
Can't teach speed.
Pettis.
Yeah.
Pettis is a 4.42 guy, something like that. Or was he a 4.3 guy when he came out? He was pretty fast, man.
Yeah, he was a high draft pick. I thought he was like a second round pick.
He was a second rounder.
Yeah.
But he's a little bit farther away from running that 40 at the combine than some of the others are.
Yeah, very, very true. They all slimmed down to run their 40 time as well. So he
was a 4.32 guy, man.
Oh, excuse me. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, he doesn't look that fast to me.
Yeah, I knew he was. Like I said, I knew he was a fast guy.
Game speed, yeah.
Huh. Oh, I stand corrected. I apologize, Dante.
Meke Wingo just went to the Lions.
No, he was a one technique, right? He's a 6'1" guy.
He's 6 foot and a quarter.
Yeah. Yeah. Tyler Scott ran a 4.44.
Yep.
His main trait, Tyler Scott and Pohl said, was he liked how Tyler Scott had the unique ability to speed up as he went down the field when the ball's in the air and whatnot. So again, I think that him bumping down the roster back to where he kind of belongs, you'll get the most value out of him. So I'm excited for Tyler Scott this year.
Yeah, I am too. I just don't want him. I just feel like we need that Grant. What's his name? Jakeem Grant. We need that guy back on the team. Like
That storyline was so freaking cool with him, man.
Yeah,
he got his bag with the Browns rather, and then he got injured. So unfortunate, but he essentially almost single-handedly defeated the Packers. Hell of a game.
What was Bayless's 40?
4-3-1.
4-3-1. Thank you.
I can't believe he was that he. Maybe you think he's still a 4-3-1? He's got to be.
He's only 1 year or 2 years in.
One of the receivers made the comment. He said, "There's Faz, and then there's Valus Jones Faz." I forgot who said that. It was one of the receivers on the team. No, it was EQ and Justin. Justin said that in that interview. That when they had the St. Brown brothers, he said it there. He said, there's Faz, and then there's Valus Jones Faz.
Yeah,
I would
no
like
comparison.
I would love to see. Wouldn't that be a story if Valus Jones made the team and was catching deep balls, running past everyone from Caleb?
Are they are they going to be doing the new kickoff rules in the preseason?
I think so.
Yeah, they should.
I think that Valus is going to be so heavily scrutinized on those. I think right now they've already told him you do not fair catch or whatever is going on in that at this point. Every kick that you catch on a kickoff, you are returning at full speed, no questions.
There's no benefit there. There's no benefit because if you fair catch a kickoff now,
yeah, you could lose all your preseason games. It quite simply doesn't matter. It's just live reps.
I'm just saying if you fair catch a kickoff, you don't get those special privileges like you did this past year, where they was letting you still get it out to the 25 or whatever. They took that away.
Yeah, I really don't understand the new rules. I know that essentially the ball is kicked and you're not allowed to move until it's catched. I'm pretty sure, or caught.
Yeah, but what the receiver has the option of doing is if the ball goes in the end zone, it comes out to the 25. If there's like certain penalties they have in there that it benefits you being the kicking team to kick it to the guy, because if you don't kick it to the guy, you're penalized. Like getting the ball, they get the ball at the 30 or at the 40.
And the NFL is rewarded with that play being revived. You don't want it to be kicked out. You don't want a fair catch. You want it to be a live play.
Yes.
So you don't want to go to the bathroom while there's a kick return happening.
Right.
I think, don't they have something where in one particular case, the receiving team could actually get the ball at the 40?
Yes. Yes, that's what I'm saying.
The traditional rule is if you kick it out of bounds, right? So I don't know if that's still the exact same.
Yeah. It's definitely to try to return the kickoff return as a play, but they took it away as a play because of the injury rate. So they're trying to walk a tightrope here.
Yeah, well, we're seeing now Devin Hester ran a 4.40, and I thought he was the fastest man in the world. But now we're talking about a player running a 4.47, and like, he's not that fast. So you've got these big, strong, fast athletes running down on the kickoff, getting into high-speed collisions each time. I understand it.
Yeah.
What is? I'm reading these new rules for the kickoff. Under miscellaneous, it says safety kick. What the hell is that?
Actually, I have no idea what it is, but I know that there's like something you can only either choose to activate in the fourth quarter or something like that.
It says the kick will be from the 20-yard line, and the kicker will have the option to use a tee. The setup zone and the landing zone will not change.
His own 20, kicking it across.
Oh, if you had a safety, you had to kick back off. But this is a change to the rule of where you kick off from after a safety.
And they can use a tee.
Yeah, they couldn't use the tee before. They had to have a holder, or you could drop kick it.
Right. All right, fellas. Boys are calling me now. I got to deliver some stuff. So, guys, enjoyed hanging out with you guys for the last 3 days. You guys have
happy drafting. Happy drafting.
Yeah. Thank you, PJ. I've enjoyed hanging out with you.
Appreciate it, man. Thigh, good having you, man. Shorty,
appreciate it.
Keep up the good work. Talk to you guys all soon.
Take it easy, PJ.
Hey, buddy.
Luego.
Have fun.
Good luck.
Fun. So, but so what's the alignment? It is all kicking team players other than the kicker will line up with 1 foot on the receiving team's B 40-yard line. Kicker cannot cross the 50-yard line until the ball touches the ground or player in landing zone or end zone. The 10 kicking team players cannot move. So is the entire alignment changed from what I understand, or is it?
Yeah, so there's less of a gap in between the players too. So it's literally a line of 10 versus a line of 10 parallel, and then you've got the kicker kicking to the kick returner. But what they're ideally doing is allowing less high-speed collisions because everyone's starting so much closer together. And then you obviously are going to have, hopefully, an electric player fielding that kick and seeing what they can do.
And you have the concept that you're going to put together your blocking formations and schemes farther up the field so that gives the returner a little bit more room to establish where he's going. You don't get the situation of someone who's hung out to dry just because they're forced to catch it.
Yeah, exactly.
Huh. Wow, that's going to
be interesting.
Yeah, it's going to be a whole new thing. I'm excited to see.
But if somebody gets past that, they're gone, right?
Yeah, but you're as the returner, you're going to get the ball, and there's going to be at least 30 yards of open field in front of you, right when you catch the ball, because you're going to catch the ball inside the 10, and there's going to be by the time you catch it, they can't be farther than the 50, right? And they're going to be in the 40 by the time you start moving. You got 30 yards of open field, and then you can see from there how your blocking is setting up, what leakers are coming in where, and that's going to be a big strategy deal. And you're going to see a whole bunch of people trying a whole bunch of different strategies. But it's not just going to be, I am going to catch the ball and I'm suddenly surrounded by people streaking at me as fast as they can move before I can take one step forward. It's going to be a lot more exciting to watch it.
Yeah, it reminds me of like playing football as a kid where it'd be just me and a friend and I'd punt the ball across down the street to the kid and he'd catch it and then it's my job to catch him, you know? Now it's essentially a one-on-one. There's going to be a lot more guys, but whatever. But same concept, I guess.
Yeah.
It'll be fun.
And it's gonna cut down on the injuries too.
Yeah.
I hope so.
That's fingers crossed. It's how they decided. They wanted to bring the kick return back, but they didn't want to do it at the, again, increased risk of injury that they were seeing, the reason they took it away in the first place.
And you also are going to have the players having an optional choice to wear that matting on their head, or padding rather on their head. That's going to
be weird.
Yeah. That's going to look so lame.
Hey, wow. Joe Milton is all the way down here at pick 193, but the Patriots just snagged him.
Yep.
Interesting. I totally forgot what the Patriots did. They obviously took Drake May. So this reminds me of a potentially Commander situation. You get 2 quarterbacks in the same draft.
It's not a bad idea to get a backup, especially the bust rate of high-picked quarterbacks is pretty damn high.
Do you think that Drake May is going to be the day one starter, or do you think they're going to try and let Jacoby Brissett play at least a month?
I think they're going to try. They're going to go into it like the Bears did after they got Justin, saying, "Yeah, we've got Mike Lennon here."
Andy Dalton.
Andy Dalton. I'm sorry. And no, I don't think he's going to sit that long. I think when you spend that high of a draft pick, you're not going to sit him. I just don't think so.
I agree.
STC saying, I wonder if our new punter can kick off.
No, Cairo does fine.
Now, I forgot what the discussion was with that because something happened where Cairo is the kickoff specialist right now. I don't know if that helps him or hurts him as far as his distance when he actually kicks a legitimate field goal because his leg is either tired or warmed up. I can't remember what the discussion was with that. So I don't know what they'll choose to do that, but I would assume this punter is able to boom them, so to speak.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And he's got good control with it where he drops it, right? Is that what you guys are saying?
I think the kickoff. Well, actually, I don't know how that works. I don't think it's punting. I think it's quite literally a tee that they're using to kick off.
Yeah, you have to kick off a tee.
And the new rules. But they're getting real good at that.
They always kicked off of a tee.
Yeah, it used to be funny. Like people would freak out when the kickoff would go to the opposite end zone and hit like the crossbar of the field goal.
Yeah,
but that's happening a lot more and more and more. So these kickers are only getting better, just like everyone else in the NFL.
Yeah.
Well, what was the kicker that we got for a hot minute? We got from the Raiders that we traded the 7th for with Nagy. He could
Eddie
kick
Pinheiro.
Eddie Pinheiro, yeah, he could kick it from a snapped position and with it on the ground from the 20-yard line and make it. See that? Do you see those videos of him?
I can't remember specifically,
with it not being on a tee.
Eddie had a lot of talent. I kind of was upset they let him go, but Cairo's proving to be very, very good.
Yeah. Now the question is, Cairo has been really good at kicking it through the end zone, and that was what you wanted your kickoff guy to do.
Mm-hmm.
And we're really gonna have to see, and not just with Cairo, but everybody around the league who is good at pooching it to the 5 or to the 10, or putting it way high and then down at the 35, and you're going to get them down right there because there's no way in the world they're going to go anywhere. They're immediately going to have people streaming up.
It still feels like the strat with that will be to have the ball land at the 1-yard line and kick it as high as possible while doing that.
Because they have to catch it.
I don't know. So like if they choose not to catch it and it lands at the 1, even though they didn't catch it, as soon as the ball lands, that's when the action happens and the players who are lined up against each other start moving. So I don't know if you down the ball there or if it's a live ball and you'd go to get it, so you'd have to still pick it up. I don't know.
You're not allowed to catch, but I thought it's for you to catch, no?
That's what I'm saying. I don't know if you're required to catch it if it lands in the what is it called? The action zone.
Yeah.
Oh, this is going to be crazy.
But by the same token, if you drop it, that means that they're encouraging you to grab it and pick it up and start running, because there's still got 20 yards of open field in front of you, even by that time.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's going to be interesting. It's going to be a change, and I think you're going to see some really interesting differences in starting field position.
Yeah, it's going to be fun, man. I cannot wait. Well, guys, let's wrap this up, man.
Okay.
Yeah, definitely.
DBD, it's been awesome having you with us, man. It's been seriously a lot of fun. Thank you for joining us for the draft. We'd love to have you on.
Totally agree.
At any other time we don't have a guest, you want to come hang out with us, let us know.
Sure.
Excellent job, Thigh. You're welcome, man.
Sure.
Great guest. Thigh doing a great job. We had a lot of fun. Want to thank PJ for hanging out with us all day. And of course, Adam Mason for hanging out with us all day. It's been a lot of fun. Triple R.
Triple R with the clutch content. Absolutely.
Oh, yeah.
Triple R, hilarious, man. And a delicious meal. Thank you, Triple R. Appreciate that. Go check out his new channel, Sports Chicago Style. It's pretty funny if you like to laugh. And you know Triple R.
Yep.
Oh, man. So everyone in chat, Mayhem, Cliff Victoria, Brian, what's up, Brian? Notorious TBG, everyone who's been hanging out with us today, Charles Johnson, STC, Curtis hopped in, Adam hopped in, James Hunter. I mean, this is 4 hours of going through all this, but
did we say hello to Curtis?
Curtis. Yep. My buddy Steve was in here. Mr. Mayhem, Jay Grizz, thank you for your super chat.
Jason UK Bears was in here.
Jason UK, thank you for Jason for hanging out with us for the entire draft as well. That was a lot of fun, man. Thank you. Thanks
Chris
to
Watts was in earlier.
Thanks to Chris for hopping in with us. Sorry we bored you to death and you left.
Eric Christensen,
Squeegee,
Ant Mass.
Ant Mass. Yep.
Mark Kazak.
Mark Kazak hanging out with us in the beginning.
Say hello to Raging Oracle.
Yep, Raging Oracle. Rob Hansen. Do this for 4 hours.
Bruja.
New Breed was in here. Bruja, correct.
Tin Pan Dog.
Tin Pan Dog. I love that name.
I see a PZ.
Squeegee? Yeah, PZ.
Evie Bear Down Davis.
Yeah.
Evie, yes.
Yeah, Atmos was in here.
Eric Christensen.
Yep. Simon, my cousin Simon, in here with us. Notorious TBG, Ricky Leahy, thank you for hanging out with us. Everyone that was in here, thank you so much for hanging out with us.
Who's that Mr. Scrody guy?
That Mr. Scrody. The Scrody fits. Foster, thanks for hanging out with us for the draft, of course. I know it's I understand why you weren't here today, Mix. I would, wasn't much going on, but there was at least some excitement, although it was to PJ's detriment. But we will see you guys again this coming Thursday. I don't know. I don't think we're doing anything tomorrow because I've got stuff to do. I've got yard work to do. So
yeah.
Thank you, Notorious. You enjoy the rest of your weekend too. It's been a fucking amazing draft. The draft of my lifetime. And I've been waiting for this whole draft pretty much my entire life. At least those first 2 picks. I'm not kidding. So I'm excited, man. This is going to be a lot of fun this season.
Yeah.
So we'll see you again this Thursday, 9 p.m. Eastern time. Until next week, because it still is Saturday. Let's end this on a 1, 2, 3 Bears. Ready? 1, 2, 3 Bears.